Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Izumi Became Dragon's Pride? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Chapter 1. Prelude. On top of a mountain, located in the middle of a forest, a young boy by the name of Kota Izumi stares up at the smirking form of a villain. This villain's name is Muscular, and he is the man who murdered Kota's parents. Kota has tears in his eyes as he stares at the villain looking around the cliff they're standing on, seeming especially curious about some sort of stalagmite standing by the decorated entrance of a cave. This is one fancy rock. You do this yourself, brat? Muscular asks curiously as he knocks on the stalagmite, and getting a surprising noise from it. The hell? Is this thing made from gold? Well, other than the weird green parts. Or maybe it's colored gold or something. He smirks at the thought of selling such a thing, and how much money he could get for it. The design itself is basic, simply an alternation of gold and dark green swirling around it from the base to the tip, though there is an odd pattern etched closer to the base. Forget the League of Villains, I can just bribe some big shots to turn some town into my own personal murder resort. As he speaks, he lets his quirk engulf him, bulging muscle fibers spreading across nearly every inch of his body until he's grown several sizes bigger. He wraps one hand around the top of the stalagmite while kicking at the base with his strengthened foot. The clanging from the impact resounds across the cliff, and down into the depths of the cave, where a predator's rage grows with each reverberation. Eventually, Muscular manages to snap the stalagmite, grunting as he lowers it to the ground. Demon thing is heavier than I thought. Might actually have to use them to get back to the city so I can sell this. It's only after he goes to wipe the sweat from his brow that he realizes that the child he'd come across has been using his quirk to coat him in water. The hell? F off, kid. I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you live. But if you keep annoying me... He trails off leadingly as he shows the boy a savage grin and flexes his quirk, bloodlust oozing from every fiber of his body. Kota, blinded by rage, doesn't back down, instead focusing his weak water blasts at the villain's artificial eye. The villain scowls as he covers it. Watch it, brat, it's annoying having to deal with the water that gets in there. Last warning. Unable to take the casual disregard the villain shows him, Kota screams, giving vent to the feelings he's harbored for 2 years. Shut up. You're the one who killed my parents, the water hose heroes. You're the one who made them break their promise that they'd always come back. You're the one who deserves to die. Slowly, Muscular's scowl turns into a smirk, widening as he stares at the kid. Oh really? Well now that's quite the treat. They're the ones who took my eye and gave me this scar, you know. So believe me, I'm more than happy to reunite the three of you in the afterlife. With each sentence, he takes a threatening step forward, while Kota takes a fearful step back. With each motion, it starts to dawn on him the situation, his overpowering emotions vanishing to nothing as the feeling of death approaches him with a grim certainty. But they're both brought to a stop when a voice of barely restrained fury sounds off from the cave. Art. Muscular turns, surprised at seeing someone around his height shadowed just beyond the light from the forest fires. He can catch a faint glimpse of motion behind the figure, but his focus is on where a clawed and scaled finger is pointing. That stalagmite? You made it. He laughs. Well, it's mine now. If you have any complaints, then I'll kill you. He launches himself forward, a murderous glint in his eye as excitement runs through him. If they made this and they live in that cave, then they probably have more of it. I'll have enough money that I can do whatever I want for the rest of my life without any worry. The shadowed figure looks at the boy as Muscular's body drops to the ground, their claws holding the severed head by its hair. Are you with him? Kota rapidly shakes his head, more terrified than he was when Muscular was threatening him. No. He was with the League of Villains. Though he can't see them, the shadowed figure's eyes narrow as their tail thrashes. They look at the stalagmite they'd worked themselves during a PRD of boredom. Though the why of its creation does not matter, only that they now need to set it up once again. They stride forwards and pick it up one-handed, twirling it in their hand as easily as if it were a plastic baton, until the broken bottom part is facing them. Opening their mouth, a small stream of fire blows forth and rapidly turns the internal gold soft. Carefully placing it back where Muscular had broken it, they smooth the edges where the broken pieces meet, scowling as the gold continues to drip down the sides. They look at Kota, who flinches. "Keep it standing. Don't use water to cool it." They turn around, letting Kota have a clear view of the dark green tail protruding from behind them, the pattern of their scales matching the green parts of the stalagmite. They shout into the cave, making Kota wince at the volume. "Unicorn, stay inside. I'll be back soon with souvenirs." Kota doesn't hear a reply, but the person seemingly does, nodding their head. They turn around, staring out at the burning forest, a growl building in their throat as they bare razor-sharp teeth. "No one touches my things." Bakugo and Todoroki dodge another set of the villain's sharpened teeth trying to skewer them, instead burying themselves deep into the ground before retracting. "Damn it." Bakugo curses. "If we don't figure something out soon, I'm blowing his butt to hell." "But Bakugo, you could make the fire worse dash." Todoroki starts only for the explosive blonde to cut him off with a snarl. "The forest is already on fire, icy hot. How much worse could it get?" As if in answer, a large form burst from the trees, knocking several of them over as it pursues one of their classmates. Shoji gasps a breath of relief upon seeing the two classmates he most needs. "Bakugo! Todoroki! Light!" Seeing his desperate situation, they act immediately, Todoroki flaring his flames for the briefest moment he can manage while Bakugo uses his special stun grenade move to cause a flash of light far brighter than what Todoroki manages. Immediately, the monster shrieks and shrinks, revealing the form of another member of their class, Tokoyami, as he stumbles forward. Thank you. He manages to get out before collapsing forward. Just in time for the blade that was aiming for his head to skim just above it. "Damn it!" Bakugo yells as he blasts himself in his direction, letting loose with his quirk in order to redirect any blades that come for him. Meanwhile, Shoji has picked up their weakened classmate and is doing his best to dodge the blades directed his way. Todoroki continues to try and stop the villain from moving by shooting waves of ice at him, only for the blades to destroy them before they can get close. As they start to get desperate, an annoyed voice speaks from above them. "Which of you are with the League of Villains?" All within the small clearing look up as the fight pauses, the flickering flames playing across the person's form, giving them a feeling of mystery as their wings beat a steady rhythm. When no one immediately responds, they repeat themselves. "Which of you dumbass are with the League of Villains?" "The F, you calling a dumbass Udaman extra?" Bakugo shouts, his ego incapable of letting the insult go. But when the figure turns their face to him, he has to suppress a shiver from the disdain in their eyes. The self-assured knowledge that they are above everyone. It's a look that he often uses on others himself to make sure they know their place which is below him. Experiencing the same sensation he's caused in others so many times before is something he just can't accept. But before he can challenge the flying figure, the villain speaks while launching the majority of his blades upwards. "Taste it. Your flesh smells so delicious." The figure makes no moves to dodge the blades, simply crossing their arms under their chest and nodding to themselves. "So, you are one of them, then? Or you have simply gotten tired of living?" Either way, they take a deep breath as the blades near, the closest mere inches away from their feet. They let out their next word alongside a torrent of viridian flames that proceeds to melt the blades, quickly reducing them to so much slag while the students watch in shock as the villain screams in pain. "Burn!" It doesn't take long for the choked screaming of the villain to cut off, his metal teeth having melted within his mouth from the powerful flames, and fall to the ground. Narrowing their eyes, the figure descends and examines the remains of one of the detached blades, reaching out a hand and snapping free a 5-foot length of it. The sudden noise does the same to the students, freeing them from their stupor. "Stop, villain!" Todoroki shouts, his usually unflappable demeanor cracked from seeing the casual display of overwhelming power and the blasé way they killed. The figure doesn't even give him a glance before walking towards the body, raising their other hand so they have a clear view of the severed head they're holding. A clear view of them pushing the blade up through the neck and sliding through the top of their skull, brain matter clinging to the metal. Someone makes a gagging sound, which turns into retching as they tear the charred villain's head from their body, driving the blade in the same way until it's on top of Musculars. They look at the hero students as they flap their wings, rising into the air, their voice echoing in their ears. I am above your petty designations. Her gaze shifts to Bakugu before continuing. I am above you. Attack me, and you will share the same fate as these two. She flies away, in search of more members of the League of Villains, leaving the 4 hero students to process what they just witnessed. That we need to warn everyone. Todoroki says shakily. No sheet, dumbass. Bakugu retorts, hiding his own unease with his signature bravado. As the figure flies above the forest, searching for more of her offenders, she notes how the fog that was hiding everything has begun to disperse, which allows them to identify a gathering of people, members trickling in. Though her eyes narrow as she sees something that causes her to snarl. They think they can use my own property against me? They need to be punished. They fold their wings, letting themselves drop in front of the one they saw. They tower over the blonde girl, meeting her widening eyes with their own rage-filled ones. They stab their trophies into the ground and cross their arms, waiting for her to explain. Move! One of the ones in the clearing shouts, raising a hand. Wait, don't! The blonde yells while jumping back. They don't listen, and a wash of blue flames takes the place of the intruder, hiding her from view. The man goes, What? I warned you to move. The blaze where the person was standing burns merrily, nothing visible in the gulf of the flames. No, you effing idiot! Toga shouts in rapidly rising panic, just as Mr. Compress falls into the clearing, buried under the weight of several UA students. You don't effing attack her. You don't effing antagonize her. And I warned everyone to stay the F away from her mountain. Spinner, Magna, Twice, and Dobby stare at the girl, taken aback by her shouting and cursing. In what time they've known her, she's never been anything but a fun, blood-obsessed psycho. But now her face is filled with not only rage, but sheer terror. Managing to get free from the students, Compress brushes himself off. I would thank you for the help, but none was provided. So instead, let us simply dash. A swirling darkness opens up next to the group of villains, and he's cut off as Toga screams, jumping through it. Get the F in if you want to live. Twice does as she says with no hesitation, diving through like a swimmer. Magna and Spinner exchange glances before walking through, not having the same sense of urgency. Dobby, meanwhile, is just confused. He shrugs dismissively, turning to Compress who's just as dumbfounded. Did you get him? Of course I did. He gives himself a shake as he adjusts his mask and pulls 2 marbles from his mouth to show him. And an extra I feel could work as well. Dobby shrugs. Whatever. Let's G-dash. He's cut off by an ominous chuckle coming from the depths of the flames, even as a laser shoots from the bushes, knocking the marbles from Compress' hand. Your flames convey your pain, they're warm enough to be comfortable. And the color is pleasant. A clawed hand reaches out from the flames, green scales trailing blue fire. I think I'll take you. Before she can grab him, Compress, who has managed to reclaim Bakugu, throws himself backwards into Dobby, forcing all 3 of them through the portal. She watches as it closes, nostrils flaring as she takes a deep breath to catch their scent and temper her irritation. She lets it out slowly, a growling chuckle erupting from her throat. You can go as far as you like, but I get what I want. What the F was that? Dobby questions Toga, who's restlessly pacing in the Lav's bar, muttering to herself about how she needs to find a way to fix this. She whirls on him, a snarl on her lips. That is the one person you leave alone. I watched her throw All Might while in Tokyo, and the news reported that he landed in Saitama. Is that when he crashed that one foreigner's wedding? Spinner asks in surprise. The news had spun it as All Might knowing someone there from his time in America and dropping in to make the event even more special. She nods and Shigaraki growls as he scratches his neck. Why wouldn't you mention knowing someone strong enough to do that? She would have been a much better party member than those 3 who got caught. Killed. Toga corrects absently, to the surprise of the other league members, as she closes her eyes to recenter herself. She had Muscular and Moonfish's heads with her as trophies. Gives them to her daughter or prized possession, or whatever the kid is to her. Which means one of them majorly effed up. She takes a deep breath, looking at each remaining member of the league with serious eyes. Her name is Izumi, and she is a dragon. Creator's thoughts. Nartleb. Patreon.com Nartleb 2. Advanced chapters and artwork on Patreon. This is going to replace Cat's Way for my weekly update. 5 comment. Chapter 2. The Worst Day. In a world where 80% of the population has some form of superpower known as a quirk, that means that roughly 20% doesn't. But that's including everyone from the oldest generation to the youngest. The percentage of people having been born without a quirk in recent times is actually much lower, closer to 5%. And when you consider just how large the world is, it's no surprise that I grew up without ever meeting another quirkless person. Of course, that's not a good thing. If I had met someone like me, maybe I would have had a friend. I'm not alone. But the closest thing I have to a friend is Kaken. But that's dumbass Deku. The F, you think a quirkless speech like you could do? Literally the only thing you're even half decent at is analysis. You think that's enough to be a hero? Be realistic. The most you can be is a housewife. And even then someone would only marry you out of pity. I swallow the lump in my throat, holding back the tears. This is basically an everyday occurrence, so I'm used to it. Still, before we know it, we'll be going off to middle school. Would it really be too much to ask that he matures a bit and lay off the insults? Apparently so. Still, at least when he's here the others are too scared to actively try to hurt me. The one time someone tried to hit me in front of Kaken, he sent him to the hospital. Not the school nurse, but the hospital. Of course, afterwards he said that he's the only one who gets to hurt me and then beat me up the next day. His personal punching bag. Emotional, for the most part, except when I manage to work up the nerve to stand up to him. The constant soreness in my body reminds me that I shouldn't, but it's what a hero would do. And All Might always says that anybody can be a hero, which means so can I. And a hero doesn't turn their back on those who need help. If only someone could help me. But I can still try, alright? I choke out, biting my tongue from nerves and causing him and his lackeys to laugh. How do you expect to be a hero if you can't even talk right? Kaken sneers, hefting his bag and beginning to head home. He pauses with one foot out the door, throwing some words over his shoulder that shatters what little delusions I've managed to hold onto that we are still kind of friends in a messed up way. If you're so set on getting killed as a hero, you might as well save us all the trouble and do it yourself before you waste everyone's time. The words might have been casual to him, but to me they're heartbreaking. Piled on with the usual vitriol I got this morning from the neighbors and the looks from my parents, I frantically dig through my backpack for my comfort item as my breaths start coming faster and faster, getting caught in my throat. I have to tuck it into a secret pocket I sewed into my bag, otherwise some of the other kids would steal it. Not that my comfort stuff is valuable or anything, but to them, if I can't have a quirk then I can't be happy either. I breathe a sigh of relief as my hand crinkles the object, and I pull out the gold-colored tinsel garland. After one last look around the classroom to make sure it's empty, I put it over my eyes and tie the ends behind my head. I keep my eyes open wide so that gold fills my entire vision. Sure, it's not real gold, but the color itself still helps to relax me. At the very least it'll be enough until I can get home and snuggle against my gold pendant, bracelets, and hairpin. I tried bringing one of those to school once since they're much better at helping me calm down than fake gold stuff, but a few other kids got jealous and told the adults that I stole it from them. And of course the quirkless kid couldn't have anything nice, despite both of my parents having good jobs, so they immediately took their sides. But I wouldn't give it up, so they tried to take it from me. Well, it turned out that Bakugo isn't the only one who can send someone to the hospital instead of the school nurse. Apparently I have good jaw strength. And pencils are a lot sharper than I thought. Then they tried to say that I'm a menace and should be put down, which I didn't really understand at the time, just when Mom was coming to pick me up. That's the same day I learned that a lot of people I know can send people to the hospital. Then the school got shut down and I had to go to a new one. Nothing really changed though, so it's not like it mattered to me. Especially since Kabakugu joined the same school as me. I don't know how long it takes, but eventually I'm feeling good enough that I put it away and get up to walk home myself. Of course the gates are locked, since school's been over for a while. It's not the first time though, and I've gotten used to having to climb over it, so I know the best place to do it. As I'm walking, I can't help but wonder if Kaken was serious with what he said. Though even if he wasn't, even I can tell that we're not friends anymore. Maybe we never were. Still, I care too much about Mom and Dad to do something like that. As I'm walking under a bridge, I hear a strange sloshing and clattering sound behind me. I turn around and come face to something. It has wide eyes and a large mouth, so I guess it's a face? They scowl at me. Damn it. I can't hide using such a small body. Need to find a place big enough for me to fit before he catches up to me. Their voice trails off as they frantically look around for a place to hide, something I'm used to myself. He looks like a villain, but it's important not to judge someone just because of their quirk. Or lack of one. Excuse me, I say while shifting my weight between my toes and my heels, trying to play up the dumb innocent kid act just in case they are a villain. Why are you trying to hide? He blinks before looking back at me. It's hard to read his face since he doesn't have one, but his eyes are really expressive. He's bewildered as he gestures down at himself. How about you take a good look at me and tell me what you think? I tap my chin as I pretend to think about it for a moment, eventually giving them the reason I usually hide. Is someone bullying you because of your quirk? I think it's pretty cool. They stare at me for a moment, large eyes blinking slowly one right after the other. You think my quirk is cool? They ask, and I nod excitedly, reaching into my backpack for one of my quirk analysis journals and a pen. Of course. As far as I can tell, the only solid parts of you are your eyes and mouth, meaning that as long as you protect those spots you can't get hurt. Not to mention how easily you could sneak into places. You could be like Ed's shot. The person is still blinking at me before they start to decrease in size. That's an interesting point of view. The sludge that makes up what I think is their head sloshes a bit to the side. You don't think my quirk is villainous? I look like this all the time, you know. Can't turn it off. Of course not. I put a hand on my chest as I give him my best offended look. How could a quirk be villainous? The person who it belongs to decides if it's villainous or heroic. That I think I need to sit down. And they do so, a wet splat coming from them. Well, they don't seem like a villain, so I sit beside them. They haven't tried to bully me or insult me or anything, so I think they're okay. At the very least, they're better than my classmates. They side-eye me, and boy can they side-eye. They move their entire eye to the side of their body. You're a weird kid, you know that? Most people take one look at me and decide, villain. Even growing up, people would call heroes on me just because of how I look. I frown, kicking my legs. That's stupid. But so are most people. What's important is to act how you want, not how they want. They chuckle, reaching out a hand and patting my head. They get a bit of sludge in my hair, but it's fine. Kaken was threatening me with his quirk earlier, and since it's developed from simple sparks to full-on tiny explosions, I've needed to start washing the soot out of my hair. So it's not like I need to wash my hair any more than before. Sounds like you've got as much of a story as I do. They pause, looking back at the sewer grate they came out of hesitantly before sighing. You really think that I don't have a villainous quirk? That I can do what I want instead of what I have to? I nod determinedly. If you had to do what other people tell you to do, then I would have had to give up on my dream. They look up at the bridge before nodding and looking back at me. You know, I always wanted to work as a garbage man. I look at them in confusion, getting a gargled laugh from them. Glagagag. I know, not the most glamorous of work, but with my quirk, I always thought it would fit me perfectly. They reach out a hand and morph it into tentacles that they use to spear some random trash someone tossed on the floor before pulling them back and absorbing it into his hand. My eyes widen as some weird sound comes from it, and he smiles at me. See, I can take anything that isn't organic and break it down to add to my sludge. Can't be too big though, so no cars or buildings and such. But well, they seem to shrug. Sometimes dreams don't make too much sense. They don't have to be big or glamorous, like being a hero. I just wanted to get rid of the filth. But I guess I contributed to it. But that's amazing! I shout. You could easily clear out entire landfills, meaning the government wouldn't have to find places to make more, which means it's better for the environment, better for people, and better for their wallets. It's a win for absolutely everyone. I'm practically bouncing where I'm sitting from excitement at the thought of what he could do. He chuckles and pats my head again, and the ground starts vibrating a little. You're a good kid, you know that? Still weird but good. How about you? What's your dream? Maybe I can help you out when I get out. Get out? Get out from where? Don't tell me. Suddenly a large blur shoots out from the sewer, and my eyes widen as I hear the words I could only dream of hearing in person. Do not worry, citizens. For I am here. It's All Might. He points at the person sitting next to me, a smile on his face. But it feels more ominous than the ones I see on TV. I hold back a shiver. Back away from the child, villain, or your arrest will not be gentle. I gape at him, alternating between looking at the number one hero, my hero, and the person I've been talking with. Their expressional eyes look resigned as they slowly raise their arms. I surrender, All Might. I won't try to run. All Might blinks at the villain, and I can only think that he's surprised. I'm too. This person is way too nice to be a villain. All right then. Child, please step away. All Might walks forward with one hand held out towards me. I shoot a look at the person and they give me a reassuring nod. I'll be fine. Just robbed a convenience store, so I'll probably be out in a few months. All Might looks at them suspiciously, his legs tensing, but I go to him before anything can happen. As he goes through the process of placing a villain under arrest, I fidget nervously. It's All Might. I know what he always says, but to hear it in person, I feel a hand brushing against my head, and I look up to see All Might's concerned face. He's kind of intimidating in how big he is from up close. Are you all right, young one? The villain didn't try to hurt you or anything? I shake my head. No. We just talked. I swallow past the lump in my throat. All Might, sir? Can I ask a question? Of course. Curiosity in young ones is the sign of a healthy mind. I smile, letting out a giggle at his silliness. It's just... I take a deep breath. Can someone without a quirk become a hero? I know that it would be dangerous, but could they still help people? I wait for his reply with bated breath, waiting for his iconic words. Of course, Izumi. You too can become a hero. It's just what I need to put what everyone else says about me out of my mind. To put Kaken's words out of my mind. With All Might believing in me, I know that I can do it. But he doesn't. He doesn't say that I can become a hero. He chuckles. I freeze, my world crashing down around me. He talks more, but I can't hear what he says. I can see the lights of the police cars as they come up to take Mr. Sludge away, but I can't hear them. I don't know when All Might moves away from me, but it doesn't matter. All that matters is I turn away, unable to hear anything going on, unable to see where I'm going, is that sound. All Might laughed. He laughed at my dream. Creator's thoughts. Nartleb. Patreon.com Nartleb 2. I'm going to be posting up to Chapter 5, then switch to my usual weekly chapter schedule. So look forward to the beginning of Izumi's awakening. Chapter 3, Berating and Camping. All Might, the F is wrong with you? The symbol of peace looks in surprise at the villain he's arresting. It's odd, he seemed so dead set on escaping when he first saw him, and he nearly succeeded after taking to the sewers. If he hadn't been nearby when All Might got out, he likely would have been unable to find him without panicking the local populace from his rushing around the area. Which is why it's so strange that he's been completely cooperative. And that's the first thing he says to him? I am unsure of what you mean. There is nothing wrong. Well, other than the fact that his grocery shopping has been interrupted. But he reasonably has doubts that someone who is being arrested for robbing a convenience store would care about that. Though he is relieved that he didn't lose anything in the chase. His favorite brand of soda is usually quick to sell out. The villain sighs as the police try to load him in the car, but All Might holds up a hand to delay them, curious as to his words. Seriously? You just crushed a kid's dream, and you don't see anything wrong with that? His volume starts off normal, but quickly climbs to yelling, causing the police to draw their weapons. But he has yet to try and escape, so they thankfully hold their fire. I gave an honest answer to her question. I hardly believe that would constitute crushing her dream. Besides, it was a hypothetical anyway. Probably for a school project or something. It's not as if she was asking for herself, right? He gets a deadpan stare from the villain, which is extra disturbing given how large his eyes are. But to his surprise, even a few of the police are giving him looks. One of which actually speaks up. Are the two of you talking about that girl with eyes like a dead fish who was standing around when we got here? Dead fish? What? Her eyes were practically sparkling. But to All Might's surprise, the villain nods. Yeah. She asked if she could be a hero without a quirk, but Might here chuckled like it was a joke. Hey now, she asked if a quirkless person could become a hero, not if she could. It's just like a villain to try to twist his words around, but then why are the officers looking at him like he's an idiot? It gives him flashbacks to Nana and Gran Torino's lessons. You realize that someone without a quirk generally does whatever they can to hide that fact, right? The officer shakes his head. Getting laughed at by the number one hero, who constantly says anyone can be a hero. No wonder the kid looked dead inside. Why are they siding with the villain? Besides, I told her that it would be exceedingly dangerous to become a hero without a quirk. I suggested that a quirkless person should become a police officer or a doctor instead. Both of those professions are much safer for someone without power of their own. If, as they say, the girl was referring to herself, then if she was only interested in helping people, either profession would be great. Being a hero is just as much being a symbol as helping people, so if she didn't care about fame, she should be perfectly fine with either one. You really think she was listening after you laughed at her? The villain scowls. I was watching. After you laughed, she basically passed out on her feet. I wouldn't be surprised if she ran into a wall on her way home and just kept walking like a game character. Really? I had someone escort her just in case, the officer in charge says, reassuring the villain. Why is this such a weird arrest? You realize that being a police officer is much more dangerous than being a hero, right? One of the female officers who was previously silent speaks up, scowling at All Might. Consequently, she also has green hair, like the girl. Unlike heroes, we don't have the privilege of being famous, so the news doesn't really report on if one of us gets killed unless a hero was somehow involved. Not to mention any villain who kills a hero instantly becomes infamous to the point there's basically a nationwide manhunt for them. They're lucky to stay free a week. But a villain kills a cop? We're lucky if one of you limelight heroes cares enough to get involved. Even then, you don't have the training to track them down but try to take over the investigation. So where do you get off? Enough, Keanu. The one in charge cuts her off with a sharp gesture. Why don't you go ahead and take the prisoner in for processing? It's clear that it's not a request, and she clenches her teeth before turning away. But not before sending one last glare at All Might, who's gobsmacked. He obviously knows that not everyone is blinded by hero worship, but he never expected to come across someone who so clearly harbors such a deep loathing to be working as support for them. He's pulled out of his thoughts by the leader bowing his head. I apologize for her words, All Might. I will make sure to reprimand her once we get back. Oh. It is quite all right. She is free to her opinions. Just ensure she does not say such things around someone who would take offense, like Endeavor. They nod seriously. I agree. Done my best to keep her away from heroes like that, but we don't really get to decide who captures villains. Good day, All Might. They turn away, walking towards the last car. They stop with one foot inside, speaking without turning around. Though, If you don't mind me saying so, maybe you should mind your words, if you're simply going to change your mind when someone confronts you about them. He leaves before All Might can respond, and he can't help but wonder. Did he really crush that child's dream? Come on Izumi, we're almost to the top. Mom shouts down at us from above, further up the trail than me and Dad. It's been about 3 days into summer vacation, a week since All Might crushed my dreams, and my parents saw how sad I was about it, though they didn't realize that's why I was sad, they just saw that I was. So they decided that we should take a family trip. Not only that, but they said they have a surprise for me too. And I have to say, the hike has been nice. The effort of climbing so high has worked really well to take my mind off of everything. Especially how Bakugo has started beating me up more often, and letting other people do so too. I don't even know why. All he would tell me when I asked what I did wrong is that I need to learn my place. I thought that was what I was doing. I even stopped calling him by that dumb nickname he hates. And he's always saying that we aren't friends, which is why I don't call him by his first name either. I thought he would be happy about that and finally leave me alone. Instead, on the last day of the school year, he tells me that I better fix what's wrong with me. If there's something wrong that made the beatings more frequent, I'd definitely fix it. You can't fix being quirkless. I shake the thought free. This is supposed to be fun. It's supposed to make me happy. A happy family, that's what we are. And a happy family doesn't have a depressed daughter, so I'm not depressed. I'm happy. I smile at Dad, not getting one in response. But that's okay. He doesn't smile much anyways. Maybe I'll manage to get one out of him on the trip. Yeah, that's my goal. Get Dad to smile. I can do it. Even if I can't achieve the dream I've held basically since I could think, I can still achieve this at least. Eventually we reach the top of the mountain, and Mom explains that it's actually a volcano. Leaning over, I peer down the hole in the top of the volcano and far, far below, I see bubbling lava. So cool. But before I can stare for long, I feel someone grab my arm and pull me away. Be careful, Izumi. It's dangerous to be so close to the edge. I pout at my mom, though I have to admit that the lack of any rails is a problem. I forcefully push away the memory of Bakugo's words that day. He didn't mean them. I can't even become a hero, so it's not like they matter anyways. We leave the rim to go make camp, and there I see that we aren't the only ones who decided we could use a trip. Scattered around are a variety of tents, though the ones that stand out to me are the black, purple, and the one with speakers around it. It's pretty colorful, and we're only going to add to that when we set up our green tents. And of course they have to be green. The Midoriya family's defining trait is green. And the huge amount of tears we're able to cry, but that's the result of a latent quirk that mutated to be a part of our bloodline. But it's not an actual quirk, which is why I still get bullied. But hey, maybe I can actually make a friend while we're here. As long as nobody finds out I'm quirkless, I can pretend that I'm normal. But before I can go out and look for some other kids, Mom pulls me back again. Sweetie, you can't go off by yourself. You could get hurt. Why don't you help me and Hisashi set up our spot instead, then we can celebrate getting to the top with s'mores. But I want to look around. But I do like s'mores. And if it will make her happy, I look up and give her a bright smile that hides my sadness. Okay, Mom. Can I have double chocolate on mine? She smiles back at me, and I can't help but notice the relief in her eyes. Of course you can, dear. Now, she makes a show of rolling up her sleeve even though she did that before we started hiking. Let's show all of them what a real camp looks like. Yeah. I jump excitedly, pumping my fist. 2 days after the start of our 1-week vacation, I'm playing with some of the other kids. One of them is a boy with a super cool quirk. When he asks someone a question and they answer, he can control them. He seemed really shy about it when I first got him to talk about it, but I don't know why. It's absolutely perfect for hero work, which he wants to do. I don't get why he was surprised when I listed off all of the different situations where he could help people with it, but he gave me a hug afterwards and said we're friends. His name is Hitoshi Shinso. There's also a girl who doesn't really show expressions on her face but is really caring. Hitoshi tripped and she got worried that he got hurt, so she used her quirk to make a piece of grass really long and tied it around his ankle. Apparently she can change the size of anything as long as it's not living. Her name is Yui Kodai. The final kid is named Kyoka Jiro, and she was almost as shy as Shinso when I first met her. She has long purplish hair, like Shinso, but instead of a mad scientist look, hers are in buns that cover her ears. She kept telling me that her quirk enhances her hearing, but looked away every time she said it, so I know there's more. And now I've finally discovered it with the help of Kodai and Shinso. You have earphone jacks. I pop out of a bush and yell as I point at her, causing her to yelp and drop her phone into a pile of leaves, which leaves the jack that extends from one of her buns just hanging in the air. She freezes as she stares at me, then Kodai and Shinso pop out of the bushes beside me. But instead of being victorious, both of them have bored looks on their faces. Though Kodai would probably be smiling if she could. Apparently she has a condition that makes it hard for her facial muscles to move. I forget what it's called though. I thought you guys had stuff to do with your parents. Jiro says, her jack shooting up back into her bun. Nope. I smirk. We wanted to figure out what your quirk actually is, so that was just a rational deception. Where'd you even learn about something like that? She grumbles as she picks up her phone. I shrug. Apparently a hero called Eraserhead says it a lot. I haven't found out much about them though, other than they're an underground hero. She frowns at us before turning away in a huff. Well, congratulations. You found me out. So go ahead. Huh. I tilt my head before exchanging glances with our other two friends, but they look just as confused as me. At least as much as they can. I look back at her. Go ahead with what? She huffs again, not looking at us and keeping her arms crossed. Make fun of them. Call them weird or creepy. Call me a tattletale. Make jokes about how I must be related to a phone. I've heard it all before, so let's just get it over with. Why would we do something like that? It would be mean. Huh. She turns around in surprise and sees the three of us frowning at her. You're our friend. Why would we say things like that to you? Besides, your quirk isn't creepy, it's cool. Shinso nods. Yeah, what Sunshine said. Kodai nods. It's not nice to insult your friends. Really? Jiro blinks at us for a moment. The other kids at my school are always picking on me about them. That's why I have my hair like this. You mean you don't like that hairstyle? I frown, more than familiar about how mean people can be. Her jack comes out of the bun and she fidgets with it, twirling it between her fingers. Not really. It takes a lot of work to keep it from getting tangled, and I don't like how the buns dull what I hear. I always feel like I need to double-check what people say to make sure I heard them right. Then change it to something you like. Kodai says matter-of-factly. We could probably talk our parents into sending us all to the same school so we don't have to deal with bullies alone either. Shinso mentions with his hands shoved in his pockets. An excited grin starts to make its way to my face before vanishing just as quickly. If we all go to the same school, they'll find out I'm quirkless. Really? You think we can pull that off? Though she tries to act as if she's not interested, there's hope in her voice as she asks the question. I nod happily, even if I am dreading that it will actually happen. Of course. With the power of friendship, we can do anything. Jiro and Shinso give me deadpan looks, and Kodai gently slaps the back of my head. You've been watching too much anime. She chides. I flush, turning away in embarrassment. It's actually a quote from a hero article I read a while ago about someone who can literally turn their feelings of friendship into power. I ignore their chuckles, at least until Jiro asks me the question I've been dreading. So, Green, what's your quirk? Huh. I look at her and cup my ear. Sorry, I didn't hear that. She raises an eyebrow, matched by Shinso while Kodai stares with curiosity as well. You already know all of our quirks, but we don't know yours. It's only fair to share, right? I fidget, looking down at the ground and refusing to answer. Shinso sighs, putting a hand on my shoulder. You guys aren't judging me for my quirk, and you even gave me a bunch of ideas for how to use it as a hero, not to mention training it. It's not like yours can be any more villainous than mine. Your quirk isn't villainous. I pouted him. We talked about this. There's dash. No such thing as a villainous or heroic quirk. Shinso finishes with a smirk. I know that. You're the one who taught me that. So what's so bad that you can't tell us yours? I look down, digging at the floor with the toe of my shoe. They all just stand there, watching me. I keep shooting glances at them, hoping they'll get bored and move on. But they don't. They're patient. They're good friends. If only they'd be friends with a Quirkless. I sigh, not looking up as I prepare for it. I'm Quirkless. I close my eyes, not wanting to see the looks of hatred and disgust. I wait for them to hit me, to push me down and call me a freak. But after a few minutes pass with nothing happening, I crack one eye open and peek at them. They're just looking at me. Looking at the freak who shouldn't even be. That Esikas. Huh. I blink in shock at Shinso, who shrugs. I said that, Esikas. I know what it's like to be bullied for a villainous quirk. He puts air quotes on the words villainous to show that it's not him calling it that. But I can't imagine how bad they'd bully me if I didn't have even that. Yeah, Green, if you ever need our help with anything, just let us know. Us outcasts gotta stick together. Jiro's words are filled with determination, matching the look in her eyes. I turn to Kodai, my mouth hanging open. She just leans over and gives me a side hug, saying one simple word. But it's a word that means the world to me, bringing tears to my eyes. Friends. Creator's thoughts. Nartleb. Patreon.com Nartleb 2. I like to think the police have a strained relationship with heroes. Especially Limelight, since they're just as much celebrities as public servants. 7 comment. Chapter 4. The New Worst Day. Hey, Izumi. Mind coming with me? It's time for your surprise. My head jars as I look up at Dad from my spot near the campfire in surprise. He never wants to hang out with me. And he's the one giving me the surprise? Stuff like this has been all Mom since I was 4. I'm so excited that all the bad thoughts that were filling my head are completely gone. Sure, the fact that the 4 of us managed to convince our parents to send us all to the same school next year is a good thing. I'll finally have friends. But it doesn't stop the worry that they'll suddenly stop being my friends when they see how the other kids treat me for being quirkless. Or how the teachers will insist that I'm just not strong enough to play with the other kids when they hurt me. Or how they'll make comments about how I'm less evolved than them, so they shouldn't expect much from me. Oh, and my favorite is when everyone calls me delusional for wanting to be a hero without a quirk. I mean, I trust them not to do that enough that I gave each one of them something to show our friendship. Even if it was painful. But the worry is still there. Which the friendship tokens, ironically, made worse as the thought that I'll never see them again if they decide we're not friends and don't go to the school we talked about ricochets in my head. Which is why I'm so happy that Dad is taking me for a surprise. But as I get up and dust off my pants, I'm hit with a realization. But weren't we going to tell scary stories around the campfire with Mom? Should we tell her? His mouth moves weird for a moment, but then he smiles at me. Don't worry, Inko was a bit tired, so she's taking a nap. But I'm sure she'll be happy after you get your surprise, so let's go. He seems a bit nervous, but that just means that it's a super special surprise, right? So I get up and follow him, though I stumble a bit in the dark since the sun just set and the moon hasn't come out yet. Why didn't Dad bring a flashlight? I ask, but he just tells me that it would ruin the surprise, making me even more curious. I'm pretty sure that it only takes like 10 minutes of walking, but with me stumbling every few steps and Dad not slowing down it feels like longer. But when we stop I'm surprised that I can see just a little better, but the moon isn't up yet. It's weird, but it's like the ground in front of us has the faintest glow. But before I can ask or look deeper at it, Dad starts talking, drawing my attention. Izumi. He pauses and I nod to show that I'm paying attention like a good girl. You know that quirks are important. They're practically a status symbol. Just like being a hero is a symbol or being rich is a symbol. The point is, they're not just important, they're vital. Do you understand? I was excited when we were walking over here, but now I'm sad. The longer he talks, the lower my head has gone, until my hair is completely covering my face and all I can see is the dirt under my feet. I nod to answer his question, but apparently that's not enough, so I say it, my voice quiet. Yes, Dad. He pauses again, and I can't help but wonder what expression he has. Is he angry that I'm not looking at him? Disappointed that I don't have a quirk, a status symbol, as he calls it? That I'm not normal? For a brief moment, I even wonder if he even loves me before forcefully throwing the thought away. If he didn't love me, then he wouldn't be giving me a surprise. So he does love me, and I'm sure the surprise will show just how much. I feel him put his hand on my head, scratching it. I let the soothing feeling wash over me, leaning into his hand. I let it relax me so much that I almost don't hear him speaking. But I do. And I freeze. It's good that you understand, Izumi. But that means that you understand just what kind of symbol it is to have a quirkless child in the family. The way people look at us like we're cursed. The way people will move across the street so they don't get the curse of having their child be born quirkless, just because they were near us. I feel his hand tremble, and now I'm starting to feel afraid. But I don't pull away. Not yet. He's my dad. There's no way he'd hurt me. If he did, he wouldn't be my dad. Right? But as his hand tightens, grabbing a clump of my hair in his fist, I can't help the bit of doubt that shoots through my mind. Having a quirkless child is a symbol of bad luck. Or a curse, according to everyone. And given that my boss at work passed me over for a promotion I earned because of my family situation, his voice is filled with anger, and I finally start trying to pull my head away. I'm inclined to agree. He takes a shaky breath, and I'm starting to panic now because he's not letting go, and my hair is being pulled tight and it hurts. Then he places his hand on my shoulder, and my blood runs cold at his next words. So, Izumi, what do you do with a symbol that does nothing but hurt their family? You get rid of it. He pushes me and I stumble. My foot catches on nothing, and I fall back with a yelp that turns into a scream as the hand holding my hair doesn't let go. I can feel my hair being pulled out, pieces of my scalp coming with some of them as blood rapidly starts to get absorbed by what's still there. I desperately reach out an arm and manage to grab hold of the ledge, and when I look down I finally see where the light was coming from. We were standing on the rim of the volcano, and now I'm dangling by one hand above the pool of lava far, far below me. I swallow as I look back up, feeling my tears flood out as I see Dad's rage-filled face above me. Are you f***ing kidding me? You can't even die right. He raises his foot to stomp on my hand, and I say the first thing I can think of to try and get him to stop. Maybe this is all a joke? Yeah. Like Bakugo likes to do. He's mean and yells, "Die!" a lot, but he wouldn't seriously try to kill someone. Dad must be doing a prank like that. And what I say is sure to get him to stop, to laugh it off and apologize for scaring me so much. Then we'll go back to the campfire and Mom will scold him for going too far. We'll have s'mores and go to sleep, and tomorrow I'll tell my friends about it. They'll get so mad that we'll make our own plans to prank Dad back. We'll have tons of fun, and they'll even get their families to join in. We'll plan the biggest prank ever to get Dad to understand that jokes like this aren't funny. All I have to do is say the words. What will Mom think if you do this? I shout and he stops. My tears of fear turn into tears of relief that this is all a bad, mean joke. But he smiles at me. For the first time since I turned 4, since I was diagnosed quirkless, he smiles at me. But it's not a good smile. It makes me afraid, more afraid than I thought I could feel while already hanging over a volcano. When he speaks, my tears stop. My brain stops. I barely feel it as he brings his foot down on my hand. The sensation of my fingers breaking, of falling, is a distant thing. All that I know is what he said. Whose idea do you think it was to come on this trip? Surprise, Izumi. I fall. I land in the lava. It's weird. You'd think that lava would be hot. Or even warm. But all I feel is cold as his words echo in my head. Surprise, Izumi. It repeats. The horrible smile. How happy he looked while I was falling. The feeling of my heart breaking. But for some reason, I'm not dead. At least, I don't think I am. Can you think if you're dead? Well, with the way my mind is right now, I guess I could be in hell. Am I in hell? I don't think I did anything that would cause me to go to hell. But I'm quirkless. Or was quirkless. If I'm dead, maybe heaven is the same as earth, and they don't like quirkless people? That would make sense. It would be why Bakugo is constantly praised by the adults despite being so mean to everyone. Why he can become a hero when he doesn't act like one. Despite lava supposedly being hot, I'm cold. I'm not sure how long I've been down here, but it can't be that long. Unless you don't have to eat in hell? But if it is hell, it's pretty boring. Then again, hell is all about punishment. And wondering if I ever really had anyone care about me is certainly a punishment. Rise. When the voice. It's not really a voice though, more of a weird feeling. It started a bit ago and hasn't really stopped. But I've just been ignoring it. Why would it even matter? Quirkless don't matter. Price. It's been getting kind of loud though. I'm starting to get annoyed with it. I wish it would just let me be dead in peace. Rise and claim your right. It startles me, and I jerk as the feeling fills me. Suddenly I can feel again and the cold is gone. I'm warm. But there's also pressure. I frown as I push back against it. But not with my arms, but with something else. A different feeling. Before I can identify it, I'm suddenly moving, as though through a thick pile of snow. But without actually walking like I would to get through the snow. It's weird but also natural. I just give in to the feeling, and eventually my head breaks past something and I realize I need to breathe. I take in a deep, shuddering breath of air, blinking something orange and glowing out of my eyes as I look around. I'm surprised at what fills my vision, my mouth hanging open as I see that I'm in a pool of lava. I raise my hand to rub at my eyes, to make sure that I'm seeing things right, only to stop and stare at it. It's different. Instead of my pale, normal hand, it's instead covered in green scales and tipped with pale, bone-like claws. It's not my whole hand though, barely reaching past the second knuckles on each of my fingers. I don't know what happened, but I know what it means. I have a cut. The thought suddenly stops, and I'm hit by a sense of wrongness. Like I was about to do something I know is disgusting, but didn't realize exactly what I was doing. It's startling how suddenly it appears then disappears. But I shake my head to get rid of the phantom feeling of it. It doesn't matter. I can go see them. I'm not worthless now. They'll take me. Dragons stand above all. The thought of them acting as my parents makes me physically ill, and I have to work to hold back from throwing up. With how weird the lava is acting with me, it would be just my luck for my vomit to float or something and drift into me. But despite the visceral reaction, I can't help but agree with the feeling. They threw me away. They literally threw me away. They tried to kill me. There's absolutely no way I'm going back. Why would I even think that? No, I'll survive on my own. I already know how difficult the world is, so I know it won't be simple or easy. But I have power now. I won't be pushed around anymore. A different feeling builds up inside me as I make my declaration, one I don't fight against. I throw my head back and let my voice loose. I roar, telling the world that I am here. And I'm here to stay. In this world, 80% of the population have a superpower known as a quirk. The remaining 20% of humanity lacks these powers, which have become so commonplace as to be considered the new normal. But there is one more statistic that is so low, it cannot even be considered part of the equation. It's a phenomenon so rare, so mysterious, that there have been only 7 documented instances of it that are known to the rulers of every nation across the entire world. And a single organization that they never forget. These beings, referred to by the various governments who do their best to keep their existences hidden behind the excuses of natural disasters or gigantified monster quirks, stand atop the world's power hierarchy. These beings are known as dragons. And on this day I, Izumi, will cast aside my family name as the 8th. The color of my scales announce my title. I am the Emerald Dragon. And I will never be weak again. Creator's thoughts. Nartleb. Patreon.com Nartleb 2. Yeah. Hisashi. Comment. 5 comment. Chapter 5, done. The 3 new friends watch as police go over the campsites, worry eating away at them from the concern of their 4th friend. The day had started off without much to say. They'd woken up, eaten breakfast with their parents, and then trickled into their meeting spot. But when Midoriya still hadn't shown by the time Shinso, who was the 3rd to stumble into the clearing, did, the worry that had been building since the first of them arrived reached its peak. They may only have been friends for a few days, but they're also the only ones to actually act like friends to the others. Between people discriminating against Shinso's quirk, Jiro's mutation, and Kodai's condition, what friends they managed to get in the past were really just the ones who weren't mean to them, or those who were least cruel. So they were understandably concerned when the one who's the most worried about having friends, who apologizes anytime she even thinks they might be upset with her about something extremely minor, like when she tripped on a route and thought they would get mad at her for slowing them down, is last. Every time they've met up she's been the first one there, or at least tied for first the one time Jiro had decided that she'd try to beat her there. When she still hadn't shown up after a few minutes after Shinso, they'd gone to her campsite and asked her mother, who was cooking some eggs on a portable stove, where she was. To say they were surprised when she tilted her head and said she was with them is an understatement. And after they'd convinced her that, no, they weren't playing a prank on her and Izumi was really missing, she'd immediately called the police. Not long after, Izumi's father walked out of their tent and Inko Midoriya practically collapsed onto him as she sobbed her worries out. Shinso, who was the most suspicious of other people due to them pretending to be his friend so they could say he brainwashed them when they did something bad, noted the flash of irritation on his face that was gone by the time Mrs. Midoriya looked up at him. It's now past noon, and the police still haven't found any sign of the girl. Though Shinso has certainly developed his suspicions. Her dad did something. He crosses his arms as he glares at the man where he's reassuring his wife. Jiro shakes her head. Why would he do something like that? He's her dad. To her, the thought that a parent would willingly hurt their child is so foreign that it's never even entered her mind. A shame that Shinso has experienced it himself. The same reason that my dad tried putting a muzzle on me, he scowls at the memory. He's lucky that his mom walked in, because his dad had started hitting him when Shinso wouldn't let him put it on. A panicked call to the police later and the man was out of the house and out of their lives within the hour. Quirk discrimination. Or in her case, a lack of one. Kodai looks at him with slightly widened eyes. For others, it would be equivalent to their mouth hanging open. Your dad wanted to muzzle you? Her eyes twitch as she does her best to glare at where his parents are being interviewed by the police. Seeing the misunderstanding, he clarifies. Not him. My mom remarried after about a year. He's actually one of the cops who showed up that night to take that BSTRD away. But then why would he wait until now? Wouldn't he have done it back when she was first diagnosed? Jiro is spinning one of her jacks in a tight circle as she tries to contain her nervousness. As much as she wishes otherwise, she can't argue with Shinso since he's speaking from experience. But it just doesn't make sense to her why he'd wait until now to get rid of her. And get rid of her how? He huffs, reaching up to fiddle with something in his hair. I don't know. Maybe plausible deniability? People would have looked into it if something happened right after she was diagnosed, but now it can look like something else? Maybe. But there's too few people. Until she's found, we're all under suspicion. He'd have to be stupid to do something here. Kodai points out, and Shinso has to reluctantly nod. If Mr. Midoriya tried to send her away, she'd easily be able to make her way to one of their families and tell them what happened. And if he tried to do something more permanent, there's not a lot of area to search. Either way, they'd find her quickly. So, there's suddenly a commotion as one of the search parties comes back, speaking quietly to the cop who was talking to Shinso's father, and all three of them leave to follow the newcomer. Sharing looks, the friends are of one mind as they follow the adult trio. It's not a long walk, and they quickly find themselves in the area each of their parents told them to avoid. They're surprised to see a large hole in the ground, though they're too far to see how deep it goes. But they do manage to get close enough to listen in on the adults, who all put on gloves while they were walking. The cop who came to get the other and Shinso's dad is the first to speak, gesturing around them. The trail ends here, and with the marks and the hair. A fall? Or did someone do it? The second cop asks, crouching to look at whatever the first cop pointed out. If it was simply a fall, these marks would make sense, Shinso's dad says as he points at the edge of the hole, before holding up a clump of something between a set of tweezers. But look at the hair. Look closely and tell me what you see. The first cop frowns and leans in. It's clumped? Is that mud? The second cop shakes their head. Hasn't been rain in a week. And there's no water sources up here that would have caused mud. Blood. Shinso's dad says grimly, and the three kids tense as he carefully puts the hair in a plastic bag. Her hair got torn out by the roots, along with some of her skin. Painful. Unnecessary. He rises with a sigh. And a murder. These are grooves where she tried to hold on, probably after whoever was with her pushed her. But there's also scuff marks around them, and they look an awful lot like part of a shoe print to me. The other two rise as well, equally grim looks on their faces. He meets both of their eyes before jerking his head in the direction of the campsites. Go keep anyone from leaving. I have a detective who owes me a couple of favors that I can call. Hopefully we'll have this child killer behind bars before it even gets dark. They nod, sending him a salute before they go to follow his orders. He watches them as they leave, waiting an extra few moments after they're out of sight before opening his mouth. Come on out. I know you're there. The two girls exchange surprised looks, hoping that he's talking to someone else, even though they know it's not likely. Shinso just sighs before straightening his legs, leaning back with his hands in his pockets. How'd you know, old man? You need a haircut if you're going to try and hide behind a bush. That or dye it green. The three children wince, the girls joining Shinso in standing with sad looks at the reminder of their friend. The one they don't think they'll be seeing again. Realizing what he said, Shinso's dad grimaces. Sorry. That was insensitive. They don't acknowledge the apology other than to fidget a bit. They stand in silence for what feels like forever until Kodai speaks up, her monotone voice tinged with sadness. So, she's gone. He looks away. That's what it seems like. I'm sorry. The silence stretches on once again. This time Shinso is the one to break it. Her dad. It's him. At his own dad's questioning look he explains. When Mrs. Midoriya was telling him that Izumi vanished, while in tears, he looked mad. He shrugs. Not the usual reaction someone would have if their kid is missing, I'd guess. The man keeps eye contact with his son for a moment before walking towards him. He doesn't look away, even when Shinso has to crane his neck up. His father puts a hand on his shoulder, glancing at the two standing next to his son. It's okay to cry. Nobody will think less of you. Any of you. Shinso manages to keep his cool, at least until the first sob breaks out. He doesn't know which of them it came from, it might even have come from him, but it starts off the others, tears flowing from each of their eyes as they mourn the short friendship they made. The one who convinced each of them that there's nothing wrong with them. That they don't have a villainous quirk, a weird quirk that comes with a weird mutation, or that they look like a doll. That they each have only what makes them unique. They mourn for the one who brought them together as friends, but can no longer enjoy what they achieved. He struggles as he's forced into the back of a police car. Because of course someone like that can't accept it when he's caught. His wife is staring at the altercation from inside a different vehicle with blank eyes, a blanket wrapped around her shoulders. The other adults look at her with pity before switching hateful looks to the disgusting excuse of a father. Meanwhile, the three children have stoic looks on their faces, silently thankful that none of the adults have tried to comfort them after they came back with Shinso's dad. They cried as much as they could before they returned to the campsites, and now they just need to be by themselves for a bit. They don't move until the police are long gone, though one of them remains behind to gather Ms. Midoriya's belongings and take them to her address. Though there's doubts as to whether or not she hears them. Finally, the three start moving. They're silent as they walk back to their meeting point, the clearing now having an oppressive atmosphere to it. They stand together, shuffling their feet. Should we do something? Shinso asks hesitantly. Jiro shrugs, her shoulders hunched. I don't know. I've never lost anyone before. Kodai is silent, simply raising her wrist to show them a bracelet. The other two stare for a second before Jiro pulls a pendant out of her shirt. Shinso removes a hair clip from the mess that is his hair. On their own, they wouldn't mean anything to anyone watching. But each of them share two characteristics. They each look like they're made of solid gold. And each of them was gifted to them by Izumi. They can practically hear her voice again, stuttering an explanation as she hands them out. We're FFF free friends, right? So these will be a SS sim symbol of that. A small smile graces each of their lips at the memory, especially with how determined she was to gift them despite her incredibly clear reluctance. She had to punch her wrist with her other hand to even let them go. And it took more than half an hour of assurances from all of them that they'd never sell them or lose them before she stopped herself from twitching with the desire to take them back. Mostly, the three gently clink them together, careful to avoid causing any scratches. They hold their smiles, despite the absence of Midoriya's own bracelet to complete the set. We're friends, Shinso starts. Bound by the horde, Jiro continues. Instead of blood, Kodai speaks her part. The three finish the oath together, in lieu of the one who was meant to finish it. For gold is worth far more. They may have lost the one who brought them together, but they won't disappoint her by going their separate ways. They'll be sticking together for as long as possible. And with them all being transferred to the same school, that will be a long time indeed. Creator's thoughts. Nartleb. Patreon.com Nartleb 2. For those still wondering, no, Inko did not know what Hisashi was going to do. The surprise she had for Izumi was much, much different. Chapter 6. Move It or Lose It. I stumble out of the dark forest and into the dimmed outskirts of the city. I don't remember which city it is, but it's not like that actually matters. Does it? Do different cities have different policies on the homeless? Well, even if they do, I have bigger problems. Like finding clothes. Not that I'm cold or anything, apparently whatever it is I can do prevents that from happening. But given that I spent who knows how long in a pool of lava, it shouldn't come as any surprise that all my clothes are gone. Thankfully I can make scales appear anywhere on my body just by thinking about it, so modesty isn't as big of an issue either. Still, I'm literally walking around a city at night, scale naked. Just because I'm technically covered doesn't mean that other people would agree. And I don't have any money to buy anything to cover myself. I already know that people aren't nice enough to just give me clothes, so I guess that means that I have to steal them. But stealing is against the law. But so is public quirk use, and that never stopped Bakugo. Does the law only apply to adults? That sounds weird, but it would make sense with how everything Bakugo did was laughed off as kids being kids. So, stealing is... Dragons stand above all. Something that I need to do. Maybe not for survival, or maybe it is. I don't think I need clothes for survival if I don't feel the temperature, but I also don't know how long I can keep my scales up for. I think keeping them on is making me hungry, but I also don't know how long I was in the lava. I do know that it took half a day to get down the volcano though, so maybe I'm just feeling naturally hungry from not eating for a long time, but I find it hard to believe that the scales don't cost me something to keep active. Normally I would have tested them before even leaving the volcano, but I don't have the luxury to risk overexerting or hurting myself if something doesn't work like I think it does. Or if it does work like I think it does but I end up not having as good control over it as I think. I bump into something, blinking as I realize that I've been so focused on what I can do now that I wasn't paying attention to where I was going. As I look around, my stomach drops. I'm in an alley, and there's a group of people surrounding me. I don't like their eyes. They're cruel eyes that bear an unsettling familiarity. Though why they're familiar is something that escapes my memory for now. The one I bumped into looks down at me, and his eyes are gleaming. Well, look what we have here. What you doing wandering around at this time of night, girly? I swallow, taking a step back while the exact number of people flashes through my head. 7. I was just heading home. The lie falls easily from my lips, but I know immediately that they see through it. I don't know what time it is, but I do know that nobody my age would be out by themselves with the sun down. The man shakes his head in mock disappointment, taking a step to close the distance I put between us. No, it's not good to lie, you know. How about you be honest? He grins as he looks into my eyes and I feel a surge of nausea fill my head. If you do, we'll give you a surprise. I won't be pushed around anymore. Hearing those same words said by my father, my blood boils. The nausea vanishes as I pull my lips back in a snarl, the man in front of me taking a step back as his eyes widen in shock. I meet them with my own, taking satisfaction in the way he twitches. I ignore the others who step closer, flashes of their quirks flickering in the corner of my eyes. I speak clearly, pausing between words so they can't possibly misunderstand. Huff. The man in front of me swallows, but instead of him speaking I feel someone put their hand on my shoulder. I turn my head so I can glare at them with one narrowed eye, taking in the dirty blonde hair contrasting with a black beard. They give me an easy smile, and I note how the others relax, deactivating their quirks. Come on now, there's no need for that now, is there? We're all friends here. I let him tug on my shoulder to turn me around, his hand never moving away from me. He crouches down and plants his other hand on my opposite shoulder as his smile grows wider. How about we start with introductions? My name is Kitanaga Linajika. My quirk is Reassuring Touch, which lets me calm people down when I touch them. The more contact I have, the calmer they are. What's your quirk? I stare at him for a second, one eyebrow rising at the description of his quirk. Move it or lose it. I won't say it again. I speak simply, giving him a chance. He tilts his head in curiosity, moving his arms so that they start to wrap around me in a hug while his hands trail down. That sounds like an interesting quirk. What's it do? A brief realization goes through my mind. Their eyes are the same as Bakugu's. I open my mouth, aware that there's something different with it. But that just makes what I'm about to do all the easier. It takes a few moments for him to understand, Linajika just staring blankly for a moment as he moves his arm. It's only when the blood squirts onto his face that he registers what happened. And then he's screaming, clutching at his stump with his remaining hand as he falls on his butt. My arm. She took my arm. The others scramble back in horror, stares alternating between the sobbing and screaming man and me, holding his dripping severed hand by the fingers as my mouth moves. My face is going through different expressions as I chew, the taste being odd, but not bad. And the texture is strangely satisfying. I swallow, feeling the mouthful slide down my throat and into my stomach. Huh. I remark to my captive audience. Not bad. And I bring the still bleeding wrist up to my mouth, taking another thoughtful bite. I never considered cannibalism before, like most people the thought of it has always been taboo. Then again, there's such a wide variety of quirks that there's bound to be a few people who need to consume human flesh, or who would find it palatable to them. But still, that doesn't take away the stigma humanity has developed over the act of consuming their fellow sapients, which feeds into a self-perpetuating cycle of hatred and fear towards those with quirks where the user either needs or wants to consume other people, which leads to them becoming villains, which leads to fear and hatred towards them, and on. Which is really just a long-winded explanation for why 4 of the people who I'm sure had less than good intentions towards me are running away as fast as they can, leaving the injured man, the one I bumped into, and a woman with her hair in loops behind. The man I bumped into scowls. FING cowards. It's just some brat, yet they're acting like the quirk merchant is after them. He looks at the woman who, despite being clearly unsettled by the way I causally finish off the rest of my meal, remains steadfast. Hoopa, keep her restrained. We can still have some fun before selling her off. My arm. The man on the ground continues to groan and cry, having curled himself into a ball as if to protect what remains of his arm. The woman nods, her hands shaky as she grabs one of her hair loops and tosses it at me. I don't do anything, just watching disinterestedly as it expands before falling around me, rapidly shrinking to pin my arms to my sides. The man smirks, walking towards me confidently as he raises his hand. Not so tough now that you're stuck, huh? You should have just played along and gotten treated gently. But now I get to do it how I like it, hard and pained. I could have listened to him monologue about whatever he was going on about, but now that I've eaten I'm starting to feel a bit sleepy. I open my mouth in a yawn, feeling something other than tired noises come out. Blinking my eyes back open, I'm surprised to see the man rolling around on the ground, screaming as he tries to extinguish the green flames engulfing him. I tilt my head, just watching for a second as I examine the curious feeling it gives me. Not watching the man burn to death, I oddly don't care about that. No, the feeling I have is about the flames. They feel like an extension of myself? No, that's not right. Maybe it's like when you always carry something with you, and then it feels weird when you don't have it anymore? I shake my head, reaching out a hand towards him and hearing a pained gasp come from the woman. I clench my fist, pulling on that feeling, and watch as the flames extinguish themselves. So scales, teeth and flames? That's interesting. I blink as the memory of me leaving the volcano comes back, clearer than I think it should be given that most of my journey to the city is a blur. And I can grow wings. I'm going to be spending a long time learning about my abilities. It's faint, but I can hear the now-burned man breathing. For an instant, the thought of finishing the job flashes through my mind, but it's gone as suddenly as it appears, so I shake my head again. I look at the woman, and she stumbles back, tripping over some of the trash scattered around. It doesn't stop her from crawling backwards, but now it's me looking down on her instead of her looking down on me. Something about the sight resonates with me, causing a small smile to tug the corners of my lips upwards. Dragons stand above all. I think I like the sight of people cowering in front of me. Stay away. Don't CC come closer. I tilt my head, wondering at her request before realization hits. I guess it would be traumatizing to see a little girl eat your friend's hand and then light your other friend on fire. Should I be worried that I feel fine about that? Or is it just adrenaline like heroes in interviews talk about? Dragons stand above all. It's not important right now, and I can think about it later. Meanwhile, I'm still stuck in the same position as earlier. Except now instead of being naked and hungry, I'm naked and tired. But as I watch the woman babble something about turning herself in and changing her ways, I'm struck by inspiration. They tried to do something to me. Tried to fight me? Spoils to the victor. I nod, certainty replacing the feeling. The feeling went away while I was walking earlier, but it's popped up a few times since I've encountered these people. I still don't know what's up with it, but it definitely feels right. They lost to me, so it's only right that they should pay for their loss. And I do need money. So I reach out my hand, ignoring the way the woman whimpers and covers herself with her arms. Money. I wait impatiently for her to hand over what she has, watching as she slowly parts her arms to look at me. She just stays like that for a moment, confusion clouding her eyes. I sigh, holding back a smile at the way she flinches. You and your friends lost. So you owe me money. Plus I need to pay for a place to stay and buy some clothes. She blinks before slowly lowering her arms. You mean you aren't going to kill me? I tilt my head curiously, wondering where she got that idea from. No? Why would I do that? She points, and I follow her finger's direction to the two men on the ground. The burned man's breathing has become very faint, to the point I can barely hear it. So has the man whose hand I ate, though he at least wrapped the stump up in his shirt, so I don't think he'll bleed to death. Probably. I look back at her, the lack of understanding clear on my face. She seems to think about it for a moment before abandoning the thought and rifling through her pockets, pulling out an assortment of bills and coins that amounts to around 10,000 yen. I nod in satisfaction before staring at her expectantly again. She swallows. What? That's all I have. I shake my head, ignoring the way she tenses. The other two haven't paid. I blink as a thought strikes me. Oh, and you should probably call an ambulance for them. She stares at me for another moment before I frown, then she's scrambling to the two downed men and practically tearing their pants off in her hurry to get me my money. With theirs added, I now have 40,000 yen, causing a happy smile to light up my face. I'm skipping as I leave, clutching the bills in one hand as I head out to search for any store still open selling clothes. This was a productive meeting. Detective Noburai is doing something he was beginning to think he'd never manage to do. He's interrogating the villain known as Huppa, one of the 3 current executives in a human trafficking ring. But after listening to the woman recount the events that led to the other 2 executives ending up in critical condition at a hospital, he can't help but massage the bridge of his nose while wondering if they started dealing in drags. And sampled a bad batch. He takes a deep breath before picking up the paper laying on the table, the words having written themselves thanks to his quirk. Logbook isn't a powerful quirk, simply turning what happens immediately around him into written words. And it does occasionally have a flair for the dramatic, but it's very useful for getting an accurate recounting of events. Not as useful for finding out how true events are, since it won't write down if something is a lie or not, but it definitely helps when he's not sure what the person he's talking to is feeling, or if they try to backtrack on something. What's giving him a headache is the fact that the entire time, Hoopa has been terrified. He sighs heavily, deciding to go back over the event himself in an effort for it to make more sense. You're telling me that you targeted a little girl? He can't help the way his lips curl at the statement. This particular trafficking ring is well known among law enforcement as one that focuses on SEC trafficking, making their target all the worse. And she proceeded to, he looks down at the report, quoting directly, eats Sof's arm like a kebab, bone and all. Then after Kwam told you to restrain her, she lit him on fire. Breathed fire. She corrects, eyes darting around the room as if worried that the girl would return to finish the job she started. The officer rolls his eyes. Breathed fire on him, he corrects with a hint of condescension, but extinguished them before his injuries became fatal. She nods jerkily, fingers tapping a nervous rhythm on the table. She then proceeded to mug you. A strange sound bursts from her lips, though he chooses to think of it as disbelieving laughter, as she nods her head before shaking it. Why? But she didn't? She said we lost, so we owed her money. Like getting loot from enemies in a video game. He nods again. And then, after she left, you called an ambulance for your associates, then the police while demanding a plea deal. She makes a SOSO gesture with her hand. Sort of. She meets his eyes, her next words surprising the detective. I want a comfy cell in prison. No way am I going back out there with someone like that walking around. The officer can't help but be faintly amused by this career villain wanting to stay in prison because of a little girl. Yes, she did eat someone's arm and light another on fire, supposedly, but considering the woman's own history, he can't help the sense of irony it evokes. He puts the paper down and interlocks his fingers. And what, exactly, are you offering for that sort of concession? Honestly, he'd normally be calling in psychologists to see if the woman had a mental break or had her memories altered to perceive the individual as a child. But around the same time they'd gone to pick her up, there were a series of frantic phone calls reporting a naked child wandering the streets covered in blood. And then one final one where a convenience store employee reported the then free-of-blood girl buying some clothes before vanishing into the night, despite his attempts at keeping her from leaving until the police arrived. The station has put out an APB on the child, along with a warning to treat them with caution. He doesn't think she'd attack law enforcement, but they have no idea what her mental state is. And given the state she left this group in, they can't afford to take chances if she's unstable or hostile. It would be best if they could get a hero assigned just in case, but the underground hero they usually work with had been pulled into some nationwide investigation, along with most of the others. And there's absolutely no way he'd be the one to tell the HPSC that they need the help. No, they'll just have to rely on the more mundane people in law enforcement and hope for the best. Hoopa looks at him, and for the first time her eyes are focused, more along the lines of how he'd expect someone as high-profile as her to be. I'm willing to offer all the information on the Treasure Trinity's movements and locations, as well as the identities of those who frequent them. The detective's mouth drops. This is definitely not how he expected the night to go. Creator's thoughts. Nartleb. Patreon.com Nartleb 2. So that's the end of the daily updates. Switching to my usual weekly now, but you can read ahead on my Patreon, as well as seeing artwork I've commissioned. Comment. 6 comment. Chapter 7. Instincts. What the hell? I shoot up from the bed before even fully waking up, the memories from last night replaying in my dreams working better than any alarm clock. Did I light someone on fire? And my hand flying to my mouth as I scramble out of bed and in the direction of the bathroom. I ate someone's arm. I lean over the toilet bowl, waiting for bile to rise, for the horrible, cannibalistic meal from last night to make its return. But there's nothing. Not retching, no gagging, not even a roiling sensation in my stomach. And most notably, there's no feeling of guilt. The only thing telling me that I should be feeling sick from what I did last night is my mind. That should be more than enough. The half-panicked thought makes itself known, but if thoughts could affect someone that easily, then I'd be a hero 10 times over. Not that that will ever happen. Especially after what I did. It's not like I even want to be one anymore anyways. That thought surprises me enough that my worrying about my lack of disgust is firmly pushed to the side of my mind. How easily it's done is another concern to think about later. It just doesn't make sense. I've always wanted to be a hero. Even after everything that happened. Even after being declared quirkless. Even after Bakugo turned on me. Even after. It was All Might, I slowly realize. After he laughed at the thought of someone quirkless becoming a hero. That's when my dream died. I was fully aware that they were dead back then, but I guess this is what people mean when they talk about knowing something and knowing something. I knew my dream was dead. I just hadn't accepted it yet. Maybe it's because of what happened with No, I guess they aren't my parents anymore. Maybe it's because of what happened with the Midoriya family, but I can accept that I don't want to be a hero. Besides, whatever I can do now, I know it's not a quirk. And isn't that the oddest thing? By all accounts, what I can do should be classified as a quirk. A rare one, a strong one, considering all the different things I can do. On the same level of warp quirks given their power, if not even further. But the thought of referring to my abilities as a quirk is revolting to the point where that's what causes bile to rise. But I force it back down with a grimace. If I'm not going to be sick from nearly killing 2 people one of who I hate, then there's no way I'm going to get sick just because I'm comparing my capabilities to the powers of those below me. Dragons stand above all. I blink. I get up from my position and move over to the sink, staring at myself in the mirror. What looks back is a girl with a freckled face, long tangled hair, and slitted green eyes. Oh, and I didn't buy pajamas, so I'm once again unclothed, though without the benefit of scales covering me this time. But it's none of those things that has my attention. Instead, that honor goes to the 2 horns protruding from the sides of my head. They're small things now, but the sense that they'll grow as I get older is strong. Almost as strong as that weird feeling. The same one that makes the thought of quirked people being below me sound right, natural. But I've lived so long with the opposite being true that it just doesn't make sense. Which is probably why I can feel it more with that thought than I have all the other times. It's like 2 key parts of me are fighting. Not a big, eye-catching battle like you'd see with All Might fighting a strong villain, but something smaller. More subtle. Like the cleanup crews fixing the damage caused by those types of fights, so long as whole buildings don't need to be replaced. They're all over the place, constantly repairing everything. They've basically become as much a part of the city as any building. Which is probably why most people just gloss over their existence. The work they do is important, but it's so often overlooked that people almost don't realize they're there. That's what the fight feels like. If my previous existence as being below others wasn't the polar opposite of the feeling of me being above others, I doubt I would have noticed. I'm not even sure what other things about me have changed, feeling-wise. I know that I should feel bad about what I did to those people, but only in the logical sense according to society. On a more personal level, why should I care? They attacked me, so I shouldn't feel bad about defending myself. Dragons stand above all. Really, they should be happy that I left them with their lives. I shake my head. Okay, that was definitely the new feeling. Whatever my abilities are, they are definitely changing me. None of my reactions have been normal after I left the volcano. I know that. But that leaves the real question. The only one to ask in this kind of situation. Does it matter? Objectively, I can see how most people would be scared or horrified at the realization. At knowing that you're becoming someone fundamentally different. Knowing something completely unknown is changing you to the point of affecting the core of who you are. On the other, have I ever been happy with who I am? Ever since I was 4, people have looked down on me. They might not have realized it themselves, like with Inko, but nearly everyone has done so. Pity, disgust, condescension, hatred, etc. Basically any kind of look that would let me know that I'm not as good as everyone else simply because I have an extra toe joint. The teachers had even told the other kids that me being quirkless makes me more fragile. Dragons stand above all. I wonder how fragile they'd find me now. I shake my head free of the thought. I'm not thinking about them, I'm thinking about myself. I don't want to be the person I was. I don't want to be the person people look down on. The person people pity. The person that can't stand up for themselves because everyone tells them they don't have the right to. Dragons stand above all. I want to be confident. I want people to know that I'm strong. I want to be strong. I want people to respect me. If they refuse to respect me, then I want them to at least fear me. Maybe not that far, I amend to myself. But the core of it is the same. I'm not happy with who I was. So the feeling? The changes it's making to me? I'll welcome them. The realization seems to be a tipping point, and the faint sensation I feel about them fades away. The fight isn't over yet, but it's only a matter of time until the new feeling completely banishes the old. I don't know who I'll be once they're finished. I don't know if the me of the past will like who I become. I don't know if the 3 friends I made will like who I become. But I won't be the same worthless girl that just sat and cried while getting bullied. I refuse. I'll be someone who'll beat those bullies into the ground. They'll learn that I'm not someone to be trifled with. And if they still try, I will simply take my due to expand my hoard. The hoard is absolute. Collecting things appeals to me. Gold calls to me. Surrounding myself in the shine of their glittering surfaces. But it's not just gold, it's silver, jewels, that which has value. They all call to me, practically begging me to claim them. Before, the call was faint, gold being the strongest, the only one I could hear, even barely. But now, I can hear them all. I want them all. They don't belong to me, not yet. But they will. My hoard will grow. It will always grow. I can't let it suffer, to stagnate. But that leads into my current problem. I don't even have one yet. My memory reminds me of the 3 pieces I gave to my friends on the volcano, and I fight the urge to hunt them down to take them back. I gave them those pieces as a sign of our friendship, of our bond. It was a vow. One made on my hoard, as non-existent as it currently is. But, is that true? Just because the pieces aren't with me, doesn't mean that they aren't still mine. My friends are just holding them for me. Yes, that sounds right. They're working to guard the first pieces of my hoard that I've collected. Which, in a way, also makes them a part of my hoard. In fact, they might be one of the rarest parts of my hoard. Gold, jewels, etc. can be found all over the place. It doesn't diminish their value, but it does mean that they aren't exactly rare. But my friends, people who don't discriminate against the quirkless? People who are happy to be friends with a quirkless? To empathize with a quirkless? They are rare enough that they have a place of honor in my hoard. That decision prompts a warm, fuzzy feeling to grow inside my chest, causing me to smile. But I'm startled as I hear and feel a heavy thud behind me. I whirl, but there's nothing there. Instead, I hear the sound of something breaking come from behind me and some form of pressure. I complete my spin, returning to my position facing the sink and mirror. Well, what used to be a sink and mirror? Now, there's just a mirror. The cabinet that the sink was embedded into now lays on the ground, shattered wood surrounding a caved-in portion. I stare at it with a blank look for a moment before taking a deep breath, carefully twisting only the upper half of my body in an attempt to see what I can feel. And there, behind me, I see a large, scaled tail. It extends from a position just above my butt and slowly narrows the further it gets towards the tip. It's large, but despite its size it doesn't drag on the ground, hovering a few inches above it as it curls. I blink. I blink again. It's still there. I have to say it. It's just that odd. Even with all the other things I can apparently do, this just seems particularly noteworthy. I can grow myself a tail. I spend the entire day and long into the night trying to figure out what I can do, ordering room service instead of going out to eat. Though the fruits and vegetables cause me to frown when I bite into them. I'd never been particularly fond of vegetables before. One too many jokes about cannibalism ruined broccoli for me, though I suppose it's actually true now, but now they actively taste bad? Or at the very least unappetizing. Not to mention the weird sauce they drizzled over everything. But the meat tastes better than almost any I've had before. The weird sauce is much better on the meat than the vegetables, even if it isn't as good as the meat itself. The only thing that beats it out is the arm. I take a deep breath, letting it out slowly. I already decided that I won't regret who I become, so I won't let the beliefs I held when I was weak hold me back. It's not like anything other than my mind objects to eating people, so it's just something that I'll eventually have to come to terms with. Though my curiosity about how a cooked person would taste causes my stomach to growl. I shake my head, returning to the notes I've taken on my progress. Food thoughts can be held off for later. For now, I need to make sure I understand what I can do, especially if I'm going to be looking for work. So, I know I can grow my own scales. That was fairly obvious. To clarify, I seem to be able to grow them all over my body in whatever composition I desire. The only caveat is that I can't grow them over something, which is perfectly understandable. So no using them as protection for my clothes. Growing scales also seems to tie into another facet of what I can do, growing wings and a tail. I can do all of them either together or individually, but when I do them all together it feels like I'm more complete. Not that I don't feel complete when I'm using them individually or not at all, but it definitely feels like I'm more. Like I'm starting to fully tap into what I can do. But that feels like something to test where I have more space, instead of being in a small motel room. Anyways, my wings can easily carry me, and I flew around the room without getting tired for hours, only deciding to stop since I had other things to test. I can move my tail with a notable degree of accuracy, despite its size. And when I laid it in my lap, I found that it's warm, and stroking it is oddly relaxing. But aside from the fun parts, the long time spent flying means that I have a large amount of stamina, and my muscles at least have probably been strengthened since they have to connect to my wings in order to support me without something tearing. I just don't know how strong exactly I am, but I do know that I can move everything in the room without any trouble. And the more coverage I give myself with my ability, the stronger I am. The claws I can grow are extremely sharp as well, and they can appear on my toes in addition to my fingers. It's a good thing I wasn't wearing shoes when I was testing them. But anyways, when I pressed either set of claws on anything, they cut through easily. So easily in fact that not only will the bathtub have to be replaced, but most of the flooring. One thing that I'm reluctant to test is the strength of my scales. Logically, I know that they're meant to be used as protection, and I need to know how strong they are. On the other, I didn't hurt myself when I was bombarded with spider lilies for a month, and I'm not going to start now. I roll my shoulders after putting on my clothes, ignoring the slight mess. I tried to do my best to clean up, but there's only so much you can do with broken furniture. On the bright side, I paid up front so the motel didn't bother to ask my name. What are they going to do? Tell the police they let a 9-year-old girl rent a room for 2 nights and didn't ask questions? I scoff at the thought as I push open the door. Even if they do call the police, I have more important things to worry about. I need to start gathering a proper horde. Creator's thoughts. Nartleb. Patreon.com Nartleb 2. Izumi's going through character development. 3 comment. Chapter 8. Complications. Detective Noburai stares at the smoldering husk of what, just yesterday, used to be a small motel. The forensics team carefully makes their way through the thin layer of ash that covers everything, raising cameras to document their findings every few seconds. What are they taking pictures of, exactly? The bodies? Or what's left of them, in certain cases? The state some of them were left in makes him silently glad for the ash since it hides a good deal of the blood splatter. And there's definitely a lot. A rough estimate puts it as 10 dead, though it might be more. There's certainly enough limbs scattered around to account for more. He sighs as he walks towards the back of an ambulance so that he can question the manager, who's reportedly unharmed. But before he can get there, another person dressed in a beige trench coat meets him, causing him to scowl. He recognizes the man. How could he not? He's practically being advertised as the epitome of detective work. That's not to say that Detective Tsukachi was promoted through nepotism or anything. He worked just as hard as anyone else. Noburai knows that. The man is committed to his job and had even refused several better-paying jobs under private contractors or the government. He can respect that. No, what he dislikes is how everyone sings his praises just because he has a quirk perfect for detective work. He tries to ignore talk like that, but there's only so much you can do when it gets brought up whenever stations have to work together. What makes it worse is that it's not even the man's station. Every station except his own talks about how amazing his quirk is. But he supposes it's not really Detective Tsukachi's fault. From what he's heard from people who've actually met him, the man is respectful and doesn't overly rely on his quirk. No, that's not what has him scowling. What has him scowling is that he's sure Tsukachi being here means one of two things. Either he's going to try and take over this case, which is completely ridiculous since this is nowhere near his prefecture, or he's going to make this much, much more complicated. He schools his expression as they exchange nods. Detective Tsukachi. The man grimaces slightly, an interesting reaction to a normal greeting. I see my reputation precedes me. You are. Noburai raises an eyebrow questioningly. If he was sent here, then his precinct should have given him the details he needs. Detective Noburai. I'm the one taking the lead on this case. Unless someone reassigned it to you? He blinks, taken aback before sheepishly rubbing the back of his head after giving it a shake. No. Sorry, I guess it is a surprise for me to be here. I wasn't assigned, I just finished meeting up with an old friend and saw the cordon, so I came to see if there was anything I could do. Didn't mean to step on any toes. Noburai's shoulders relax, and he allows a small smile to twist the corners of his lips as he pulls out a large notepad more in line with a sketchpad. Well, I know that feeling well. No harm if you just happen to be nearby. I was just about to question the manager of the motel. If you'd like to join me? Tsukachi's own lips twitch in displeasure, having been asked far too many times to sit in on other detectives' interrogations. But since he literally walked into this investigation, he's not really in a position to complain. Of course, that's not Noburai's intention. He just feels like it's polite to offer since he's there. The two of them approach the manager, who's looking at the motel with blank eyes while clutching the shock blanket around his shoulders tightly enough that his knuckles are turning white. Noburai clears his throat to get his attention and the man jers before turning to them with a frown on his face. What? I already said what happened when I called the police. He scowls. Not that they were any help. Even that crappy pro was too useless to help. Noburai startles, looking at the manager in confusion before waving over one of the officers who secured the area before asking for clarification. There wasn't any report about a pro hero being present. What happened to them? He scowls, pointing at one of the more collapsed parts of the building. Dumbass got smashed into my diamond building is what happened. Seriously, what kind of hero can't even take down some brat with a crappy mutation? The officer rushes off to gather help in recovering the hero, and the detectives are grateful that Protocol has kept a team of firefighters and emergency responders nearby in case the fire somehow managed to rekindle or survivors are found. The two glare at the man with severe looks on their faces. Why didn't you report this sooner? What if he's in critical condition? The man snorts, waving off Tsukachi's concern. Why should I care? It's a hero's job to protect people. Sometimes they get hurt doing it, but that just means they should have been more careful. Tsukachi opens his mouth to retort but is cut off by a sharp gesture from Noburai, making him swallow the words. Seeing that he won't say anything, Noburai turns back to the manager, raising his notepad. Despite not noticing the man making any such movements, or even holding a pen, Tsukachi can see the page is half filled with words. While you may have informed the police dispatcher, we still need to gather an official statement. While it's typically taken back at the precinct, I feel it's more helpful for it to be done at the scene, so that we can get a more complete understanding of the events. Tsukachi raises an eyebrow at the words as the manager loudly loses an irritated sigh. While technically true, he's more than familiar with how such exceptions are only made when someone has a quirk. That helps with that understanding. Otherwise, victims may be too emotional or distracted to give an accurate account of the events. The man rolls his eyes. Fine. So, 2 nights ago, not last night but the one before, some kid comes looking for a room. Said her parents were running an errand or something, so they gave her money to pay for their room. Didn't see anything wrong with that, sheet happens, so I let her pay and gave her the key for one of the rooms. Tsukachi keeps his face neutral, making sure that he doesn't accidentally reveal anything. Because the only parts of what the manager said are true are that a kid wanted to pay for a room 2 nights ago, and he let her. Unaware of his lies already being discovered, the manager continues. Noticed this morning that the brat's parents never showed, so I called some friends to check on her. He shakes his head. She attacked them the moment she opened the door, lit June and Kota on fire, and the flames were weird too. Green, with the regular color of fire scattered around it. Now, obviously Kenta and Takao were going to protect themselves. But she jumped at them and started clawing them. Then the local gang showed up. His mouth twists into a sneer. Only time I've been happy to see them, assholes that they are. Were. Fat lot of good all that, protection money, the bit is extorted did me, he mutters. Tsukachi shoots a glance at Noburai, wondering if he picked up how little of the truth the man is actually saying. He catches his eye, giving a shallow nod, making Tsukachi let out an internal sigh of relief. It's always good to work with competent people. Even if it isn't official. Brat tore them apart like they were toys, the manager shivers. Some tried to make a break for it, or hid in my building. So of course the brat lights it on fire. His eyes flash in anger before he snorts. That's when the failure of a hero showed up. From the area the manager indicated earlier, there's a sudden chorus of voices that draws their attention. They look over and see paramedics loading an unconscious man in a yellow and green costume onto a stretcher before rushing to one of the ambulances. The two detectives identify the man as Rocklock, a hero ranking in the low mid-hundreds. Certainly not a double digit, but still not someone you'd imagine getting defeated by a child. The manager scoffs, drawing their focus back to the interview. Dumbass tried talking her down while she was holding one of the gang members, and you know what she did? He continues without waiting for an answer. She tore off the guy's arm and threw it at him. Did that for each limb while the hero dodged and tried to get close, then threw his torso once she ran out. The hero kept picking up debris and throwing it at her, and they just stopped in midair. Stopped her from moving until the hero eventually had her completely covered. Did jack shit though? What do you mean? Noburai can't help but ask. From what he understands, when Rocklock locks down a space, even terraformer-type quirks can't change it. If he really encased the girl, things should have been over. The manager snorts, derision dripping from his voice. I mean that she broke the entire DMN thing, grabbed the guy by the leg, and threw him into the building. Finally thought to call the cops, but by the time you lot got here she'd already left. Noburai nods, flipping to a fresh page in his notes. Thank you for that. Now we just need to get through a few follow-up questions before we're finished here. The man rolls his eyes, obviously annoyed, but has no choice but to stay. Noburai nudges Tsukachi, making a series of subtle gestures to let him know when his quirk goes off. Tsukachi nods in reply, ready to back him up. Noburai clears his throat. So, this girl, did she have green hair, eyes, and scales? The man blinks before nodding. Yes, she did. But she didn't have scales when she first showed up, just when she went on a rampage. Tsukachi stays silent, so Noburai continues. You said that you called some friends to check on her. What exactly were they going to do? And why call them instead of the police if you were worried? The man scoffs. Like I said, they were going to check on her. Nothing more, nothing less. Maybe ask where her parents were or something. And cops aren't exactly a hot commodity around here. Make people nervous, you understand. What with being a bad part of town and all. Noburai nods understandingly while Tsukachi nudges him twice, signaling that both statements are lies. So there is no chance that your friends could have provoked her into attacking them, perhaps in an effort to defend herself? Of course not. The man manages to sound offended even while Tsukachi nudges Noburai again. The crazy beach just up and lost it. Noburai just nods understandingly, and the manager's eyes flash with unease. Very well. And you said those gang members just happened to be passing by and jumped in to help? You didn't call them? They weren't staying at your motel. Of course not. The man lies with a grimace, a bad feeling sinking into his gut. The lot of them have some club they all stay at, something about showing camaraderie, or some bullshit. Noburai gives one final nod, signaling an officer standing nearby to approach. 2 questions then before we finish. The man visibly relaxes before freezing at the detective's next words. What do you know about the treasure triad? The manager stares at Detective Noburai for a second before switching his gaze to Detective Tsukachi. He swallows, his mouth suddenly dry. No, nothing. Haven't heard of them before. Detective Noburai nods as if he expected that response before moving on to the final question. In that case, care to explain why your office has a variety of strong sleeping drags in stock? Seems like a bit of an odd investment, given your profession. The manager is silent, falling still for a moment. Then he bolts from the ambulance, tripping over Noburai's outstretched foot and falling on his face where he's quickly detained by the officer. Bakai Hanza, you are under arrest for aiding and abetting the villain organization known as the Treasure Triad. After reading the man his rights, the officer marches him to the back of one of the cars where he yells ineffectually from behind the glass. Noburai sighs in satisfaction, holding his neck as he rolls it. Dinin, this kid is practically doing our job for us. Think she'd be interested in joining the force. He jokes with Tsukachi, who looks a bit dazed. At the sudden turn of events. How'd you know he's connected with the Treasure Triad? I didn't notice anything that could have pointed to them. Oh, that. He chuckles. The same little girl hospitalized two of their executives last night, and traumatized the third so badly that she spilled everything in exchange for being comfortable in prison. He snorts. We've got a few teams accompanied by daylight heroes raiding their bases today, with a rapid response force in place in case any of them need backup. He gestures to the destroyed motel. This was one of them. Tsukachi shakes his head in astonishment. DMN. That's something. Think she's targeting them? Noburai snorts. Nah, they targeted her the first time, and pretty sure Hanzo was looking for some quick cash by nabbing a young and defenseless girl. He sighs, suddenly saddened, taking Tsukachi by surprise. A shame she has a body count though. It can be swung as self-defense, even with her injuring a hero, but she's looking at a record at the least now. No kid deserves to have these sorts of things happening to them. Hopefully we can find her before she gets mixed up with the wrong crowd. Tsukachi hesitates a moment before opening his mouth to say something reassuring. He doesn't know what he would say, but it doesn't matter because he's cut off by a new voice. That will no longer be your concern. The two turn and see a prim-looking woman with her black hair cut into a bob, her eyes glinting as the light catches them. Her three-piece suit is mirrored by her companion, a man with yellow shining hair pulled up into a high-bound ponytail. He holds his hands behind his back as they stop in front of the local law enforcement officers, the woman continuing as she holds out a card to each of them. My name is Odiakana Ora, and this is Kin Kami. We're with the DB, and shall be taking over efforts to locate this girl. The two detectives blink as they take the cards, looking down at them with furrowed brows. Normally a card like this would have the organization's full name to clarify what they represent. But on these it simply says DB, and that they're a global organization. Noburai huffs as he pockets the card. Just because you're global doesn't mean you can dash. I assure you we can. Ora interrupts smoothly, as if she's used to such objections. Every government, or otherwise ruling body, worldwide has acknowledged DAB's full authority in our extremely limited area of interest, which just so happens to apply here. As such, you are now barred from following any and all avenues of pursuit regarding this child. Any intentional efforts to evade, ignore, or otherwise circumvent this decree will see you charged with treason against your country of origin and prosecuted beyond the fullest extent of the local law. Both detectives are taken aback by the decree, mouths hanging open in shock. It's one thing for some kind of organization to try to impede or interfere in law enforcement, it's another for the people in charge of the country to sanction them. And it's a very different thing for them to be accused of treason for going against them. It's entirely unbelievable. But the ease and casualness with which the woman speaks tells them that it might be true, so they hold their tongues, intending to investigate this organization as soon as possible. But in the meantime, apologies, but could you at least explain what you do? And why you are interested in this girl? Ora gives a sharp shake of her head. The answer to both of those questions is the same, and so is my response. It is classified. She tilts her head. But I do have instructions for you to give to your peacekeeping forces. The more she talks, the more unsettled the detectives get. Why wouldn't she just say police and heroes? But then again, DB is a global organization, so maybe some countries use different terms? Unaware, or perhaps ignoring their inner turmoil, Aura continues. None are to engage the girl. If someone manages to catch sight of her, they are to report it immediately, even to the detriment of any and all other operations. Should she engage any of your peacekeeping force, they are to make every accommodation to ensure she does not become agitated, angry, or otherwise hostile. She angles her head to meet their eyes, seemingly staring into their souls. Any and all information on her appearance, abilities, or actions are to be written on purely physical documents, and then delivered to the closest Dabi branch that will soon be constructed in this country. You are not to keep any other records of this individual in any way, shape, or form. Do not, under any circumstances, attempt to interfere with any Dabi agents should they be in pursuit or in contact with the individual. That is all. Her message delivered, the woman and her silent partner turn to leave. Before they manage to get out of sight though, Naomasa manages to muster enough courage and moisture into the desert of his mouth to call out to them with a single, simple question. Why? Aura continues, not looking back. But her partner, Cammy, stops a moment, glancing back over his shoulder at them. His words are delivered with no embellishment, the calm and certain way he speaks causing them to clam up. Because Japan might be razed to the ground. Creator's thoughts. Nartleb. Patreon.com Nartleb 2. A mysterious organization has appeared. 10 chapters ahead on Patreon. Comment. Chapter 9. Stepping into the Underworld. I might have overdone it a few days ago when I left the motel. But it's not like I asked to get attacked. Though I'm also not complaining, it was a good opportunity to see what I can do when I'm not holding back. And I was definitely holding back in my first fight, if it could even be called that. I didn't even kill any of them. But judging by the state I left the people who attacked me at the motel in, maybe that's a good thing? At the very least, you can't get your victory spoils when your enemies are torn to pieces. Or when the money goes up in flames as easily as the person and you don't have the chance to even try and get their stuff. The hero was a surprise too, but it probably shouldn't have been. Obviously someone would have made a report about a bunch of people getting torn to shreds. But isn't Rocklock supposed to be a relatively skilled hero? How'd I take him out so easily? And what was that move he did? It was so cool. I can't stop the silly grin that stretches across my face at the memory. His quirk lets him lock things, meaning they can't be altered. So a move like he tried to do against me, where he essentially locks me into a prison of rubble, should have been super effective. But I managed to break through it. All I had to do was push really hard against the walls and the whole thing basically exploded outwards. I thought about letting him go since he let me see a cool application of his quirk, but he did attack me. So he needed to be punished for his offense. Still, I couldn't let him go unrewarded for showing it to me, which is how I decided on simply throwing him away. I'm not sure where he ended up, but it wasn't my problem anymore. And since I ran out of thugs to fight, I simply left. And now I'm stuck trying to avoid the police and heroes who have been swarming the city. Since I technically committed a crime, I can't let them find me, but their presence has also pushed all the criminals and villains into hiding. The only ones I'm finding are broke. How am I supposed to gather a horde if I can't find anyone I can build it from? I huff, walking into yet another shady and dilapidated building with my claws out and scales extending up my arms and legs, growling when the only thing I see are crates. Annoyed, I dig my claws into one and throw it against the far wall, watching as it explodes into splinters, revealing a whole lot of nothing within. This is so annoying. Why can't I find anyone? Probably because you butchered the gang that controls this area. Everyone is working hard to hide from you. I whirl around at the sound of a voice and see a middle-aged man smoking a cigarette. He's wearing a purple suit with a beige scarf and has gray hair. He peers at me through his rounded glasses with a self-assured smirk on his face. I have to ask, are you really a kid or do you just look young? I raise an eyebrow at him. I turn 10 next week. He lets out a low, impressed whistle, followed by an amused chuckle. DMN. Your body count beat you to the double digits. He shakes his head in bemusement. You're lucky your quirk is so strong for dash. He suddenly falls silent, not even daring to swallow. It's only natural, what with my claws being pressed against his throat. My eyes meet his, and I know what he sees. Eyes that would have no problem watching as the life drains from his body, futilely trying to stem the blood flowing from his neck. But this is a simple misunderstanding, so I won't kill him. As long as he corrects himself. I do not have a quirk. If you claim that what I am is the result of a quirk, I will tear your head from your body and devour the remains. There will be nothing left to tell others of your fate. He hasn't lost his smirk at all while I've talked, and I can't help but admire his confidence. Or perhaps it is foolishness. The line between the two is pretty thin. I apologize. But if you don't have a quirk, how do you explain the scales, fire, and being strong enough to butcher adults who aren't exactly weak? I chuckle, pulling my hand back and crossing my arms. That's the question now, isn't it? My eyes narrow on him. But that isn't why you're here. What do you want? Rumors are you're looking for work. I can offer you some. He gets straight to the point, and I have to say my curiosity is piqued. Seeing my interest, he continues. I'm a broker, which means when someone wants something, I get it for them. Or when someone is looking for help, I send people their way. With how strong you are, it shouldn't be hard at all to get you something high-paying. For a small fee, of course. I hum in thought for a moment before snapping my fingers. Oh, so you're basically a job agency for villains. His smile stiffens at my comparison and he lets out an awkward chuckle. Sure, let's go with that. That sounds fine to me as long as my conditions are met. Obviously, I'm not going to help just anyone. I do have standards. At his gesture, I explain. First of all, I will require the majority of my payments to be made in gold or otherwise precious materials. I also won't be attacking innocent people. Nor will I let the people I'm helping hurt innocent people. I tap my chin as I look up, trying to think of what else I need. I know that there's at least one more thing. When I realize what it is, I feel like smacking myself. I also need a place to stay. At his raised eyebrow, I shrug. The police and heroes are looking for me, and I don't have a home. He hums while giving me a measuring look. I'm sure I can handle all that. But are you worth the effort? I have to stamp down the anger that flares up at his doubts. Dragons stand above all. I am young, it's true. You've already seen how strong I am. What else needs to be shown? My tone might be a little aggressive. He shrugs, unfazed by my growling. Well, he drawls, I need to know that you won't fly off the handle. That you'll listen to the people I refer you to. It's my reputation on the line. Especially with your no innocence condition. Although, he scratches his chin in thought, taking a particularly large drag of his cigarette before meeting my eyes. You could always work for me personally. My growl grows louder and I glare at him. I won't be working for anyone. I'll be helping someone. For a fee. He waves off my protest easily. Sure. Whatever you say. So, how would you like to help me instead? I can take care of everything, no problem. My glare continues for a minute before I let out an annoyed huff. He will learn. What will I be doing while I'm helping you? Some people don't want to pay after I get them something. Normally I'd call in a favor with another client, but if I have an in-house collector, then you don't have to waste resources. I nod in understanding. I let my claws retract and my scales fade away, growing my tail out instead. I don't have a problem with that. Anything else? He chews on the cigarette for a second before nodding. New clients can get a bit spirited when we negotiate. I might call on you to act as a bodyguard when I meet them. He would be under my protection. A thrill goes through me, my instincts latching onto the thought with a ferocity that surprises me, a savage grin spreading my lips while my tail wags a bit. He barks out a laugh at my reaction before holding out a hand. Glad you're so happy. The best kind of deals are always the ones where we both walk away like that. Call me Gyron. I take his hand and give it a firm shake. Izumi. I look forward to working with you. A fat man, more like a blob of lard than a man, laughs in my face, and I already know how this meeting will end. And it won't end in a way that Gyron was hoping for. Well, he knows how I am. Really, I'm half convinced he asks me to go to these sorts of people just so he can say that he didn't order them killed. Either way, with how much this thing should have, this will be a nice payout. Eventually the blob stops laughing, turning around and waddling away as it waves me off. If Gyron wants his money, he should have come himself, not sent some brat to ask for it. I shrug, following behind it as I pull my hands from my jacket pockets and unsheath my claws. He was busy, and he thought that you were reasonable enough that he didn't have to worry. On a related note, where's your treasure? Treasure? The blob stops for a second before seemingly dismissing the word. Whatever. You think I'd tell you where I keep my stuff? Get lost and go tell your daddy that dash. I cut it off, quite literally, when I dive at its legs with my arms outstretched. I wrap my fingers around its ankle, one of the very few spots the fat is thinner, and dig my claws in before wrenching backwards. The foot comes off with a satisfying tearing sensation and the blob falls with a scream of pain and surprise. I toss the foot away disinterestedly, frowning at how the spray of blood shooting out of the blob's stump has gotten on my clothes. It's so annoying. Don't any of these villains know how hard it is to get blood stains out? I huff as I walk around, giving a light kick to their stomach, then a harder one when the first does nothing but make them ripple. Now on their back, I crouch down and hold my bloodied hand over their face, my claws pointing down at their eyes. Now, I asked the nice way, but you were rude. I'm going to ask again, and you're going to tell me. If you don't, then we'll do this the hard way. I smile, baring my fangs as flames flicker past them. I like the hard way. It's fun. I sigh as I walk out of the warehouse carrying a medium-sized safe. Yes, I could have emptied it into a bag so that it's less conspicuous to carry everything, but then I would have had to spend a bunch of time transferring everything. Much easier to just check the contents and carry everything out wholesale. I was really hoping for the hard way. I grumble to myself. Is it really that disturbing to see someone my age casually dismember people? I didn't even eat the foot. While I don't have any problems eating people in general, there are still a few parts one won't eat. Mainly that's just the things located in the pelvic region. It just makes me uncomfortable to think of eating those parts, and feet are just plain nasty. Especially with how people tend to forget to wash them when they clean themselves. What a drag. Still, unlike some of the other people Gyron has sent me to over the past month, at least the blob actually had a decent amount of valuables. I get 50% of whatever extra I get back in addition to my pay, so overall it was a pretty good day. And Gyron even said that he's planning to meet a new client soon, which means I'll be able to teach people what it means to be under my protection. Creator's thoughts. Nartleb. Patreon.com Nartleb 2. Yep, Izumi is gonna be spending some time with Gyron. Will we see much of it? Nope. But it will be happening. Comment. 3 comment. Chapter 10. Meeting. Odiakana Ora has to restrain herself from slamming her phone onto her desk, the bureau having a strict policy on damaging provided equipment. They have enough issues with the budget they're provided due to everything else they have to pay for, so they can't have the people working for them adding on to it. Ignore the fact that their annual budget is large enough to elevate some third-world countries. The woman lets out a slow breath, grumbling to herself in frustration as she pulls out a small container and opens it to reveal a pair of contacts, gold in color. After ensuring that there's no sign of her natural eye color, she gets up and briskly walks through the building. Kin Kami, her partner, falls into step behind her as naturally as if he'd been doing it for years. Which he has, ever since their time at the academy. She speaks to him without looking, their roles having long been established despite how little they've actually done. We have a sighting of her in Yokohama entering a warehouse. From what we know, the city is her temporary territory, and it's been established that she engages primarily in 2 types of criminal activities around Yokohama. Always either claiming valuables or attacking someone. Though there is also an unverified report that she keeps the company of a middle-aged man. She briefly looks back as if daring her partner to insinuate anything, but he remains silent. They both know what kind of consequences can result from talk like that, even if they are only joking. Regarding the attacks, the only consolation we have is that those who are hurt are consistently identified as either small to mid-level criminals or villains. So perhaps she is acting as a vigilante, instead of simply moving according to her instincts. Cammy nods, hesitating a moment before probing a question. Does she? Or nods. She has left bodies, though it's uncommon after her debut at the motel a year ago for there to be even a moderate amount of destruction to the surrounding area. Many of them were missing body parts, and others were reported to have what appeared to be bite marks. So even though she does see humans as food, she does not consume to excess. Cammy lets out a near-silent sigh of relief. He does not want to get eaten. Unfortunately, near-silent does not mean silent. Don't let your guard down, Aura reminds him as they get into a car waiting outside for them. We have very little to go off of on her personality, we don't even have her name. For all we know, she can be irregular like the one who resides in Vegas. He winces as he buckles his seatbelt. Yeah, remind me to never go there again, please. Aura gives their driver the directions to their latest search area, sitting back and crossing her legs as the car starts moving. I always do, Cammy. I always do. I hold back a yawn as I idly tap my heels against the crate I'm sitting on, leaning back on the tail I've grown today while I wait for Gyron to finish talking with whoever it is we're here to meet. I don't get paid enough to care, so it doesn't really matter. Well, as long as they don't get a severe case of idiocy. But after a year of having Gyron be under my protection, most of the exceedingly stupid idiots have died. The lucky ones became my meals, becoming at least a little useful. They certainly couldn't be useful in letting me have a fun fight. Who knew that overwhelming power would make a person so bored? Whatever. What's important is that these guys are wanting information on some rival gang or organization or whatever. Don't know how they have enough pull to get Gyron's services, not even counting his price tag, but they do. One of them seemed to recognize me when we walked in, but that could mean any number of things. Maybe I ate his brother or mother in front of him, or accidentally threw an idiot into his house. Well, intentionally thrown, accidentally into a house. What goes up must go down. I look around yet another generic warehouse, no identifying features of any sort. Typical bland gray walls, typical crates scattered around and piled up in places, typical metal beams running along the ceiling that a hero is crouched on. You know, the kind of stuff that doesn't make it easy to track down anyone who shows up after they leave. It's all stuff that you'd expect to find here. Really wish that I'd brought my phone. But no, the reason half of the meetings ended up with the other guys dead is because they thought I was disrespecting them. Seriously. It's not like it's my problem if they feel threatened by a bored 11-year-old. At the very least, he could have let me bring a few choice pieces from my hoard. Not only would caressing their smooth, sparkly, and perfectly textured surfaces have kept me occupied long after this meeting comes to an end, but I wouldn't have to worry about them. Nobody has broken in, right? They're still safe and secure in their secret compartment? If someone did break in, they would at least have the decency to die to the traps in such a way that there's no risk of their blood somehow getting through the painting covering the secret compartment, right? Or through the safe, waterproof tarp, backup safe, and hermetically sealed bags containing the cushion boxes, right? Ugh, it's always so stressful whenever I'm gone so long. Seriously, how long is this going to take? It's been more than 2 hours, and they're still negotiating a price. Honestly, Gyron should just let me eat these idiots. They clearly don't understand that they're wasting an important person's valuable time. Oh, and Gyron's too, I guess. I tilt my head, zoning out as I decide to listen in on the hero instead, forcibly pushing my worry from my hoard down. Not that any good hero would be talking while they're watching a bunch of criminals meet with an information broker. Still, a girl can hope. But as it turns out, I actually do hear something. And not only that, but the hero is talking for an actual good reason. Group is meeting with a broker. They have a kid with them, possibly trying to fill the power void left by the treasure triad. Well, what he thinks is a good reason. I wonder who the treasure triad are? I doubt that they had any real treasure, unfortunately, but it still would have been fun to raid them in search of it. Did he request backup, or is he just making a report? I wonder if he'll try following us when Gyron and I leave, or if he'll stay and keep eyes on these small fries. Fries with a belly sandwich. It's a pain to get rid of all the extra fat, but the meat is so tender. Great. Gyron suddenly claps his hands, startling me out of my lunch musings. The number will direct you to Bako Karos, so just set up a meeting with them once you have the money. I have to stifle a laugh and hide my smile by looking away. We don't know anyone named Bako Karos. It's just code for me to kill the idiots. Not here, but later, when they arrange the second meeting. It's bad for business if you leave bodies when they didn't start something. That's what he says. But some idiots, like these ones, are too stupid to let go. Or maybe they gravely offended him or something. I stopped paying attention, so I'm not entirely sure. Either way, the end result is they give me a call, I show up and eat them, then take some leftovers home along with any cash in their pockets since they rarely ever actually bring money. Apparently idiots like to think that threatening the non-existent middleman will get them better results than negotiating with Gyron, so they try to be as intimidating as possible. Depending on how stupid they continue being after I show myself, I either kill them quick or slow. I find that the difference results in varying flavors for their meat. Of course, that's more for my benefit than Gyron's. Whenever someone actually does bring money, Gyron has me call him first, since they ended up being smarter than he first thought. Gyron is always surprised in those cases, since he usually has a good eye for people. Comes with being an information broker. Those rare cases are also why he doesn't simply use his quirk to erase their memories of the meeting. Well, that and the fact I helped him train his quirk so that he can focus on specific details of a memory to erase, mainly his appearance. He lives for small groups that have the potential to grow into big names. The guy standing across from him reaches out his hand for them to shake. The Mohawkians look forward to working with you. Oh, that's their name? It matches them at least. It's as stupid as they are, and look. It really is an accurate name though. Each of them is sporting a variety of mohawks in different colors, with the leader having the tallest and most. I was going to be polite, but there's no other way to say it than it looks like a rainbow threw up on him. Each spike on his head is a different color, to the point that I'm positive it has something to do with his quirk. I'm pretty sure I saw something move on the yellow one. I look forward to seeing what it can do. Gyron nods to me. Come on, Bush. Let's get going. My eye twitches, like it always does when he uses my hair as a nickname. I give him a bright smile. Sure thing, Gep. Gotta get you to your dentist appointment. Can't have you losing any more teeth. His smile stiffens at the reminder of his missing tooth. He actually lost it back when someone he was meeting attacked him and he got punched in the face. He says it serves as a reminder that nobody is invincible, but, well, that was before he met me. And by the way the warehouse doors slam open, I'll be getting another chance to prove him wrong. Hold up, folks, this is a hold up. Put your hands in the air and kneel down like you're gonna be arrested. Because you are. Calm down, rookie. Though ya ain't exactly wrong. Two heroes walk through the door. The first is a man with bright yellow hair gelled to the extreme that curves back and up away from his head. He's wearing headphones, a pair of shades that matches his hair in color, and what looks like a speaker around his neck. The rest of his outfit consists of leather pants, boots, and a jacket with shoulder pads, the collar of the jacket rising up past his speaker. Present Mike, not particularly new, having about half a decade's experience of heroing. The second is what I can only describe as a post-apocalyptic cowboy, given the hat, boots, cloak, and gas mask. Clearly snipe, and far more experienced than the former. He's also pointing a revolver at Gyron. And we can't have someone under my protection being injured, now can we? Still, I'll at least try things the easy way since I have a bare minimum of respect for these two as heroes. If you're going to be pointing a gun at someone, point it at the idiots behind us. I make eye contact with the more experienced pro through his mask. Unless you want to be a one-armed gunslinger, that is. My words cause the heroes to pause, the two in front switching their gazes from Gyron and the thugs to me. Though judging by the thump from behind me, the hero who was in the rafters either fell or jumped down. Given the extra series of thumps that follow, I'm guessing he jumped, and is now knocking out the idiots. Hasn't threatened Gyron yet though, so I keep my eyes on Snipe. He chuckles nervously while Present Mike eyes me warily. Good instincts, even if they aren't listening to them as well as they should. Look, kiddo. Snipe starts, not moving his gun away from Gyron, who keeps his hands in his pockets, a confident smirk on his face. I don't know what this guy has told you, but he's a scoundrel. I don't know what your quirk is, but dash. At the word quirk, Gyron winces. Oh, bad choice of words. That's going to hurt. Snipe doesn't even have a chance to ask what he's talking about, because by the time Gyron gets his own words out, I've already leaped at the hero. I grab his head, using my strength and body weight to slam it into the ground. There's a loud bang as his gun goes off, followed by an almost as loud crack, the hero going limp while the ground fractures out around the point of impact. A quick glance back reassures me that Gyron isn't injured, and I nod in satisfaction. Present Mike stares in shock for a moment as I get to my feet, claws extending and scales spreading across my exposed skin. Yeah, Gyron says conversationally as he sidles away towards the side of the warehouse, away from the danger zone. She's a bit sensitive about people saying that she has a quirk. Creator's thoughts. Nartleb. Patreon.com Nartleb 2. Quick ways to die. Say Izumi has a quirk. At the very least you're going to get your butt beat. 5 comment. Chapter 11. Heroes. Eraserhead scowls at seeing the Mohakians meeting with a high-ranked information broker. He has no idea how they managed to get enough influence to call on the service of a high-ranked information broker, but it's concerning. It implies that they have someone actually influential backing them, which is why he got assigned to tail them and find out who it could be despite his patrol not starting for another couple hours. Thankfully, having a backer doesn't mean that the group themselves are any more competent. It's easy to follow them to the meeting point, suspiciously so, in fact. Thankfully, he has 2 other heroes on standby in case things go south. Present Mike, his friend from high school, and Snipe, a more experienced pro. Couple their capabilities with his own quirk to erase other active quirks, and they should be able to take down most villains that would bother showing up to a meeting like this. Of course, that all changes when the broker shows up with a little girl in tow. She's dressed casually, a pair of denim jeans and a pink hoodie. Her hands are buried inside the large pocket in front under the words, "It's not cannibalism, it's eating the leftovers." Eraserhead curses silently to himself, his mind immediately recalling the power struggle that's been going on ever since the treasure triad was taken down. It's been a bloodbath, with bodies being found across 3 cities. Not in large numbers, thankfully, but over the course of a year they tend to add up, even without including the ones they never find. Of course, so long as it's only gangs or small-time villains taking out their rivals, most people in law enforcement are content to sit back and let the problem beat itself out before they make a move. He disagrees, given there's always the chance for spillover into the civilian population. It hasn't happened so far, but with the girl here it seems that's finally changed. He hides in the rafters of the warehouse. Why is it always a warehouse? As he tries to glean any details he can. But other than what seems to be the second in command of the Mohakians making a call before they start negotiating, shooting surprisingly surreptitious glances at the girl the entire time, there's nothing. But that call can mean many things. Was the girl not meant to be here? Was there meant to be more kids? Does her presence have some kind of hidden meaning? Is their backer going to show up? And the fear in his eyes. He doesn't know what any of it means, but he does know that he's going to make sure that the girl doesn't fall victim to these criminals. He needs to wait for a good opportunity to call Present Mike and Snipe, and maybe get additional reinforcements depending on if anyone else shows up. But the more the gang and the broker talk, the more uneasy he gets. There's no mention of the girl whatsoever, and other than a few of the gang members keeping an eye on her, she goes otherwise ignored. Likewise, she ignores them, reclining on top of a crate while using her tail for support. Some kind of reptilian quirk? Is it just the tail, or are there other aspects? He can't tell, but knowing could be the difference between getting her to safety and getting her hurt. When he's sure they're distracted, he radios Present Mike and Snipe over his comm about the situation and what it could mean. They move to get into position, but it will take a bit of time. Luckily, the negotiations seem like they'll take long enough for them to be prepared. He settles in to wait, letting his focus wander between the criminals and the girl. There's a few moments where he tenses, thinking she's seen him, but other than looking upwards for a few minutes, she doesn't react, going back to blankly staring at the broker and the gang soon after. Her mind is clearly on other things. Eventually he manages to stop panicking every time she seems to look at him, mentally waving it off as her simply being bored, forcing himself to ignore the itch between his shoulder blades. And doesn't that set off alarm bells, her being calm enough to be bored? Is she under the effect of a quirk? Or is she actually here because she wants to be? Or at least needs to be? Could she somehow be related to the broker? Or worst of all, could this be a trap? Before he can come to a concrete conclusion, the meeting ends and the broker begins to take his leave, the girl joining him as they exchange banter. His suspicion ratchets up another notch and he's reaching for his comm to warn his support, but then the warehouse doors blast open. He curses, this time out loud under the cover of present mix exuberant entrance as he drops down, his hair floating upwards both from physics and his quirk as he activates it. He swiftly begins taking down the gang members while they're confused, focusing at first on the ones with clear mutation quirks that he can't erase. They go down easy enough, taken off guard as they are. The rest flounder as they try to activate their quirks only to find out that they can't, following their allies into the darkness of unconsciousness. After taking down the leader, Eraserhead glances over to present Mike and Snipe to see if they've arrested the broker yet. But his eyes widen in shock as he sees the literal child slam Snipe's head into the ground, cracks radiating out from the point of impact. Off to the side, the broker is moving away from her, his warning only serving to confuse the underground hero even more. She's a bit sensitive about people saying that she has a quirk. What the hell does that mean? I flex my hand, working my claws a bit as I turn back to take a look at the hero who's been here since the start. My brows furrow at how I don't recognize him, though the yellow goggles on his face seem familiar. Must be an underground hero. So, I say conversationally, we can do this the easy way or the fun way. I smile, baring my sharp teeth at him. Just don't make the fun way boring, got it? He comes out of his momentary daze, his hair starting to float around him as he launches his scarf at me. Telekinetic quirk? I wonder, stretching out my arm and letting it get wrapped up. The hero tugs on it, whipping me towards him. Does he really think this will work out for him? I let my curiosity run free, hoping to see his quirk in action. Unlike the usual rabble that I deal with, this is a hero. They're actually trained to use their quirk. And considering literally the only things I wish I could go back to the Midoriya household to get are my quirk analysis notebooks, well, let's just say that I want to see all of their capabilities. But I'm disappointed when he just flicks his scarf and cocoons me in it before pressing me against the ground. But I guess he could have used telekinesis for it? I don't think so, though. Stay down, kid. There's an odd note of concern in his voice when he makes his request that feeds my curiosity, but it's vastly overpowered by my interest in seeing what their quirks can do. I already told you, I slice through his scarf, needing a surprising amount of force to do so, before standing up, his hair briefly falling before rising again. I glance back at present Mike and see him checking on Snipe, who's probably unconscious. His equipment wouldn't really be any good if such a weak attack rattled his brain around enough to kill him. I return my focus to the unnamed hero before giving him a mocking grin. Don't make the fun way boring. I whirl around on one foot, blasting a hole in the floor as I launch myself at the second hero, appearing next to him in an instant. His eyes widen and his head pulls back. I raise my claws high, bringing them down in an overly exaggerated manner to see if he'll manage to break through his surprise, or die. It seems that all his training hasn't been for naught as he screams, a sonic wave blasting me backwards. I land lightly by the wall on the opposite side of the warehouse from Gyron, retracting a claw on a single finger that I dig in my ear. Geez, you're a loud one. No wonder you wear those headphones. I tilt my head as a thought strikes me. Speaking of, I wonder how many of the villains you bring in become deaf. But then again, you clearly have good control of your quirk, given the power you managed to output even when you were at the end of an exhale. So I suppose the number wouldn't be too high. He's looking a little pale, though I'm not sure if it's from me pointing out that some of his captures probably lost their hearing or me almost killing him. Probably the latter. But then again, he's still relatively new, and most villains have 5 to 10 years in prison depending on a variety of circumstances regarding their crime and how much damage was caused by them fighting the hero who brought them in, So maybe he hasn't encountered any of his previous captures to find out yet? Get your head on straight, this kid isn't normal. Mr. Underground warns and I snort. Normal is all about perspective, after all. On my end, it's perfectly normal for me to be bored from fighting people so much weaker than me. It's normal for them to get confused, then terrified when they realize just how far above them I am. It's not normal from their perspectives, but what do they matter? Most of the ones who bore me end up dead. And that's the most normal thing of all. Present Mike looks at his partner, and I'm pleased to see that he still keeps part of his attention on me from the corner of his eye. Competency is always something to approve of. Your quirk was active? Mr. Underground nods even glancing at his partner. No effect. And I was using it when she formed her scales earlier too. Whatever she can do, I can't erase it. Erase. I tilt my head and scratch my chin, wrinkling my nose when I realize it's the same finger I just cleaned my ear with. Gross. I wipe my chin on my shoulder while wiping my finger on my pants. Anyways, I thought that you have some sort of telekinesis quirk? What's this about erasing? My eyes narrow and he tenses up, his hand held up to warn Present Mike from doing anything yet. Come to think of it, don't I know you? It's such an annoying feeling, like it's right at the edge of my thoughts but refuses to actually get into them, you know? Let us take you in and I'll tell you who I am. He offers immediately, and I throw my head back and laugh at the sheer audacity he has. Haha. I look back down, meeting his eyes as I abruptly cut off my laughter. No. I smile, letting my eyes drift to Gyron, who's scrolling through his phone. Gyron, you know this guy? Huh. He looks up, blinking for a moment as he mentally replays my question. Present Mike turns to him and opens his mouth wide after taking a deep breath, but before he can scream I'm next to him, already in motion. My leg sweeps into his side and launches him at Mr. Underground, who catches him. His hair continues to float as he probably glares at me, his eyes still hidden behind his goggles. Oh, the guy with the goggles is the Underground pro hero Eraserhead. Pretty on the nose given his quirk, Erasure lets him erase the quirks of anyone he looks at. But it only works while he's looking at them. Oh. The two heroes must detect something in my tone because they tense, Present Mike rapidly getting back to his feet and taking a stance right next to the now named Underground hero. So, you're telling me that he thinks I have a quirk? There's a moment of silence before Eraserhead speaks. No, I don't. If you did have a quirk, then mine would have done something to it by now. I return him a sharp smile, tilting my head a bit to the side as I let my bloodlust build a bit. You say that, but you're still trying to use your quirk on me, aren't you? His hair is floating, and since it wasn't floating when he was in the rafters, that means it isn't always on. He has to activate it, which means that he's still trying to erase the quirk that I don't have. My smile turns malicious. How about you try and erase this? On my last word I breathe out a wave of emerald-tinged fire, watching with an admittedly manic grin as it gets closer and closer to the two heroes. Eraserhead curses, grabbing his scarf in one hand while reaching for Present Mike with the other, likely hoping to drag the two of them to safety. Present Mike seems to have the same idea, grabbing onto Eraserhead before looking down. It's Present Mike's escape plan that gets them out of the way of my flames. He screams, letting the sound waves launch the two of them towards the roof of the warehouse and the rafters they can land on, my flames passing harmlessly under them, and engulfing the unconscious gang members they seem to have forgotten about. With no way to move, the flames wash over them, their bodies rapidly becoming charred before they can even wake up from the pain. A blessing, considering how often people usually scream when I light them on fire. Though interestingly enough, one of the members appears to have a fire immunity quirk, the only thing catching light on them being their clothes. The rest of the gang just needs some barbecue sauce and they'll make an excellent meal or five. The two heroes above me curse, together this time, and I snap my fingers, dismissing the flames. I look up, my slitted green orbs having no trouble locating them. So, I tease, let's not try something we know won't work again, shall we? I don't have a quirk. Of course not. A sudden voice takes me off guard, and I whirl around. Creator's thoughts. Nartleb. Patreon.com Nartleb 2. Hey all, starting a new job so updates might be funky for the next month. Read 10 chapters ahead on my Patreon. 5 comment. Chapter 12. Hello, Dab. Of course not. A sudden voice takes me off guard, and I whirl around. Standing at the door to the warehouse is a woman in a suit, bob-cut black hair, and absolutely beautiful golden eyes. They're nearly enough to distract from the rest of what she says. I still manage to listen, but only just. Quirks are not nearly worthy enough to be a part of your august being. To imply otherwise would be to slander your magnificence. You have no need of a quirk because your capabilities are far above what a mere quirk could accomplish. They could never match your strength. I squeal, hopping in place and clapping my hands as I let my scales retract across my body, keeping the ones trailing from my neck up to my cheeks and on my hands. See, you get it. And I absolutely love your eyes. My own sparkle as I suddenly appear in front of her, maximizing my control to not cause any damage or stir up any dust. It would be terrible if any obscured my view of the eyes or worse, got some in them. Can I have them? The coloring is so pleasing, they'll take prime place in my hoard. Oh, but eyes have a tendency to deteriorate the same as any other body part. What to do? She bows at the waist, her head not tilting at all as she maintains eye contact with me. Unfortunately, these are simple contacts, so my eyes would be unfit to add to your hoard. It would be a pleasure to provide you with however many you wish though, so that those around you can enrich your viewing experience. However, we do have something that we believe would make a wonderful addition. My shoulders slump down in disappointment at hearing that her eyes are only like that because of contacts. That's even worse than it being her natural eye color. Sure, I can put them on whoever so I could see them again, but them being contacts means that they aren't special. They can easily be mass-produced. I doubt that they're even real gold. This woman is right, they aren't suited for adding to my hoard. And earlier, didn't she say that quirks will never be able to match my strength? I disagree with that both on a professional and personal basis. Professional because it would mean that quirks are going to hit a plateau soon where they won't get any more powerful, though I suppose that they can still become more intricate, and their strength will be decided upon by how the person uses them. The reason for my personal disagreement is more selfish. It would mean that I'll never be able to enjoy a good fight. That would isekai. The woman nods, gesturing to someone outside the warehouse. They enter and my eyes become fixated on their golden hair. And unlike the contacts, my instincts are telling me that it's actually gold. My partner's quirk allows him to permanently turn the hair on his head into gold, so even when removed it does not revert to natural hair. Nor will it revert after any sort of time limit. She slowly reaches over to him as my hands and tail twitch, my wings popping out as I hold myself back from flying at the man and rushing him back to my apartment. It shouldn't be too hard to keep him fed and healthy for the rest of his life so I can keep all the hair he grows. But then she rests her hand on his hand, and his hair starts to grow on its own. She explains as his hair starts to get longer and longer, quickly reaching his shoulders and trailing down his back. My quirk allows me to accelerate the growth of someone's hair, so the two of us are in a perfect position to provide you as much as you wish. Please, consider it a gift. I nod along with her words, carefully eyeing the growth. I hold up a hand once it reaches his waist, ignoring the thump and sound of approaching footsteps behind me. That's enough. Any more and it would be difficult to keep it clean before I bring it back. The woman nods and immediately halts her quirk, procuring a set of scissors that I can smell aren't normal. Would you like for your new addition to be removed now, or would you be amicable to us accompanying you to the location of your lair for ease of transport? I frown at the use of the word lair, noting the way she swallows at the action, as I think back on the apartment I'm staying at. It can hardly be considered a proper lair. Gyron snorts from his position at my shoulder, crossing his arms as he eyes the two courteous people across from us. Well, sorry, it's not a massive space fit for someone of my worth. There was a distinct lack of mansions available, and there's no way I can just dash. It would be an honor if you would allow us to locate a suitable lair for you, ma'am. The woman speaks quickly, talking over Gyron's words as she gives a tense bow again, hesitating a moment before she speaks again. Apologies if this seems impertinent, but would it be permissible for us to retire to a more suitable venue for these talks? We lowly humans lack your strength and adaptability, so we find it difficult to conduct business in a locale such as this. I nod even as an eyebrow rises at the lowly human's part. These people, they know what I am. That alone would be enough for me to accommodate them, to learn more about myself. And on top of that they're adding to my horde? This entire situation is nothing but wins. Sorry, but can you explain what's going on? This girl was just about to be brought into the police. Eraserhead's cautious voice comes from further behind me and I glance back, seeing him and Present Mike staring at us warily. I hold back a snort at the claim, letting a smile play at my lips. From where I was standing, that's nowhere close to what was happening. Still, getting their butts kicked by me should be enough of a hit to their egos, so I'll let it go. This time. The woman glares at him, putting "if looks could kill" to the test. Luckily for him, she already demonstrated that her quirk has nothing to do with her eyes. As heroes, the two of you should have already been made aware of the situation. Seeing as you haven't, it means that someone hasn't been following instructions, so you will be let off somewhat lightly. Your prison sentence will be determined by the actions you've taken here today. Hold up, what the heck? Prison? What for? Present Mike is understandably taken aback, and honestly so am I. Why would the two of them need to be sent to prison? Are they actually corrupt heroes? But instead of listing off their crimes, the woman simply points at me, and I tilt my head as I finally withdraw my wings and tail. The venerable young lady dash. Just call me Izumi, I grimace. You're making me feel old. She doesn't miss a beat as she corrects herself. Izumi falls outside the purview of Japan's law enforcement, and all matters relating to her were to be left to the DB. Her glare intensifies. Local law enforcement was supposed to avoid coming into conflict with her and report sightings to us. But instead, we find the two of you here fighting her. They stare at her uncomprehendingly. So, you're saying that we're going to be arrested because she attacked us while we were apprehending a gang? The doubt is clear in Eraserhead's voice. That's correct. The woman says matter-of-factly. I frown again. Normally such a claim would be utterly ridiculous, but the confidence she has in her words makes me think that it might be true. That's ridiculous, I say, drawing everyone's attention back to me as I cross my arms. Not only is that a ridiculous reason for arresting them, but I don't want them arrested. How am I supposed to enjoy myself if I can't fight people without them getting arrested afterwards? The woman blinks at me in surprise. Pardon, Izumi, but you did not take offense to their actions? I nod. Of course not. Sure, I hate the insistence that I have a quirk, but the fighting itself I enjoy. So no punishing them, okay? Normally such a request could only be made by someone high up in the government, and even then it might not be listened to. But with how properly subservient this woman has been. Very well, Izumi. They won't be overly punished. She bows again. If that is all, perhaps we could take our leave? There is much to be discussed. I nod and my stomach growls. I eye the cooked bodies appraisingly, and the woman seems to understand my intentions. It would be a pleasure to treat you to a meal. And do not worry about the bodies, we will have our people come clean up and preserve the dead for you to do with what you wish. Hey now Dash. She cuts off Eraserhead's objection. As I already informed you, you have no authority in this situation. That includes what we do with the dead. If you have any objections, you are free to bring it up with the local government. However, you should be prepared for the blowback that would result from such an action. She glances at the downed hero and the seemingly uninjured gang member, her eyebrow twitching. We shall ensure the injured are properly taken care of, so there is no need for concern on that front. She says that slowly, looking at me out of the corner of her eye to see if I have any objections. I don't, of course. Sure, Snipe outright said I have a quirk, but I already hit him for that, so we're good on that front. And I don't actually care that a member of the gang survived. It's not like I was trying to kill them at the time anyways. Which reminds me, you coming along, Gyron? I asked the information broker and my protectee. This seems like it's going to have a lasting effect on my life, so if something happens he should probably be in the know. He eyes the two of them appraisingly as he chews his lip. The woman frowns, speaking to him directly for the first time. What exactly is your relationship with Izumi? Oh. He gives her a grin. Well, she and I work together. Basically, she protects me during meetings like this and deals with the more inadequate people afterwards, and I ensure she has a constant supply of valuables to add to her hoard. Hoard, I correct idly. I can hear the difference. He rolls his eyes while the woman's own narrow. Apologies, but the information shared during this meeting is exceedingly sensitive. She turns to me. What would it take for your arrangement with this man to come to an end? I tap a claw to my chin as I think, internally chuckling at the way he sputters in indignation. Well, I start off slowly. First of all, I would need assurance that he isn't about to be arrested by these two heroes. Done. She nods, glaring at said heroes who glare right back. Well, Eraserhead glares. Present Mike just looks lost about the entire situation. And a bit scared. I would also need a replacement supply to add to my hoard. That can be arranged. She confirms. I hum as I try to think of anything else before I look at Gyron. Do you need anything? He huffs, letting his shoulders slump before he sighs. I always knew that you would outgrow me. He eyes the woman who seems to be radiating smugness. I just didn't think it would happen so fast. He shrugs, turning to her. I want 200 million yen. It will take that much for me to be willing to cut off contact with her. She nods. Done. Gyron smirks at me and stretches out his hand while the golden-haired man directs the heroes out of the warehouse, speaking quietly to them as they reluctantly leave. I doubt they'll go far though, since Snipe is still here and knocked out. Well, Bush, looks like this is goodbye. I take his hand. So it is, Gap. I give it a firm shake before pulling him towards me and raising his arm to my mouth. His eyes widen as I give his forearm a light bite, briefly piercing the skin before liking the wound. He jerks his hand back before scowling as he uses a handkerchief to wipe off the saliva left behind. Couldn't resist finally getting a taste, could you? I snort, eyeing his arm as the punctures heal, leaving only incredibly faint scarring as any sign that they were there in the first place. Hardly. I meet his eyes, conveying that my words are serious. I've marked you. If your business brings you harm, I won't interfere. But if it's not business... I give him a savage smile, letting my bloodlust burst out for a brief moment. Call out to me. Never forget that I protect what's mine. Creator's thoughts. Nartleb. Patreon.com Nartleb to read 10 chapters ahead. Yes, Eraserhead is annoyed about everything going on, but he remembers Tsukachi complaining about DB having the authority to accuse people of treason. 7 comment. Chapter 13. You're a dragon, Izumi. I take a large bite from the remains of a barbecued rib in my hand, crunching through the bare bone without any trouble. I nod in happiness, the chef having adapted well to my inquiry about consuming the bones as well as the meat. I have no idea how they did it, but it's almost as good as the meat itself. I swallow, taking a drawn-out chug from the water next to my platter with the same hand. With the other, I idly slide the golden hair I've braided together and hung around my neck like a scarf. Maybe I'll see about getting it fully made into a scarf? I wonder idly. But I push the thought to the side for later as I peek around the oversized, for others, pile of meat at the two suited people across from me enjoying their own food, after my urging, in a decidedly less messy manner. So, I start, watching as they both spring to attention, backs becoming as straight as if they tied boards to their backs. I roll my eyes in exasperation. You don't have to be so serious, you're like 30 years older than me. Just be casual. The woman's eye twitches, but she doesn't act on whatever thought caused it. If you insist, she says before taking a deep breath and letting it out slowly, the tension in her posture leaving with it. She slumps back while her partner leans forward, clearly enjoying the food almost as much as I am. After swallowing another bite of rib bone and meat this time, I continue my earlier thought. So, you mentioned that the two of you are with DB. What's that and what does it have to do with me? The man gives me a curious look while the woman blinks. DB stands for Dragon Appeasement Bureau, which should answer both of your questions. I take a sip from my water, smacking my lips before responding. Nope. I pop the before tossing the remainder of the rib in my hand into the air and crunching down on it directly, pleased that I didn't miss. The man and woman exchange glances, the man expanding on the explanation. We appease dragons, of which you are one. Huh. I tilt my head, blinking at them. Wait, I'm a dragon? I look up as I try to sense what my instincts feel about that, but they're oddly quiet. Maybe they're still basking in the glow of how these two have been treating me right from the first moment they showed up? Whatever. But if I think about how my instincts have reacted to everything and my own actions, I nod. That makes sense. You seriously didn't realize? The man blurts out, his partner elbowing him in the side. But I feel like it's a fair statement. Nope. I just knew that it wasn't a quirk. Other than that, I didn't particularly care about finding out what I am. I shrug. I always figured it would just come to me one day, or someone would show up that already knows and tell me. I drag a bone through my teeth, the meat being left behind as I pointed at them and swallow. And behold, here you are. With absolutely no effort on my part. They exchange another glance, the man shrugging. I mean, she's not wrong. His comment earns him a hit to the shoulder this time, and he adopts an aggrieved look. Stop hitting me, she told us to be casual. There's a difference between casual and disrespectful, she growls out. I can't help but chuckle at their antics, enjoying the pleasant atmosphere that hangs over our table. The two of you get along well. I can see why they sent you to meet me. You must have experience meeting dragons who have recently awakened. The woman claps her hand to her partner's mouth, sighing at how easily he's become used to me. Evidently giving up herself, she turns to me. We haven't. Full dragon awakenings are exceedingly rare. In fact, you are only the 8th full dragon to awaken, since records of them have begun, to our knowledge. Curious, I say before raising an eyebrow. You keep saying full awakenings, so does that mean there are partial awakenings? Before that, the man interrupts, how come you know about awakenings but not the fact that you're a dragon? How does that make sense? I blink at him as I furrow my brows. After all, the answer should be exceedingly obvious. Instincts. Duh. Ignoring the way he sputters in indignation, I turn to the woman, only now realizing that I haven't bothered to ask their names. Nor have they offered them. Oh well, either they pop up or they don't. She ignores the byplay with her partner as she answers. There are partial awakenings, and from what we have been able to discover or been told, they are far more common than full awakenings. Though more difficult to discover, given how prevalent quirks are. I frown at the implication that any of my, admittedly newly discovered, kinsmen could be mistaken as simply having a quirk. Apparently realizing what her words can be construed as, she hurriedly expands upon the topic. We don't have the ability to monitor partial awakenings like we do full, and even then we only obtained that capability after the last dragon to fully awaken offered their services to our organization. She shakes her head. More to the point though, those who have partial awakenings are perfectly happy to claim their newfound abilities are the result of a quirk, rather than something the general public has no idea exists. Most often they believe it as well. Barbecue sauce splatters as I crush a rib in my hand, bone and all. A growl builds in my throat as my eyes flash, scales spreading from the corners as my rage flares. Those filthy FING disgraces. How dare they? To belittle their heritage so easily. They better pray I never cross their path. Or else. The two of them swallow, and I force myself to rein in my bloodlust. Apologies for my outburst. I simply find it offensive that others of my kind could stoop so low. I frown as I angrily take another bite, only realizing after the fact that I've grown a muzzle and just shoved an entire rack into my mouth. Interesting, but nothing out of the ordinary. Though it's the first time I've grown a muzzle instead of my tail, wings, or claws popping out. The conversation dies down there, the meal continuing in silence. It's only after I clean my platter and request another, much to the odd shock of the waitress, that the woman finds her voice. It seems like all dragons share the same hatred for half-breeds. I think on the term for a moment, nodding at how it fits. Rightly so. They're disgusting. There's hesitation from them before the man speaks, almost sounding out the words to his question. Do you know how awakenings work? I wave my hand dismissively as the waitress brings back a plate of freshly steaming ribs, half the size of the previous, but still enough that the two across from me turn a bit green at the thought of eating it. I do not, but that hardly matters. However it starts, they should have the resolve to see it to its finish. Well, typically people have a bit of trouble throwing away their humanity. The woman states dryly. That has me pausing mid-bite, and I look at her in surprise. Truly? She nods and I slowly eat what's in my hand, thinking about it. I swallow, my words coming out thoughtfully. Well, in that case I suppose I should show them leniency, given how pathetic they are. Wanting to stay human is pathetic? The man questions honestly, genuinely not following the very clear reasoning rather than trying to be impertinent. I nod sadly. Of course, each full or partial awakening occurs to someone who is quirkless. Correct. I know I am, because I find it simply unfathomable for one of us to have one. We're so much better than quirks, after all. They nod, their expressions clearly showing their bemusement at how I know that. Poor lessers. Are you aware of the treatment of the quirkless? They grimace, with the man piping up. It's the worst in Japan, but in general it's overall not good. I nod, idly wondering how it is in other countries before dismissing it to investigate in the future. So, the fact that the people who are in one of the best positions to know how humanity truly is are desperate to remain a part of it? Clinging to something so vile, well, it can't be anything other than sad and pathetic, can it? They have the chance to be better, but they are unable to accept that fact. They become happy with mediocrity when they can awaken to greatness. I shake my head. Really, putting them out of their misery is a kindness. But I suppose I will try to limit myself since they are so clearly delusional. So long as I am in a good mood, at least. They say nothing, clearly enamored with the truth I've enlightened them with. They say nothing for the rest of the meal, and I don't feel the need to fill the silence with inane chatter. I give a satisfied burp after clearing my platter for a second time, the waitress coming by to clean the table and leave the check behind. I push it towards them as I start the second part of our discussion. Now, you claim that you can provide me with a proper lair? They JRK at the sudden question, the woman fumbling the credit card she pulled from her jacket pocket. They recover quickly though, professionals through and through. I wonder what kind of training they go through to become so competent? Since I'm the only newly awakened they've encountered, it must be effective for them to be so skilled. We can, the woman states, folding her hands together on the table as her face becomes serious. However, to ensure that you are provided with your ideal lair, we would like some more information on what you desire. Her words are back to being formal, but I don't mind. The previous talks were for pleasure. This is business. Something large, so that I do not have to worry about the size of my hoard outgrowing the size of my lair. I start off with the bare-bones basic requirement before adding on to my list of desires. Fairly isolated so that I don't have to worry about random burglars attempting to break in and make off with my hoard. I scowl at the thought of someone stumbling across what's mine and attempting to flee with it. It would not end well for their home city. I require comfort, all modern amenities so I am not inconvenienced. I also wish for enough room to install traps, to better protect my hoard. I tap my chin in thought, each tap of my claws against my scales signaling a shrinking of my muzzle until my mouth is eventually back to normal. I find myself missing warm baths. Most temperatures are incapable of breaching my scales. Perhaps a lava bath? When I first awakened I found it to be rather comfortable. I frown at the niggling sensation that I'm forgetting something, but for the life of me I can't think of what. The two of them nod along with each of my requests, not even blinking at me wanting a lava bath. We can get all of that handled. Is there anything else? My frown deepens, a single claw digging a thin furrow into the table as I try to think about what it is I'm forgetting. I try working it out loud in an effort to discover what it is. I don't need it to be by a city, since I can simply fly if I need something. Perhaps an obstacle course so I don't become fat? Dad will be providing me supplies wherever my lair is located, correct? She nods. Indeed. At no cost, given we wish to keep your existence hidden from the general public. I snap my fingers, realization settling in. That's what it is. I meet the woman's eyes. I wish for DB to set up a website where I offer my services. I smile, flashing my pointed teeth in an intentionally half-threatening manner. I do have a need for entertainment after all. Creator's thoughts. Nartleb. Just a reminder that my Patreon is 10 chapters ahead, and there's artwork and unpublished fics. Patreon.com Nartleb 2. And yes, dragons are all going to be technically but not really racist. Half-breeds are technically the same race, so it's a bit muddled. 7 comment. Chapter 4. I take in the sight of the large lake's worth of bubbling lava in front of me. The orangish red glow it gives off flickers over the blackened stone walls and enclosed ceiling as the lava seems to flow towards some sort of natural drain, preventing it from rising above the lip I stand on. I dip my bare foot in, nodding in satisfaction at the warmth it's engulfed by. I turn towards the man by my side, giving him a thumbs up. I like it. There's no hole like a traditional volcano, but the privacy is nice. He nods seriously at me, a stoic expression on his face. I am glad that it meets your satisfaction. If you could deign to accompany me, I will guide you to Ms. Aura and Mr. Kami to continue the tour. I nod, following him as he leads the way through a different tunnel than we came into the cavern from, stopping myself from frowning. I'm not really a fan of how overly stiff the man is acting. I'm not even a teenager, after all. At least Aura and Kami don't treat me like that anymore. It was kind of touch and go for some of our meetings after the first. Understandable, really, since I accidentally hospitalized some random guy who was walking by with his daughter and dog. Even I'm not sure why I felt the need to attack him. All I know is that I felt the overwhelming desire to murderize his face the moment I saw it. Something about the way the light glinted off his round glasses coupled with his almost buzz-cut brown hair just set me off. It turned out that it's a good thing I did so, after Davy requested an investigation into him. Apparently he used his quirk on his wife to fake a scientific breakthrough, and was planning on doing the same to his daughter. It came as such a surprise that he did not end up leaving that hospital after word of the exact details got around to the staff. Unforeseen complications and such. Anyways, I can't help but smile when I see the familiar forms of the two to-be agents speaking with each other at a three-point intersection, far outside the range of the evidently sweltering heat. Must SCK for them to be stuck in those suits, though my own oversized hoodie and shorts aren't exactly comfortable either. But that's more because I prefer wearing my scales than clothes. They're so restricting. The guy who came with me to the lava pool apparently has a fireproofing quirk that prevented him from being affected, but anyone else would have gotten heat slide, or is that heat exhaustion? Either way, he's fine but nobody else would have been. Though I can't help but feel like he's familiar for some reason. I wave at the two, eyeing the fireproof man as he excuses himself and takes his leave, walking away swiftly but not so fast that it could be said that he's running away. It's close though. I chuckle, enjoying the way it echoes through the tunnels and prompts the man to give up all pretense and start full-on sprinting for the exit. I'm half a mind to shout something ominous to see if I can get him to run faster, but Aura stops me. Please don't scare him. He is a good agent, and he's the one who informed us of where you were when we first met. I tilt my head curiously. He did? How'd he know where I was? Kami clears his throat, smiling at me. Well, he had joined the group at the warehouse as a spy. We had a variety of agents doing the same across Japan until we could figure out where you marked your territory. It's just good luck on our part that we managed to catch you before you left that day. We expected it to take another year at the minimum to contact you. I frown, tapping my chin as I recall that day 6 months ago before snapping my fingers. Oh, he's the guy who didn't cook after Eraserhead and Present Mike dodged my flames. Kami's smile becomes a bit stiff. Yes, that would be correct. Aura huffs, gesturing down the last tunnel. Please don't tease us, you are terrifying. I giggle, skipping ahead of them, that's just the way I like it. It's a nice lair, overall. Sure, I don't have a personal movie theater, or a veritable army of staff like I would imagine a mansion would have. But it's nice. A decently sized network of tunnels with no discernible pattern reassures me that even if any thieves somehow managed to get in, they wouldn't be able to escape before I found them. If they don't succumb to whatever traps I install, that is. The Deku associates lead me through a dozen different caves located at random spots in the mountain, each varying in size. The largest will be reserved for my horde, of course, and I think I'll have one of the more medium-sized caverns serve as my bedroom. I'll have to think of what I want the others to be used for, but it's perfect, I announced to Aura and Cammy outside the cave entrance. We're not at ground level. Instead, we're standing on a cliff overlooking a large forest, great for launching off for a flight. It's not just a random spot on the mountain either, there's actually a trail leading up here that will make it easy to get up if I don't feel like flying. The top of the volcano is also mostly flat for whatever reason, so I can easily do something with it if the mood strikes me. No idea what, but it's an option. That's good to hear, Aura says with a smile. We'll contact the owners of the forest immediately to buy it from them. I nod happily, my hair bouncing. I haven't gotten a haircut in a long time, but it hasn't gotten any longer. Instead, it's denser, kind of piling on top of itself, which makes it feel really fluffy. And now that I'm going to have a proper bath, I can have an easier time keeping it nice and clean. Just make sure that I get the part of the forest immediately around it too, so there aren't any problems in case I decide to clean up a bit. Or nods. That shouldn't be a problem. She makes a mark on a clipboard she's holding. Do you know what kinds of rooms you would like contracted, and which they'll occupy? You can always leave it up to Deku, but your happiness is key here. I tap my chin in thought, letting scales grow across my face and claws on my fingers. I really like the sound they make when they come into contact with each other. Leave the first cavern empty, I want to have fun with it myself. The medium-sized cave near my bath can be my bedroom, and I want the closest medium one to it to be something like a refrigerator. The small one next to the refrigerator will be the kitchen. I don't want to have to go far if I feel peckish in the middle of the night. Another nod. Understandable. Other than that, I want one of the bigger rooms filled with books for me to write in. I'm going to get back into analyzing quirks. Fill the third largest with games or something. Consoles, a TV, and a computer are the main things. I doubt I'll bring people back to my lair to just casually hang out very often, so things I can enjoy on my own are essential. Or things I can do online. Cough. Shut in. Cough. Aura elbows Cammy in the stomach hard enough that he bends over with a groan. Meanwhile, I snort out a laugh. Yeah, I guess I will be. I shrug dismissively. I'll still go out every once in a while, but I'll probably spend a year or so just enjoying the fact that I'll have a proper lair now. I'll still attend to any requests I get though. Which reminds me, I turn to look at them, is that set up yet? I make note of how the two tents, though they hide it well. My eyes narrow, and Aura hurries to explain. Apologies, but you see, our superiors are a bit reluctant to inform the public of the existence of dragons when we spend so much time and effort ensuring they are hidden. Her tone is stiff, her words coming out clipped. Clearly she's worried about this point. Which she should be. But less for her and more for her superiors. Sounds like they're being dumb. I say bluntly, they don't have to announce that I'm a dragon, just have the site explain that I'm willing to attend to a variety of tasks and guarantee results. I smirk as an idea strikes me. If they're so worried, then they can make it difficult to reach the website, turn it into a "you need connections or luck to get here" sort of thing. Yeah, that gives me warm fuzzy feelings. It will be like only those who earn it can get my help. Scrap the odd tasks bit, put it as I'll grant one wish if they manage to get there. Then I can turn myself into an urban legend. My eyes are probably sparkling with excitement. I know my body certainly agrees with how both my tail and wings have popped out, with scales spreading across my body. I frame my hands in front of me, imagining a possible headline. The Emerald Wish, your dreams are mine to grant. I squeal as I flap my wings, flying a few feet above the ground. Yes, yes, yes. I absolutely love it. I flip myself upside down, making eye contact with Aura, my emerald orbs staring into her golden contacts. She looks taken aback by just how excited I am by the idea, but who cares about that? I smile happily at her. Think you can get them to get something like that set up? If not, then complain to their bosses. I want this done. She blinks for a moment before returning a bright smile. Yes, I believe they shouldn't have any objections so long as it isn't easy for the general public to access. Though I hope you won't mind if we add a few caveats to the site, in order to ensure secrecy after you grant their wish? I wave her off, doing a few flips and rolls in midair. Not at all. It will only add to my reputation. I kick at the air while upside down, my hands clenched in front of my mouth as I try and fail to hold back my squeals. Oh, this is going to be so much fun. You want to buy the mountain and the area surrounding it? Shino Sosaki, also known as the pro-hero Mandalay, can't help but raise an eyebrow at the woman, Aura, in front of her. When she first approached the hero about surveying the mountain because it might actually be a volcano, she had her suspicions that there was more to the reasoning. But now that her organization wants to full-on buy it, it's safe to say that she's not exactly going to trust their goodwill. Not only is it close to our compound, but you have to realize how suspicious this seems, right? The woman's partner, a man named Cammy, snorts out a laugh. Yeah, we know. But it's important. And to be fair, if it turned out that it didn't have magma inside, then we would have taken our leave. Sosaki's head pulls back in surprise as she uncrosses her arms. Wait, it's actually a volcano? Or nods. That's correct. Dangerous for others, but perfect for the purpose we need it for. And what purpose would that be, exactly? Sosaki can't help but ask. Classified. Aura responds with a warning glare, causing Sosaki to snort. Yeah, I figured. She tilts her head in thought, frowning. I'm actually not opposed, but there's two main issues I see. The first is that my sister likes to have picnics up there with her husband, and wants to bring her son to see the view once he gets a bit older. I doubt they'd want to continue with that when there's a risk of magma rising through the tunnels. Aura immediately rebuts, and Sosaki nods. Yeah, she shouldn't mind too much after I explain that to her. The bigger problem is that we host students from a few hero schools during the summer for training. Aura raises an eyebrow. Couldn't they simply make other arrangements? Sosaki directs her frown at the woman. It's been a long-standing tradition, going on for several years. We aren't willing to just cut it off. Or huffs. Very well, but couldn't you simply bar them from entering the designated area? She gets a flat look in reply. Do you really think telling high school students no will stop them? The DAB agent's mind immediately goes to the girl she's assigned to liaison with. She grimaces before letting out a tired sigh. Well, we need to buy it, and there is literally no amount of money we are not willing to pay to obtain it. Sosaki blinks, taken aback. Well, she says hesitantly before sighing herself. If it's really that serious, I guess we can figure something out. She holds out a hand, which Aura immediately takes as if afraid the hero will change her mind. If you come inside, we can work out the details with the rest of the team. Aura gives her a relieved smile. Thank you. Your understanding is greatly appreciated. Creator's thoughts. Nartleb. Patreon.com Nartleb 210 plus chapters ahead there. Yes, the glasses guy deserved death. Izumi is still a child and, as such, is childish. Izumi is also a little sheet. A comment. Chapter 15. Volcanoing 101. After 6 months of lazing around the apartment, the excitement of finally getting a location for my lair has me filled with energy. Which is only made worse from the fact that it's going to be about another half a year before DB has it fitted to the requirements I gave them. Apparently it's dangerous and difficult to give a volcano the comforts of modern society. So I'm currently flying across Japan to try and burn off some energy, not really paying much attention to where I'm going. Flying is super relaxing, watching the cities and countryside pass by under me as I speed along. Everything looks so small from up here, and I find myself smiling at the thought of all the people down there being so far below me. On a whim, I decided to get fancy with my flying, spinning and twirling, doing loops and flying upside down for a while. I laugh the whole time before an idea strikes me and I let a savage grin pull at my mouth. I retract my wings, dropping like a stone as I lean forward. I go into a spin, tumbling head over tail as I fall. I take a deep breath, the rushing air flooding my lungs with ease before I go against it, breathing out a wash of emerald flames. They curl around me, clinging to my clothes, the only flammable material they have available to feed off of. They act as I hoped, and I cut off the stream with a laugh, having turned myself into a wheel of spinning flames plummeting towards the ground. It's not a quick thing, and I have more than enough time to wonder where exactly I am and feel like it would have been smart to check before I did this. And then I crash into the ground, dust exploding outwards from the new crater quickly followed by my flames. They consume the dust so quickly that it's like it was non-existent in the first place, emerald fire bathing the landscape around me. I pull myself out of the earth, glancing down and giggling at the perfect indentation of my body dug into the ground. It's like a snow angel. The walls of the crater are quite a bit higher than my body, so I can't really see what my flames are feeding off of. I don't see any buildings though, so I probably didn't just blow up part of a city. Maybe a small town that lacks tall buildings? I regrow my wings and fly out to see the damage, and am a bit conflicted to see rolling plains beyond the circle of flames that encompasses the hill I landed in. It kind of reminds me of pudding that someone decided to eat from top center out instead of outside in like a normal person. Basically a fake volcano since there's no lava. Can I make lava? The thought suddenly strikes me. After all, lava is basically just superheated stone, so I should be able to make it if I breathe fire hot enough for long enough. Getting to testing immediately, I look down at the crater beneath me and take the deepest breath I can, holding it for as long as I can in the hopes that it will make my flames hot enough to do the job. I let out a roar as I let loose with such force that the flames shoot out of the crater in an eruption and merge with the ones surrounding me. But I ignore those for the moment, focused more on the task at hand. I don't know how long I hover there, only taking breaks to replenish my supply of oxygen as I feed the flames obscuring the floor of the crater. I ignore when my stomach starts growling as around me, the flames rage, the heat coming off of them warping the air in the area. Eventually, though, I do stop. I peer through the flames, trying to make out the floor and see if it worked. I'm just about to fly down and check when suddenly, what the F dash? A deluge of water gets dropped on my head. I growl as I shoot up, scales growing across my entire body, claws extending from my fingers and toes, and my muzzle extending. My tail lashes the air, stirring the flames around me as I rise. This is the most I've ever transformed before, the only parts of my body not covered by my draconic nature being my hair, shoulders, face, and part of my neck. The flames follow me as I rush past them, as if following their master, bursting outwards as I breach clear air and flare my wings to bring myself to a stop. Those surrounding me pull back to avoid being burned. Not that they would have had to worry about that for much longer anyways. I look around, meeting surprised eyes with my own narrowed in rage. I note the oddity of most of them flying, given that practically none of them have any actual means of achieving flight. I recognize almost half of them, which tells me the identities of the others. The water hose duo, Manual, Backdraft, half a dozen minor heroes with water quirks and roughly a dozen that I don't even recognize. And flying above all of them on red feathered wings is a short-haired blonde man in an aviator outfit, his mouth hanging open in shock at my appearance. My eyes narrow even further as I stare at him, nostrils flaring as I take in his scent. He's brand new. Making his debut? I flash him a menacing grin. I'm assuming you're the one in charge since none of the others can actually fly. So I'll ask you first. With a single powerful flap of my wings that sends a gale down to stir the flames, I'm on his level, staring right into his eyes as he jerks backwards. Who the hell dropped that water on my head? He just stares at me for a moment before a shudder goes through his body, his wings fluffing themselves as he gives me what's probably meant to be a calming smile. But I can see past it to the caution and fear underneath. Hey there, kid. What are you doing here? I stare at him for a few moments, annoyed at his avoidance of my question. I mentally debate whether or not to answer before deciding to play along for now. I can always slaughter the lot of them if he plays too long. Trying to make lava. What are you doing? Don't you know throwing water at someone is considered rude? His smile gets a bit strained as he glances down at the blaze below us, and I'm surprised to see just how far the circle has grown. It's easily. I have no idea how large it is. I'm terrible at measuring distances. It's a lot farther than it was when I first landed though, that's obvious. We're trying to stop the fire from spreading to the city? He says it hesitantly, almost like it should be obvious. Which I guess it would be, if I knew there was a city nearby. Or how large the fire has grown. It's understandable that they'd want to put it out before anyone got hurt, but that still doesn't excuse dousing me in water. Sure, it immediately evaporated because it was so hot, but suddenly getting soaked is annoying. Fair, I say after reining in my anger. I'm still said, but not murder them all angry. Not that they know that, so I'll have some fun. I nod at him before switching us back to the main topic. So, which of them dropped water on my head? I give him a wide smile as I tilt my head, showing off my pointed teeth. I just want to talk. He swallows, his eyes trembling as he forces himself to not glance at the culprits. Not something most people can manage given it's practically an ingrained instinct. Which means that he's been trained not to do it. Oh, I don't know. He says airily. So many quirks fighting the fire, we can't really see inside it. So it could be any of them. My smile widens. So, what you're saying is that I should punish all of them to make sure I get the right one? I eye one of the heroes I don't know who has a squid quirk and is spitting ink into the fire to entirely no effect. My flames won't be put out by this group's paltry efforts. I run my tongue across my muzzle, enjoying the way they instinctively shake at feeling the gaze of a predator upon them. I am feeling pretty hungry, and it would be rude to ignore the feast you've brought me. Fried seafood is sounding pretty good right about now, even if it's not my preferred dish. I eye the hero in front of me appraisingly. Fried chicken is a much better choice though. It's his turn to shudder, and he's clearly fighting off his instinct to flee. Not that it would do him any good to work up even more of an appetite for me. Well, if you're hungry, I know a few good places to grab a bite. My treat. It's hard to tell if the sweat trailing down his face is from terror or the heat, but I'd like to think that it's a bit of both. I hum, pretending to think about it as I tap a claw on my chin. Sure. I give him a bright smile, much to his obvious surprise. Tell you what, I'll even take care of the flames for you. I turn away from him, looking down at the panicking heroes below us. Clearly their efforts are not going as well as they hoped. I spread my arms out dramatically, pausing as I look over my shoulder at the hero and flash him a smirk. You might want to move them. Or else I'll be having a snack on the way. His eyes widen and people suddenly start shooting up to our level, accompanied by their cries of surprise at the unexpected movement. I wait a moment for them all to be on my level before widening my smirk. Thanks for the meal. I swing my arms closed in an X across my chest even as the hero curses, flying even higher as he uses his quirk to drag the others after him. We'll see if it's enough as the flames roar, climbing over each other as they gather in the crater, compressing to even higher degrees. My muzzle shrinks and I lick my newly reformed lips before letting a look of pure enjoyment cover my face. Oh, this will be fun. I stretch out an open hand and clench my fist. The flames seem to roil underneath me before exploding upwards, the pressure demanding some kind of release. I laugh as they surround me and shoot past, which only intensifies as I hear the panicked screaming of the heroes above. It doesn't take long for the flames to dissipate, and I casually reach out to pluck one of the bodies falling from the sky as it passes by, letting out a small breath of disappointment at seeing its manual, and he isn't cooked. A bit charred but still very much alive. But my expression lights back up as I see a few of the other heroes still falling. If they land and die, I can just cook them on the way. Unfortunately, it's not to be, as red feathers shoot down and catch them before they can go splat. I look up and puff out my cheeks at the red-winged hero, getting a shaky grin in return. It annoys me, so I throw manual at him, chuckling at the water hero's scream and the flying hero's squawk of surprise as he instinctively dodges before more of his feathers detach and move to catch him. Feeling better at the petty vengeance, I drift down to check on my project, ignoring the shouts from above for me to stop. He's not the boss of me. I do what I want. I fly down into the crater, taking in the sight at the bottom. I let out a squeal of joy at what I find, bubbling lava oozing down the walls to add to the pool. I whoop as I dive in, swimming through a decent amount before hitting a solid floor. It's not too deep, but more than deep enough that my head can't reach the surface while I'm standing on the bottom. I crouch before jumping as hard as I can, flapping my wings at the same time to get as high as possible. I shoot out of the lava in an explosion, some of it splashing out of the crater and onto the scoured earth around the lip. High above the heroes seem to be arguing about something unimportant, but they stop the moment I'm close enough to hear. I give the Birdman a grin. I'm in a good mood now. I still need to punish whoever dropped water on my head, but I won't kill them anymore. So let's get that handled and then go grab some food. I'm absolutely famished. One of the low-ranking heroes glares at me. Do you have any idea how much damage you've caused? Your dash. I fly directly to the man and give him a cartwheel kick to the head, knocking him out, probably, and shutting him up. I look at the bird before tilting my head. That wasn't nearly as satisfying as it was supposed to be. I hold up a finger. One more. Hey now, dash. I roundhouse kick backdraft in the stomach, putting some distance between us when I hear the man throwing up inside his mask. Nasty. I wrinkle my nose in distaste before flying next to the Birdman. I'm satisfied, so let's go. You can drop off the others when we get to the city. Hope you have enough to pay, Captain Red. He looks between the two heroes I kick to me and back again before giving an uneasy chuckle. Sure. A thought seems to strike him and he hesitantly holds out a hand. And my name is Hawks. I smirk as I take it, letting the scales on my arms and legs retract but keeping my claws out. Izumi. Something tells me that this is the start of a beautiful friendship. Creator's thoughts. Nartleb. Patreon.com Nartleb 210 plus advanced chapters. Izumi is around 11. Did she get pacified by food? But, well, she's a child and easily distracted. 5 comment. Chapter 16. I'm important. I can see the hero's face twitching while I stuff my own. Not too surprising given that he wasn't smart enough to take me to someplace that's a buffet. Still, even if he's not smart, he at least has good taste in food. Are you sure you can afford this, Hawks? Accompanying us to lunch? It's still bright out, so probably are the water hose duo for some reason, with the husband giving the blonde hero a half-worried, half-amused look. Maybe. The bird replies uncertainly before wincing as I raise my empty plate to request another from the waitress, who looks a bit panicked as she rushes into the kitchen. I can probably send the bill to the HPSC, even with all the stuff going on. I stuff a barbecued chicken wing dipped in ranch into my mouth, smiling at just how good it is. After I swallow, I look at Hawks. What's going on with the HPSC? Someone important get fired. The hero jumps in his seat a bit, evidently having not expected me to actually talk with anyone given how I've been so focused on eating. But that's mainly because the three of them have basically just been staring at me ever since I ordered one of everything meat-focused from the menu. They looked amused back then, probably thinking that I just wanted to take advantage of not needing to pay. Then they looked shocked, awed, and a bit horrified after I showed them that I did, in fact, plan to eat it all. And get seconds and thirds of the tastiest dishes. But shouldn't the fact that I'm naked have made them horrified earlier? In fact, now that I think of it, I wonder why none of them have even bothered to comment on my lack of clothes. Sure, I've grown my scales to cover all the important bits like a sports bra and workout shorts, but you'd think that they would still insist on me actually wearing something. Not that the lack of clothes bothers me, I just think it's curious how it doesn't bother them. Maybe they're just all perverts? Hawks raises an eyebrow at me while the wife of Waterhose answers, having not looked away from me the entire time. I still have no idea why the married couple are even here, but they insisted that Hawks bring them with us. In contrast, all the other heroes couldn't wait to get away from us. Or well, me. Wimps, being scared of an 11-year-old. Sure, I did almost roast them all, but I gave them a warning of what was about to happen. Mostly. I even let them all live after annoying me, so really, they should be grateful. Yes, actually. The chairwoman got tried for treason a few months ago, so the Prime Minister ordered an investigation into the entire HPSC. She shudders. Let's just say that a lot of new job openings became available. I hum before directly downing a bottle of hot sauce and getting flinches from all those assembled. I hold back a chuckle at their discomfort, which is the whole reason I even did it. It's not like it's even hot enough for me to feel it. Maybe I should raid the Bakuga household for their homemade hot sauce? Sure, I didn't really use it in the past all that often, but now that I can breathe fire, I'm curious what it tastes like. Sounds like the organization that oversees heroes was corrupt and they're cleaning house now. Hawks lets out a surprised laugh, choking on the water he was drinking. After the husband water hose slaps his back a few times, he looks at me. Cough, what makes you say that? I just give him a deadpan look, not even bothering to answer. I mean, it's pretty obvious. Especially with the hypocrite symbol holding the #1 spot in the leaderboards. Although that treason thing sounds kind of familiar for some reason. I chew thoughtfully while I listen to the heroes discuss things. The husband snorts. Come on, Hawks. It's no secret that the commission doesn't have everyone's best interests at heart. They aren't that bad. Hawks defends, but it's half-hearted at best. The chairwoman was just a big-picture person. That's bullshit and you know it. The wife retorts. I'm just happy that it's finally getting taken care of. I can't tell you how worried I was about Kota growing up with how the commission was. She shakes her head, eating a forkful of salad before continuing. At the very least, I hope the new president is moral enough not to commit FING treason. What did she do anyways? Her husband asks. All I've heard is that she committed treason, but that's all. What did she do that was treason? The wife looks at him and raises an eyebrow. Pretty sure the only things that can be labeled treason are trying to kill the prime minister or the emperor, or trying to destroy a city. Hawks shakes his head. The chairwoman wasn't an idiot. She was happy with the power she held and wouldn't have wanted to risk her position on something that wouldn't have given her any benefits. His face screws up in some emotion I can't identify before it's gone. Apparently, she held back information that was meant to be told to every hero. Supposedly, it's so important that us not knowing put the entire country at risk. Then why don't we know this vital information? The winged hero holds his hands up at the clear skepticism the other two direct his way. I know. That's why I said supposedly important. He shrugs, taking another drink. The most that I was able to learn is that Deku needed to get involved. Oh. I snap my fingers, startling the heroes and the waitress who nearly drops my new plate of wings, not the ones attached to Hawks though. Thankfully, she manages to catch herself and put it on the table before gathering the large quantity of empty plates and scurrying away. You're talking about how none of you are legally allowed to bother me. They stare at me blankly for a few moments before Hawks eventually finds his voice. Excuse me? I nod. Yeah. Apparently I'm outside the law because everyone is scared I'll go on a rampage and raze Japan to the ground. I grow my muzzle and just pour the entire plate of steaming hot wings down my maw. After savoring the taste and swallowing them whole, I continue. The DAB agents assigned under me mentioned that they would be punishing whoever didn't tell the heroes about me, and apparently that was the HPSC chairwoman. I shrug disinterestedly before noting how the heroes have gone stiff, but I choose to ignore it as I finish off the rest of my plates and let out a satisfied burp. I grow some claws and pick at a piece of meat that's stuck in between my teeth as I keep talking. I didn't really mind fighting Eraserhead and Present Mike, but apparently the DB thought I would get offended and set the whole city on fire? Or something like that, at least. I grunt in satisfaction as I manage to pinch the stubborn piece and pull it out, peering at it for a moment before tossing it back in and swallowing. I look at Hawks, who definitely looks like he's holding back panic for some reason, and nod. You'd probably be arrested for treason too if they found out you actually got me mad when you and the other heroes dumped water on me. I hold back a smile while watching them exchange looks with each other, the silence stretching. Since it seems like they're out for the rest of the conversation, I clap, causing them all to jump before I stand up. Welp, thanks for the meal. I'm going to go on a flight before I head back to the apartment and take a nap. I start heading towards the door before Hawks jumps from his seat. Hold on. I pause, looking over my shoulder at him. He swallows before he speaks, clearly nervous about something. Why, you said you were going on a flight? How about I join you? The sky gets a bit lonely with how few people are allowed to fly. I think about it for a moment before a grin lights up my face. Sure. We can make it a race. He gives me a shaky smile before gesturing me towards the back of the restaurant for some reason. Sounds like fun. But let's start off in the alley behind the restaurant. Don't want people thinking you're some villain getting chased by a hero, now do we? Meh, I shrug, not really caring if anyone thinks I'm a villain or not. Why would I? I don't know them, so they don't matter to me. But it would probably just be easier to accede to his request so we don't get interrupted. I don't want him saying that the only reason he lost is because he had to explain the situation to the police or other heroes. Thankfully, the dumpster behind the restaurant doesn't smell, so I can focus on stretching everything out after I let my wings loose. I tilt my head at the hero. So, where are we racing to? I'll need you to pick something distinctive since I've got no idea what city we're in. He lets out a surprised snort that he quickly covers with his hand before clearing his throat. Well, how about we race to Trash Beach? It's a straight shot in that direction. He points in a direction and I give him a nod in confirmation. I'm not too familiar with this area myself, so I don't know its actual name, but it's famous and distinctive enough that you shouldn't have any problem knowing it when you get close enough. I raise an eyebrow at him. If you don't know the area, how do you know this restaurant was so good? He shrugs. I like chicken. Fair, as cannibalism always is. I direct a sharp smile at him, bending my knees. On your mark, chicken cannibal. He laughs, the strain easing from his face and voice, before shoving his hands in his jacket's pockets. Just don't be upset when you lose, Pyro. The water hose couple steps out of the restaurant just as two figures fly above the restaurant, quickly vanishing off into the distance. Around them, the wave of police and heroes called to apprehend the girl shout in surprise and panic. She's running Dash. Hawks is chasing Dash. Endeavor is still Dash. How is Dash? Quiet. The sudden shout from the local police chief, an older man with a set of antenna-like growths on his head, silences all of them. He looks at the two heroes who are looking distinctly nervous, sighing at the feeling his quirk is giving him. Whatever they have to say, it's not going to be good. Hold positions while I get a report from Waterhose, but make sure you track where Hawks is heading just in case. He jerks his head towards an area away from everyone else, signaling for the married heroes to follow him. They do so, the husband wringing his hands while the wife furiously taps away at her phone, a scowl marring her features. Once they're out of earshot of the others, he sighs. Give it to me straight, how screwed are we? The husband swallows and his eyes flicker to his wife before he answers. Oh, the girl who started the fire outside the city supposedly is outside our jurisdiction. At least according to her, and Hawks seemed to believe it as well. The police chief just stares at the man for a moment before switching to the wife. I'm going to need more of an explanation than a random child being outside of our jurisdiction. After a few more taps, the woman swears. I think K. She takes a deep breath to forcibly calm herself down. Okay. She looks at the chief with a scowl on her face. I was just messaging the stand-in for the HPSC president, and after describing the girl, they've confirmed that neither heroes nor the police have the authority to do anything to her. The chief stares at her for a moment before dragging a hand down his face and letting out a groan. Please don't tell me the three of you called us in to arrest the girl DB warned everyone to avoid? The couple grimace. This is the first we've heard of her. From what was said while she was eating, the previous chairwoman was tried for treason specifically because we weren't warned. And with the entire commission undergoing what essentially amounts to as house cleaning, the information still hasn't been spread around. The chief finishes with a sigh. He turns and eyes the assembled raid team, because what else could he call the dozen high-ranking heroes and 50 police if not a raid team? He lets out another sigh. Well, do you have any good news for me? I'd rather not have to tell everyone that they accidentally committed treason because a greedy woman was stupid. They shuffle their feet for a moment before the husband speaks up. There probably won't be anyone arrested for treason because the girl left in a good mood. The chief snorts. We can only hope. Creator's thoughts. Nartleb. Patreon.com Nartleb 2. Sorry about the delay, work schedule moved around a bit. Comment. Chapter 17. Racing Recollections. I laugh while I flap my wings. Hawk's right beside me as his own wings simply adjust to the air currents, trying to find the path of least resistance. He doesn't truly have wings, but that's the shape his feathers naturally form when they're attached to him. Based on what I've seen so far, he moves them telepathically, which is how he can fly without needing to flap them. We've pretty much matched each other neck and neck for the entire race, even though I'm fairly certain he can go faster if he explores the telepathic aspect of his quirk more. Well, we've been neck and neck since I slowed down to let him catch up. Even if he does train eventually, it won't matter. It's actually kind of adorable how he thinks he can match me in speed. His serious expression as we speed along the sky is the reason for my laughter. I let out a whoop as I do a barrel roll around him and he curses. Come on, is that really all you've got? I could be carrying a truck and still match your speed. He huffs, flipping over so that he's flying on his back as he glares up at me. Geez, you're cocky. If you're really that fast, how come you haven't won already? I smirk down at him and flash my fangs, enjoying the shiver that goes through him that he fails to suppress. Do you really want me to destroy whatever confidence you have in your flying skills that badly? I chuckle, my eyes flashing as I let my scales grow to fully encompass my body, the wind resistance seeming to almost vanish. In that case, I'll see you at Trash Beach. I give a strong flap of my wings and rocket ahead, leaving behind only a wave of turbulent air and my cries of joy in response to Hawks tumbling through the sky he fills with colorful curses. I look down at the city as I leave Hawks behind, the scenery rushing by too fast for me to catch anything I could use to identify it. Or at least, that's the case before I bring myself to an abrupt stop, unmoved by the gale I stirred up with my flight slamming into my back. It breaks around me as I slowly flap my wings to maintain my position. But even then, it's done unconsciously. My entire focus is on the building far below me. A place I absolutely hate. Below me is Aldra Elementary. A place with nothing but bad memories. I can admit that I kind of stopped keeping track of what day it is, given I don't really have any kind of schedule to pay attention to, but given the fact that the school's parking lot is nearly empty of cars, I can only assume that it's probably the weekend. Memories start replaying in my mind as I stay there. Memories of Mai and Bakugu's first day. Of when the teachers revealed that I'm quirkless so everyone would have to be careful around me because I was fragile. Of how everyone would talk bad about me. The slurs that people taught the kids specifically for quirkless people. They echo in my head now. Geneless. Remnant. And more. New ones they came up with on their own, purely to try and make my life just that little bit worse. But it was never enough. And they keep trying new things to get that little bit more. But after a point, that little bit changes into a whole demon lot. I'm startled out of my thoughts when I feel a hand on my shoulder and a curious voice in my ear. You good, Pyro? I look over my shoulder and see Hawks there, one eyebrow raised curiously. But there's an underlying tension that I can see in his shoulders. I look back down at the school and only then realize that I've been getting closer to it. There aren't any tall buildings nearby for me to compare against, but I'd have to say that I wouldn't have to drop too much farther to get it in range for my flames to at least singe the walls. For a moment I think about doing it. There's not really a good reason not to, other than the hero behind me would probably throw a fit. But, would it matter? Yes, it might be cathartic to be the one to burn it to the ground, but it's the people who were the real issue then. The ones who deserve to be punished. But then again, I'm not the same person I was. So does it even matter? My instincts say yes, and I have to agree. So though, I shake my head, flapping my wings to put some distance between me and the school. Hawks lets out a squawk of surprise at the sudden movement and shoves his phone back in his pocket. Probably getting ready to call the fire department in case I actually did decide to destroy the building. But this has been a good day apart from the water incident, and I don't want to taint it by associating it with Aldra. Yes, watching it crumble would be nice, but any memory including that terrible excuse of a school would inevitably sour. Even if the memory is of watching it burn. So I shake my head after climbing high enough that it's nothing more than an indistinct blur below me. I look over at Hawks, whose breathing is a bit rough. I give him a lopsided smile as I forcibly push aside any thoughts of that hellhole. Sorry about that. Let's get back to the race. With those simple words, I shoot off, once again leaving a gaping Hawks behind. Hawks stares after the girl who quickly vanishes into the distance for only a moment before he shakes his head, letting himself drop to a height where he isn't worried about how thin the air is. How the arsonistic scaled girl he's keeping an eye on could be comfortable at such a height is a mystery to the rookie hero. Well, rookie in official experience. The chairwoman made sure that he had an abundance of unofficial experience before Special Forces stormed the HPSC headquarters and took her into custody. That incident sparked what can only be called a cleansing wave to sweep through the commission. All of their clandestine programs, all of their shady or otherwise illegal dealings, everything came under investigation, including the Legacy Feeder program and the truth about Lady Nagin's imprisonment. Speaking of, something that's been kept under wraps is how there's been moves to get her released from Tartarus, which he's been doing his best to assist with. What else could he do when he hears that the woman he succeeded did what he couldn't and broke free of the Commission's control? And all of it is thanks to this strange little girl who can't be more than 13. So, obviously, when he sees her unsettled for the first time. Today, he's not going to just let it be. He checks his phone to get the name of the building she was staring at and raises an eyebrow before he tucks it back inside his pocket and gets back to flying after her. Not that he has any doubt that he's going to lose the race. He's not too proud to admit that she has him beat in speed. Still though, this race has proved to be fruitful in more ways than one. Not only has he gotten more information on her capabilities, but now he also has an avenue that he can investigate to learn more about her. Off the record, of course. He's way too attached to his head to let it roll like the chairwoman's will. Aldra, what secrets will you reveal? It doesn't take long for me to reach the ocean after leaving Hawks far behind for the second time. And I have to say, it really is obvious to see why it's called Trash Beach. Up and down its entire length are heaps of trash piled so high that they pass the one-story buildings across the street. It's not just piles of big things like broken refrigerators or washing machines either. Household appliances, furniture, decorations, etc. If it could be considered trash, then you'd be able to find it here. As I look over it, I can't help but frown. Because even with there being a distinct lack of visibility under the abandoned detritus, there are landmarks I can see. Most notably, the short boardwalk that extends out into the water. It ends in a sort of gazebo that provides shade from the sun during the day, and gives a perfect spot to watch as the sun sets in the evening. I let out a slow breath as I land near the stairs leading down onto the actual beach. I stare at the decorative stone with a plaque announcing the beach's name, covered in scratch marks board kids have made over time. A game of tic-tac-toe. A heart on top of a triangle held up by a single line. A large X over the plaque, as if proclaiming that the name's a lie. Which I suppose it is now. This isn't Dagoba Municipal Beach Park anymore. It's not one of the few places I remember going with the Midoriya family and all of us actually enjoying our time together. Now, it's simply Trash Beach. For all practical purposes, it's just a dump. The only thing that makes it stand out is where it's located. I can't help the chuckle that leaks out at the irony of the situation. But it also makes sense. Because of course one of the only places I have good memories of turns into trash. That perfectly sums up my entire effing life before I awakened. Up until I got thrown down that volcano, I was trash. My life was trash. That passive effing personality I had was trash. The friends I thought I had. I cut that thought off, taking a deep breath before letting it out slowly, accompanied by a burst of fire. It doesn't go far since I'm not actually trying to use it on anything. It does help a bit with the smell though. Not much, since the source is literally right in front of me, but enough that I don't feel like I need to step away to breathe. I had friends. Real friends. I may not have had them for long, but they were my friends. And even if I haven't seen them since then, I still consider them as such. Not to mention that they're a part of my horde. But, do they still consider me a friend? I don't know how they reacted to me vanishing. For all they know, I could be dead. If I were to suddenly show up, would they be mad? Disappointed? What if they were just pretending to be my friends as some sort of cruel joke? It wouldn't be the first time. But all the others had signs. They couldn't completely hide the fact that they looked down on me for not having a quirk. Those three didn't. Dragons stand. Quiet! I roar out the command, forcibly silencing the instinct that bubbles to the surface. It's not that simple, of course, and I spend a decent amount of time working to quell my inherent sense of superiority. The one telling me that it doesn't matter if they were pretending or not because they belong to me and dash. I let out another roar directed at the sky, this time letting my flames rage. Letting them burn my doubts to ashes. 5 minutes later, I take a deep breath of the heated air, letting it out slowly. I will not force them to be part of my horde. But until we meet again and they refuse, they are. As such, I will have faith that they are my friends. I don't know when that meeting will occur, but I have no doubt that it will. For now though, I should probably deal with the two voices shouting from the depths of the trash piles. I wonder what people are even doing in there? Creator's thoughts. Nartleb. Patreon.com Nartleb 2. Izumi has issues. This has been established. Will she do something about them? Not really. She's very much an in-the-moment dragon. 6 comment. Chapter 18, Reunion. I told you, we need to get out of here and call the heroes to deal with whoever just let loose with their fire quirk. Bullshit. You just want me gone so that you can prevent me from making babies. You and your fire friend can get lost. This place belongs to me. I round yet another trash hill and can finally hear the two people who have been shouting at each other the whole time clearly. Though I have to admit, I can see both sides of their arguments. Yes, if I showed up to grab someone to eat, then it wouldn't matter if they tried to flee, but it would still be the smart thing to do at least. But if this is the other voices' territory, then obviously they aren't going to be giving it up without a fight. Stupid when I'm the one intruding, but understandable all the same. Praiseworthy as well. Maybe I'll see about getting them something to help defend their belongings when they're out and about. I finally enter a decently sized clearing, the trash piled around transforming it into something similar to an arena. And standing across from each other on the sands of conflict is someone I never expected to see again. Mr. Sludge. I shout as I jump forward and wrap the still shirtless person I met way back before my awakening in a hug, ignoring the way they squish and seep around my arms. Then again, I'm not one to mention a lack of clothing considering I burned all of mine to a crisp earlier. You're out of prison. Huh. They make a confused sound and I look up to see them staring blankly for a moment before their eyes widen and give me a wide smile. It's good to see you. How you been? I giggle as they put a hand on my head, the thin glove they're wearing keeping my hair clean. I've been good. Found out I'm awesome, get to live in a volcano. And am faster than some newbie hero. They blink before chuckling themselves. Glagagag. Sounds like it's been an excitable few years. And look at that. You even dash. Instead of saying I got a quirk, could you say I became a dragon? I interrupt before he can finish. I don't want my instincts to demand I punch him in the face for saying that. Their sludge tilts to the side before they shrug. Sure think it. Then hey. Turning into a dragon is badass. I give them a wide smile as I step away. I knew there was a reason I liked them when we first met. You've got that right. Not to mention Dash. Hey, if the two of you are going to be busy talking, mind going somewhere else so I can get back to making babies? I'm interrupted by the second voice that was shouting. I turn to face them, resolutely ignoring the fact that I completely forgot they were here, and see a girl around my age with pink hair styled into thick dreadlocks. She's wearing a sleeveless grease-stained brown tank top, a thick pair of black pants, and her eyes are covered by a set of thick goggles that hide her eyes from view. She's also holding a lemon in one gloved hand and is sticking it with a syringe filled with yellow liquid with the other. I tilt my head as I look at her. You're making babies? I thought the stork delivers them. Mr. Sludge lets out a snort that he quickly covers with one hand before looking away. Me and the girl ignore him, her tilting her head curiously at my question. Why would I trust some random bird to bring me babies? I don't want random babies anyways, I've got to make them myself. I nod. Makes sense. But I still don't know why you'd want to make them in a dump. Her eyes gleam as she rushes forwards. It's because I can get all the materials I need to make them here. Not only is it free, but the sheer variety. Seeming to feel something wrong, she looks down and sees that she accidentally pushed the back of the syringe and injected the liquid into the lemon. Oh. She drops the syringe and lemon at the same time, so I catch the lemon before it can hit the ground while raising an eyebrow at her. In response, she books it to the closest pathway out of the clearing while shouting over her shoulder without looking back, "Fire in the hole." I blink and look towards Mr. Sludge only to see him having run away as well. Drop the lemon and run, kid. I tilt my head and look down at the lemon curiously. It doesn't look like the injection has done anything to it. She did say fire in the hole. Shrugging, I let my head and upper body transform before tossing the lemon down my muzzle and swallowing it whole. I let the changes fade away after a moment of not feeling anything and look around. From the pathways, the other two are peeking in and staring at me with open-mouthed horror. What? The girl points at me. You chose to eat it, so it's not murder. And since I warned you, it's not manslaughter either. Before I can ask what she's talking about, or why she seems well-versed in what constitutes murder and manslaughter charges, I feel something bubbling inside my stomach. My face screws up as I frown and I put a hand on my stomach. Even in the brief moment it takes me to do even that, it seems to get worse, and a grumbling sound fills the area while I groan and lean forward. What, Ash? And then? Nothing happens. Absolutely nothing happens, and anyone who says otherwise is a dirty FING liar. A dirty FING liar that will suddenly develop a 100% lethal disease known as being shredded into the smallest pieces I can manage, then burned to ash in different places across Japan, then scattered to the FNG wind. In front of me are Mr. Sludge and the girl, who are sitting on their knees with their hands clutched on top of them, their backs ramrod straight and their eyes looking straight up while sweat trails down their faces. I glare at them with fire leaking out of my muzzle, my eyes flashing. I jab a finger at the two. If either of you ever say anything, they'll never find your bodies, or the bodies of your families. Mr. Sludge tentatively raises a hand. I don't have a family. My glare focuses on him. What's your favorite show? Or hero? He swallows. Probably Lunch Rush's cooking show? Then he coughs, looking away. Midnight. Then nobody will ever find your Lunch Rushes or Midnight's bodies. I clap my hands, making sure it's strong enough that it produces a bit of wind that brushes past them, before closing my eyes and smiling sharply at them with a tilt of my head. Understood. Yes, ma'am. The two shout in perfect synchronization. I glare for a few more seconds before letting out a huff and lowering my hands. But don't forget it. I won't. The girl shouts while Mr. Sludge rapidly nods what passes for their head. Question though, why aren't you dead? I bare my teeth at her in a threatening grin. Why exactly would I be dead? She swallows as she frantically waves her hands in front of herself. No reason. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Actually, I forgot what I was saying. What were we talking about? I maintain my stare for a moment longer before letting it drop. Who are you, anyway? Mr. Sludge and I know each other already. I'm actually non-binary, so could you drop the Mr. and just call me Viren? I blink and wonder for a moment what that means before shrugging it off and nodding. Of course, sorry Viren. They shrug. It's fine. You didn't know. I turn back to the girl and raise an eyebrow, causing her to scramble to her feet and introduce herself after raising her goggles to her forehead, revealing yellow eyes with a dark crosshair pattern over her pupils. Hatsume. Future CEO and top inventor of Hatsum Industries, patent pending. A wide smile stretches her face at the end of her claim, like she has no doubt that she'll reach her goal. I can appreciate that. Aren't you a little young to have a patent pending? Her smile doesn't waver. Yes, I am. I snort out a laugh as I extend a hand. Izumi. Gotta say, it's definitely interesting to meet you if nothing else. She cackles as she takes my hand. That's the best kind of meeting, Abruptly dropping her laughter, she peers at me, the crosshairs on her eyes expanding and contracting. Speaking of, can I test my babies on you? You're sturdy enough that a few stray or intentional explosions won't bother you. I grin at the compliment, though I'm confused about how she's going to be testing her kids against me, given that they'll need at least a few years to grow. But don't mind, but isn't that going to take a while? Kids don't grow that fast. Kids? She blinks at me and tilts her head. Why are you talking about kids? I'm talking about my babies. That I feel like we're talking about different things. From off to the side, Viren speaks up. She calls the things she invents her babies. Like Dash, they cut themselves off abruptly. No idea what they were about to talk about. Nope, no idea at all. And if they don't want to die, neither do they. And this JRK keeps getting in the way of me making them. Hatsum glares at Viren. I was here first, but they keep trying to get rid of all my materials. They throw their hands up. I'm just trying to do my job. The city is paying me to take care of the trash. I didn't sign up for some crazy kid to throw exploding lemons at me. They suddenly tense, slowly turning towards me. When they do, they see me smiling. Wow, so Hatsum can make lemons explode? That's some interesting and new information that has absolutely nothing to do with today, right? Both of them nod rapidly while sweat drips from Hatsum and sludge from Viren. I nod in satisfaction before realizing what Viren said. You're a trash cleaner now? Congratulations. They smile at me and rub the back of their head. Thanks. It feels good to finally start making people's lives better instead of worse. Now I turn to the inventor. Why don't you just let them take care of the stuff that you can't or won't use? That way you'll get more space, and they can keep doing their job. She huffs and crosses her arms. Because baby making takes time. I don't want them throwing a fit because they can't do much, and having them interrupt me while I'm working to ask if it's okay to get rid of something every few minutes will be annoying. Fair. I hum as I think, tapping my chin before eventually shrugging. I can always call the DB and see about you getting official permission to scavenge here. I turn and gesture to Viren. Then you won't get in trouble for not cleaning it up either. They look at each other before shrugging. I don't really care as long as I can keep making babies. I'd rather keep working, but... Viren hums, which kind of sounds more like something is bubbling. You're planning to go into the support industry. She smiles brightly, less manic than her earlier one. Slightly. That's right. When I'm old enough, I'm going to be going to UA's support department. It's considered more impressive than other schools since all might went there, so I'll have an easier time starting my company after I graduate. Viren sighs before nodding. It's fine with me then. They nod at her. Just make sure you stick with your dream, don't give up on it. I feel like I should be feeling targeted, but honestly I'm just so much better than heroes, so I don't really care. Hatsum snorts. Of course not. No matter how many times something blows up in your face, it just means that you've learned something new and can improve. The three of us share a moment there, among the trash. I smile at how this encounter has gone, and for a moment, I let the thought of ending up friends with the girl play through my mind. Why is there a line of melted trash going down the beach? Hearing the words of the feathered hero from above, I flush and grab the first thing at hand and chuck it at the man. Apparently, the thing I throw is actually Hatsum. He squawks as he dodges the flying child before both he and the inventor shout in panic, and he shoots out his feathers to catch her before she starts to plummet. Well, maybe not friends, but it will be nice to talk to people again. Creator's thoughts. Nartleb. Patreon.com Nartleb 2. Viren isn't going to be making many appearances, but I just felt like establishing that Izumi does consider him a friend. And yes, Hatsum does in fact have a sense of self-preservation and an in-depth knowledge of Japan's laws. 6 comment. Chapter 19. Reputation. Age 12. Here you are. Nizu says happily, handing each of the three heroes standing in front of his desk a small laminated card. I'm happy to say that all of you are now officially off of probation and are now allowed to return to hero work. The principal of UA lets out a sigh as the pros accept their licenses, each of who visibly brightens up when they have them in hand. Truly, it baffles me how the three of you managed to obtain the ire of an organization such as DB. Aizawa raises an eyebrow in surprise. Really? I would have figured you'd have hacked their systems to figure out all the details. Hell, we were there and don't know all the details. At least you have details. Snipe huffs at the underground hero, having suffered short-term memory loss regarding the incident on account of having his head slammed into concrete. Not to mention his memories of the previous week leading up to the event. Safe to say that he was utterly confused when he woke up in a hospital and was told that he'd be having his hero license suspended. I wish I didn't remember it. Yamada frowns, a shiver racking his body. You have no idea how emasculating it is for a little girl to utterly surpass you in every aspect. Nizu looks at him curiously. You were overpowered by a child? Is that why you have been spending such a large quantity of time training? Of course. The only reason Sho and me aren't dead is because of luck. And years of training, Aizawa corrects before his eyes narrow on his boss. Wait, you don't know anything about the incident? I find that highly unlikely. Nizu raises his paws helplessly, his true emotions carefully hidden. Be that as it may, the Daibi takes their security quite seriously. A note of annoyance manages to seep into his voice. Their firewalls are even more secure than the HPSC, and their cybersecurity team is prompt and vicious. I've needed to replace 3 supercomputers and 4 large-scale databanks. All from my own personal reserve. Aizawa's mouth drops open in shock, and he's not the only one. Yamada looks to be on the edge of fainting, and he drops from shaky legs into one of the chairs. Snipe's expression is hidden behind his mask, but the way he takes a step back is more than enough to confirm he shares the feeling of the other two. Nizu is arguably the smartest being in the world, even said to surpass David Shield, the leading scientist on Island. The fact that not only can he not get into their systems, but was also defeated in what can only be called the hacking match of the century? 3 times? What the hell kind of information does the DB have? The secret to immortality or something? I hope nobody gets offended. Yamada's shaky voice seems to echo in the silent office, but if I ever see that little listener again, I'm running in the other direction. Aizawa huffs. Considering that we were told expressly to avoid the kid? That should go without saying. Nizu leans forward, his eyes gleaming. Seeing as I finally have the 3 of you together, and you've been reinstated, perhaps now you can tell me more about this girl. Aizawa rolls his eyes, having been expecting to get this demand at a much earlier point in the year. He'd almost hoped that the rat would have let it go for once. He has no idea why they needed to get their licenses back for him to get his explanation, but he can guess that it has to do with some obscure law that almost no one knows about anymore. Still, he knows better than to try and get away from the rat. He can make his time teaching at UA pure nightmare. She looked like a kid, no idea if she actually was though. And even though she had enhanced strength and speed, could grow scales, and breathe fire, erasure did absolutely nothing to her. Which makes me think that, somehow, all of that is from a mutation quirk. I hum to myself as I walk down the street, the safe in my arms clenched tightly to my chest while my eyes constantly scan the area around me. Sure, I could just fly to transfer my horde to my lair, but then I run into the issue of a hero who can fly trying to knock me from the sky because of quirk use, if they aren't hawks. It wouldn't work, of course, but they might make me drop the safe or damage it themselves. Then my horde might get damaged, and then I'd have no choice but to raze their hometown to the ground. Then I'd have Aura and Cammy calling to complain about excessive force, even though it's totally justified. To think my insistence on them being casual with me would backfire in such a way. I mean, their complaints wouldn't change anything anyways, but it's better to just avoid all the annoyance by just walking. Plus I get to see people do double takes when they see me carrying my stuff down the street, which is pretty funny. Luckily I'm almost to the edge of the city, so I shouldn't have to worry soon. That safe looks heavy. How about the random idiot who tried to touch my horde screams while I continue walking, stumbling into the street and rolling on the ground in an effort to put out the emerald flames eating away at his flesh. After a few minutes of his screaming I roll my eyes and will the flames to go out, enjoying the silence as the screaming vanishes. Honestly, if you're going to do something suicidal, then you should just get it done. If you're so set on getting killed as a hero, you might as well save us all the trouble and do it yourself before you waste everyone's time. My good mood plummets at the unwelcome memory of that little sheet and my freshly grown muzzle scowls, my sharpened teeth reflecting in the window of a bistro I'm passing and causing a chubby-cheeked brunette girl to flinch back. If I never see that prick again, it will be too soon, I growl to myself, idly contemplating flying by to burn down his house after I secure my hoard. But then I'd have to leave my lair, and it only just got finished. That's not even counting how I need to install traps, figure out if there's any hair and skin products that go well with lava baths, rewrite my analysis books, and probably a ton more stuff that I can't remember right now. Really, do I even have time to do something like that? My thoughts trail off as I come to a stop in front of a jewelry store, my eyes fixated on a simple gold bracelet displayed on a pedestal in the window. I do nothing but stare at it for a few minutes before slowly looking down at my wrist, bare of any decoration. I recall another set of bracelets. A pendant. A hair clip. We're friends, bound by the hoard instead of blood. 4 gold is worth far more. I blink away the sudden tears, taking a deep breath before letting it out slowly as the memory hits me harder than any of Bakuga's explosions ever did. They're fine. I'm fine. It's been so long already that just showing up is. As long as they're not in danger, then it's fine. Even though I repeat those words in my head once again, I can't stop myself from going inside, the bell above the door making a tinkling sound when the door opens. I approach the counter, ignoring the other people in the store as I look up at the person who has a shocked expression standing across from me. How much for the gold bracelet in the window? The pink woman blinks at me, seemingly having trouble processing my question. Maybe she has a medical condition? Sure, I look a bit young to be buying jewelry from a dedicated store, but I'm tall enough that it shouldn't be too surprising. Her eyes glance at the generic brown-haired man standing next to me, who's also looking at me with a confused expression. He glances down at his hand, which is transformed into a metal spike, before looking back at me. Slowly, uncertainly, he moves the spike to point at me. Don't move? This is a robbery. I glare at him, my anger spiking. Did you just say you're trying to take my hoard? He looks at the other 2 people in the store uncomprehendingly, a man with his eyes on stalks and a rounded shell on his back and a woman with an unhinged jaw that sways with every movement, the corners of her mouth stretching all the way to under her ears. The spike-handed man turns back to me, shuffling his feet a bit before giving a tentative answer. Yes. My glare sharpens and a growl builds in my throat before I glance towards the presumed shop employee. If I deal with these 3, can I have the bracelet in the window? Hey, don't ignore me. The spike man shouts, jabbing his spike at me without it even getting close. The woman pales a bit, which makes her pink skin look a bit faded. It's okay. He'd rather you and not get hurt. Please leave her alone. She shouts the last part at the spike man, who glares at her, his anger starting to overcome his bafflement towards me, apparently walking into his robbery without a care. Shut up. Did I ask you? He jabs at her with his spike, and this time I see that he actually means to hit her. Can't have that until I have my answer. I reach out and grab the spike with one hand, carefully shifting the weight of my hoard into my other arm so the contents stay immobile. Sure, I secured each piece individually before patting the shelves as much as I could, but I'm still worried. While Mr. Spike tries, and fails, to pull his spike free, I speak to the woman. I didn't ask what you thought about me getting hurt, I asked if I could have the bracelet if I deal with these 3. She looks shocked at how easily I'm holding the grown man who started hitting my wrist with his free hand. That's about as effective as him trying to pull his spike free. Why yes please. But not if you're going to get hurt. I scoff, tightening my grip and cracking the spike, causing the man to scream in pain. As if weaklings like these are enough to hurt me. I say as scales grow across my arms, claws popping out of my fingers and digging furrows into the man's hand. I swing Mr. Spike into the snail-adjacent person, causing both to go crashing into the only wall that doesn't have shelves of jewelry on account of them having already shoved them into a bag, causing me to huff in distaste. Honestly, who do they think they are, not properly caring for valuables. Maybe getting beat into comas will make them have some common decency. The woman with the unhinged jaw leaps at me, her mouth trying to engulf my head. I grab her by the throat as I turn around, wrinkling my nose at the smell coming out of her mouth. I grow my tail, spinning as I raise it so that it smacks her jaw closed, throwing her up and embedding her head into the ceiling where she hangs limply. I raise an eyebrow when I hear a shout, turning to see the snail man rolling towards me at high speed, the man himself seemingly able to retract inside it for safety. Fascinating. My interest doesn't spare him, of course, my free hand shooting out and breaking through the shell, my claws digging into the soft flesh within and causing blood to spurt out. He screams and wiggles, but doesn't leave the shell. Not for lack of trying though, he's just getting caught on my hand. I look at Mr. Spike and make eye contact before he bolts towards the door. Rolling my eyes at how he thinks that will work, this time I throw Mr. Snail at Mr. Spike, smiling at how it feels like bowling. Mr. Spike barely manages to get the door open before he gets run over, Mr. Snail continuing to scream as he keeps going before slamming into the building on the opposite side of the street. His shell almost explodes on the impact and he falls silent as he lays limp and bloody on the ground. Apparently I stuck my hand into his back. Mr. Spike, meanwhile, groans on the sidewalk just outside the jewelry store, partially crushed. I look up to make sure the woman hasn't managed to get free, nodding happily when I see she's still stuck. And not moving, but it's not really an issue if she's dead or unconscious. It's not like I'll have to deal with it later. I happily skip over to the window, gently grabbing the bracelet and sliding it on my wrist. I turn to the store employee who's staring at me with her mouth hanging open and give her a bright smile and a wave. Thanks for the bracelet. I skip out the door, with my hoard clenched in both hands once again, humming a cheery tune. One that grinds to a halt barely a building down from the jewelry store when a cloud of dust envelopes the street, causing the crowd that gathered during my business to start coughing. A glance down at my wrist has a snarl on my muzzle. My brand new bracelet is dirty. When I hear a set of words that bring hope to the majority of Japan's population, my eyes flash and flames trickle out between my teeth. I whirl around with a growl and see just who I expected to see. No need to worry, citizens. But because I am here. All Might is standing there with his hands on his hips as he looks at me, his teeth gleaming in the sunlight. I'm going to wipe that iffy smile off his face. Creator's thoughts. Nartleb. Patreon.com Nartleb 2. To clarify, Mr. Snail, dead. Mr. Spike, alive. Ms. Jaw, uncertain. All Might, looks at next chapter title. Comment. 10 comment. Chapter 20, Young lady, you may not be aware of this, but what you are doing is a crime. I blink at the giant blonde man blankly, his words taking a few moments to process. Moments that he uses to continue what, from his perspective, is probably meant to be a rousing speech. But do not fear. I am sure that you will be let off with only a warning, so long that you inform the police of the identity of whatever heinous villain would trick a child into doing their bidding. In fact, if you would be so kind as to return the stolen property, I would even give you an autograph. He chuckles, patting my head. It's very condescending, and I have to work hard to keep my bloodlust from exploding out. Especially when he gestures towards my hoard and I realize what he's actually saying. But his next words cause me to lose nearly all my restraint. I am sure with how strong your quirk seems to be, you could easily become a hero. Do not squander it by acting as a lackey for cowardly villains. I turn away from him slowly and gently place the safe containing my hoard on the ground. I turn back to him as he gives a boisterous laugh and resumes patting me on the head, praising me for doing the right thing, completely missing the way my body shakes. Not only does he call me a minion, and claim that my hoard doesn't belong to me, but now he has the sheer audacity to say I can be a hero when he laughed at the mere thought of it 3 years ago? Without warning, I tilt my head back and open my mouth, growing my muzzle as I clamp my teeth down on his wrist, trying to bite his demon hand off. It doesn't work, my teeth barely digging into the tough muscles underneath the skin. He just stares at me uncomprehendingly for a moment before he shouts and starts shaking his arm. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Let go. I ignore his complaints, growling as I bite down harder and try to grind the tough meat down. I don't want to eat him, and I kind of regret even biting him at this point given how nauseous the taste of him is, but I'm determined not to let go. Much to his obviously growing panic and wild flailing. Seriously. This is ridiculous. If you're that hungry, I'd be more than happy to buy you a meal on the way to the police station, but you'd have to let go right now. I think about it for a moment before I catch sight of some people filming the situation on their phones. I smile around the meat in my mouth, deciding to time things for maximum impact. Aizawa huffs in irritation as he leaps across rooftops with his scarf trailing behind him, on his way to respond to a silent alarm. Sure, he'd normally be sleeping or dealing with his class right now, but he was itching to go on his first patrol in a full year. He's internally buzzing with energy and, for once, he doesn't even feel tired. But as he looks down at the street of the jewelry store supposedly getting robbed, he can feel his eyes bugging out from behind his goggles and his mind stuttering to a stop at what he sees. The same little girl who got his license suspended, being bodily thrown through the window of the aforementioned jewelry store. By All Might. He doesn't know how to react, so he doesn't. He simply watches while All Might stares through the broken glass for a moment before seeming to panic and rush in, only to be sent flying out a moment later. Presumably by the same little girl. He thinks about the situation for a moment. On one hand, as a hero, it's his duty to try and resolve whatever the situation here is. On the other, he's literally not allowed to interfere with the kid. And on his non-existent third hand, he doesn't particularly like All Might and thinks it would be hilarious if he both got his butt handed to him by a child and got his license temporarily revoked. But even that amusing thought is overshadowed by the feeling currently filling his entire being. He sighs, moving his goggles up as he pinches the corners of his eyes at the bridge of his nose. I don't get paid enough for this. Just as he's about to leave and pretend he never got the call, a beep comes from his earpiece, signaling an incoming call. Unfortunately for his current situation, it goes through automatically, something he set up a long time ago just in case he was in the middle of a fight, but the caller has necessary information. And who else would be calling at this exact moment than his boss, whose office he left less than 3 hours ago? Hello, Eraserhead. Nizu's chipper voice sounds in his ear, and the underground hero just knows that he's going to wish he went to sleep instead of patrolling. More than he already does, he means. You wouldn't happen to have an idea as to why there are reports coming in of All Might attacking a child who was simply walking down the street? The man looks back down at the street to see All Might take an uppercut strong enough for his feet to leave the ground. The girl, what was her name? Shouting out a name that has him snorting at how apt it seems. Probably because he just took a shoryuken to the face. Guess that kid I told you about decided to play up a dragon theme. There's a moment of silence on the rat's end, just long enough for All Might to land, recover, and throw a punch that the girl dodges, rubble flying from the road. Suddenly her eyes widen and she vanishes from her position. A quick scan of the street shows her in front of the building next to the jewelry store, 2 large pieces of rubble clutched in her hands. Behind her is a safe as wide and tall as her torso, an odd sight given that it's in the middle of the sidewalk. She snarls, throwing one of the chunks of rubble at All Might and the other off to the side without looking. Eraserhead's eyes widen at seeing it heading straight towards a blonde girl with cat-like eyes filming the DMN fight on her phone instead of running away like someone with common F&G sense. His scarf shoots out, wrapping around her and pulling her out of the way. She lets out a yelp, dropping her phone as he pulls her up to the rooftop next to him. The rubble flies through the spot she was standing mere seconds ago before knocking off the corner of a building. Next time you see a major fight, run. Don't film. She doesn't reply to his admonishment, her eyes still fixed on the 2 below them as they exchange blows. This seems to be a difficult situation. Nizu's strained voice comes back over the earpiece, making him raise a sarcastic eyebrow. Considering heroes don't have any authority over the girl and Japan's most well-known hero just suplexed her into the ground? I'd say that's an understatement. Said girl ineffectually kicks her legs for a moment before growing a large scaly tail that she uses to push herself out, brushing concrete off of her arms. She looks at the symbol of peace, keeping eye contact for a few tense seconds before suddenly, Bursting into tears? What the F dash dot? Eraserhead says in monotone, observing All Might suddenly become flustered and exaggeratedly gesture in the air like an idiot. Ooh, that girl is good at masks. That's all he hears before he feels something hard thump against his head. He stumbles forward as his vision goes blurry. He tries to whirl around but only manages a half turn before he falls to the ground on his side. He does manage to see his assailant, the girl he pulled out of the way earlier. She's wearing a middle school uniform and is licking her lips in a disturbing way, a slightly bloody medium-sized rock in her hands. It's an unexpected situation and one that he'd normally not have fallen victim to. But his focus on the fight going on below, coupled with Nizu talking in his ear, added onto the fact that after a year of inactivity he's a little rusty, plus the fact that he thought he'd only have one kid to worry about beating his butt. He thinks that the worst part is how she's not even looking at him. Instead, she seems enthralled with the scene going on below, a blush steadily growing on her cheeks. So strong. She sniffs the air and her blush gets deeper. Smells so good. She blinks, finally seeming to remember that he's there. She looks down at the rock in her hands with surprise before looking back at him. When did this happen? She seems to think about it for a moment before shrugging, raising the rock again. Whatever. I can't have you getting in the way of meeting my new best friend. As the rock falls, he could swear he sees something large, blue, and yellow flying through the sky. He only has time for one last thought before the rock makes contact with his skull and darkness envelopes him. I really should have taken a nap instead of patrolling. I force myself to cry after getting out of the street, rubbing some dust into my eyes under the guise of trying to wipe away tears in order to actually make some. What? All Might's bullying me. Boo. I was just trying to go home and he decided to attack and call me a villain. Through the tears I see All Might's jaw drop before he starts gesturing wildly. What? What? He points at me, indignity thick in his voice. You were using your quirk to rob that store. You attacked me. I turn away, trying to catch sight of someone still recording things. Luckily, there's still one idiot who didn't run when they saw the street getting destroyed. Ooh. All Might attacked me because I have a mutation. All Might's a Quirkless jerky. That's a lie. You bit me. Yeah, and you taste nasty. I cringe away from him, holding my tail in my hands in front of me like I'm trying to hide behind it. A strange man approached me in the middle of the street. Mama said not to trust strange men, no matter what they offer you. I offered nothing. Which doesn't really make it better, honestly. You offered me an autograph and threatened to take me to the police if I didn't go with you. That's what? I dash. The more flustered he gets, the closer he steps, and now he's in front of me. I smirk, grabbing his leg and spinning on my own. He yells while I build up speed, growing my wings and giving them a flap while continuing my spin so he can't grab hold of the ground to slow us down. When I build up what I think is a good amount of force, I let go, launching the BSRD blonde into the horizon. I watch as he vanishes from view, a star seeming to briefly gleam at the point I lose sight of him. I make a show of dusting my hands off before landing lightly. I take a look at the destruction we caused. There are holes in the streets, a few buildings, and a lot of rubble scattered all over the place. I shrug it off dismissively since it's not my problem to deal with. He should have just left me alone. The civilians are lucky I prioritized securing my hoard instead of hurting him, or else the destruction would be a lot worse. I do poke my head through the shattered window of the jewelry store and see the employee cautiously peeking over the counter. I give her an apologetic look while sheepishly scratching my cheek. Sorry about flying through your window? All Might's a JRK, and it's his fault, so you should totally bill his agency for reimbursement. Spread it around. She just stares at me with wide eyes and a hanging mouth, so I withdraw, grabbing my hoard while extending my wings with a huff of annoyance. Screw flying heroes, if they attack I'm just going to fry and barbecue them. I flap my wings, almost passing the rooftops before I hear a whoop coming from nearby. I turn and my eyes widen when I see a blonde girl flying at me with her arms outstretched. Obviously I fly backwards, causing her to miss and start plummeting to the ground in what will undoubtedly be the mother of all faceplants. Her scream of excitement rapidly turns into one of terror. I mean, what did she expect? I'm carrying my hoard in my arms. Of course I'm not going to catch her in them. But I'm not cruel, so I let my feet transform, scales obscuring my legs from mid-thigh down and my feet tearing apart my shoes as the toes turn to talons. I dip down, latching onto her cardigan and cutting her screaming short as she jarks in my grip. She looks up at me and I huff at her. Are you an idiot? What were you thinking, jumping off a building? She stares at me expressionlessly for a moment before a wide grin stretches across her face. Hi. I'm Himiko Toga, and I want to be your new best friend.